Dynamite. Checkity check, check, checkity check, check. Now my microphone's really hot. I forgot to change the mixer settings, but somehow it resolved itself.
Nice.
Nice. And I think you're good too. Here, give me an audio level.
Yeah. Toast,
you're perfect, dude. You're
good.
Fucking butter. Oh, no, I swore.
No, it's okay. They changed the rules on that, remember?
Did they really? Oh, I forgot. Okay, good. Dude, you can never tell with YouTube, man. They change their shit like every 5 seconds. so now I can say lots of swears and stuff and not have to worry about it.
I think we're okay with that.
Cool.
I mean, I wouldn't like, every other word or whatever.
Don't do the George Carlin 7 words you can't say on TV bit.
Right.
All right. Well, hello everybody. Welcome to Tech Talk. I hope you all had a wonderful, fantabulous week. I sure as hell didn't. I'll tell you that much. I am in a tremendous amount of pain today, but my wife, being the lovely person that she is, was able to call in an emergency prescription filler for muscle relaxers, which I haven't had for like 3 weeks because I ran out. And so she's going to go pick those up, and hopefully I'll take that, and that'll maybe help me get on the mend because I've been fucked up for like a week now. It's been bad. Oof. Yep, I hurt myself, and then I did something. I don't want to go into details because of the highly personal nature of what I did, but I slipped on the floor, lost my footing, and jacked my back up even more. And ever since, it's been in tremendous pain. And yeah, so that's life. That's life, unfortunately.
I just got to say something real fast because I looked at my email and I'm really excited about it. A month or so ago, 2 months maybe. Lego announced a Game Boy set. It's like a Lego set that makes it look like you put it together. It's an old school Game Boy. And it's I think it's supposed to show up today for me. So I'm. Really
is it like a functional, like a battery power for the screen, or just it looks like it?
It just looks like it. Yeah. I think I mean, from the look of it, it looks life size. Just from the pictures and stuff.
Are you talking like OG, like the gray Game Boy with the green screen? It's like a Lego version.
Yep.
Oh, I gotta see this.
And it's got here. I'll send you the.
Yeah, send me the link. I want to see this.
Amazon link.
Throw it in chat.
Looks like I pre-ordered it in July. So
hey, Anthony, how's it going? What's up, Blue Varro? What's up, Chris? Good to see you guys.
Shareable link.
Well, you're doing that. I'm gonna go tell everybody we're live, like I always forget to do at the beginning of every stream, and lose like half of our viewers. Okay, copy. Let's be professional here. Okay, so first send it out to the Twitters.
I don't know if this is. I don't think this is actual Lego. I don't think this is from. No. It is. It is from Lego.
I was gonna say, wouldn't it have to be, or does Lego let other people make third-party stuff?
I mean, there's like knockoff Lego that like is compatible.
Oh
shit! You can print your own. You can print fucking. There's like.
I know you can print them for your own use, but you're not allowed to sell them. Like Lego told me I can print them, but I can't sell them.
There are people who I don't know if they're printing them or what, but they make like accessories for the minifigs and stuff. There's like there is a whole like crazy community of like custom Lego, especially minifigs, like the little people.
Okay.
Dude, it is incredible.
And they don't go after them. Like Lego doesn't.
There's probably some fuzziness when it comes to like the accessories, that kind of thing. But maybe if you were like printing your own bricks, maybe. Because I know they do have a patent on like the because
remember they did shut down my YouTube. They shut my YouTube channel down. This is a long time ago. Long. We're talking like 10, 15 years. They shut down my YouTube channel for 3 months. Now they did give it back in the end, and it was after I already gave up all hope. I tried contacting Google. I tried contacting Lego. I couldn't get anybody to budge, so I just gave it up. I'm like, I'm not going to be a YouTuber anymore, and I was going to walk away. And then 3 months later, while I'm sitting at work, I get an email.
Link, bros. Oh man, I'm in the wrong fucking YouTuber thing. God bless America. I'm gonna like block myself or something. I keep doing this.
Do it. Just block yourself. Dude.
It doesn't matter. Like whatever. It's my full name. I don't care. Y'all know who I am. But I ban myself.
Oh, you did the same thing last week too, where you kept pasting the wrong YouTube channel.
Yeah. Well, no. I mean, it's like the wrong account for some fucking reason. I don't know why it keeps defaulting to.
I've made the same mistake a zillion times, dude.
To that one.
Zillion times.
It's because I'm not logged in on or something. Fucking hell.
You just got to make sure you double check when you're dealing with dick pics. That's the only time you got to be really worried about putting in the wrong window. Because I did have that happen once, and it actually was pretty funny. Luckily, it was to my bro, like that I already would get drunk and send dick pics to. So it was no big deal. You
got to put the bot in the chat.
I'm
like, why am I not banned for posting a link?
Hold on, let me do it. Okay, I just finished letting everybody know I'm streaming. Hopefully, I did that on the right Discord channel. All right, wait. What am I supposed to do? Oh yeah, I gotta get the bot to join. Okay, hold on here, guys. We're a little dirt to dirt today. If you haven't noticed, just rocking the dirt a little bit.
Man, that shit's not loading quick.
Oh my god. Shit. I swear to God, I'm on the spectrum, bro. I'm on the spectrum, 100%. I need to go get tested.
Man, if that were true, we wouldn't have all these problems.
I want to get in the registry. I want to be on the autism registry. By the way, we are so happy that we didn't get Xander taken off the list, because we did have the option to do that at one point when he rejoined public school. They're like, you can take him off the list, but then he'll lose any benefits or help that he needs later on. So we're like, oh no, we don't want to do that, because it can always change throughout life, right?
Yeah.
And so he does still have like quite a few noticeable tics and stuff when he's really tired, but super high functioning, right? Yeah. But it's wild, because like if you get him taken off that registry, well, now he can be drafted into war. He cannot get support if he needs it for like mental health services and stuff like that, and autism services. Not that he's gonna be able to get help anyways, because Trump's killing all that shit anyways, because he hates autistic people. But it will at least keep him from getting drafted into the military, which is what I really don't want to happen, because one of two things kicks off in the next 5 years, and that's either World War or Civil War. There's not going to be
a draft. We have a perfectly fine fucking volunteer army. Nobody's going to get drafted.
Now, I think that would be true for like maybe like a World War, but I don't know what about a Civil War? I think a Civil War might be a little different.
Then how are they going to draft you for a Civil War?
At the state level, at the state level, they're going to need to drag you in.
There is no state draft. They can't suck you up into the National Guard for nothing.
No, but here's the thing. It's like you're operating on the assumption there's no Civil War. When there was a Civil War, they did have to conscript an army without the government involved, right? To go against
the draft.
So
conscription isn't the draft. That's different.
Well, they still force you to serve, though.
Yeah, but that's different.
What's different about it? Like, you draft, you have to fight. You conscripted, you have to fight. Either way, you're
generally, if you don't fight, they're going to kill you.
That's worse. That's even worse.
Exactly. So
the state level would be even worse. Well, I'm just saying, if he's on the spectrum, they're not going to conscript him, right? So hopefully, because they're not going to give a gun to somebody who's going to, point it at the next guy over when he's loading it and shoot him accidentally, Or actually, they probably would. Never mind. I take that back. I could totally see them doing that. I could totally see them conscripting anybody. It's like, do you know which? Point this barrel that way. There's the trigger. Figure it out. If you kill less than 3 people, we won't throw you in the brig. Oh my gosh, dude. Isn't Trump patient zero of autism? No. He's not, because he'd be a lot smarter if he was on the spectrum. I guarantee you that. He'd also be a lot more empathetic too. So, it's like, dude, I know people with full blown Asperger's that have more empathy than Trump does. So it's like, yeah, there's no way he's on the spectrum. He's just naturally dirt. A technical difference, but the same outcome. Yeah, Yorkshire. Yeah, no, that's what I was getting at. I was just but it's actually worse. Like, conscription would actually be worse, because you're right. Conscription, it's like, if you're a deserter, they're just going to shoot you. You're not going to get no due process or justice or anything, because they don't even have that. Yeah. It's going to be, what do they call that? Wartime justice or whatever?
That's what they've been doing in Russia, right?
Yeah, yep, exactly.
That's conscription. They say, we're round you up and then just put you on the front line with whether you like it or not.
Dude, I heard that in Russia.
Hold on. Yep. When did Trump say he doesn't like autistic people? Are you in? Before I pop off, are you an American? Are you in the United States of America?
That's a good point. Because they don't get the news that we do here. They don't get the same thing.
Like, if we're gonna start getting into technicalities of like, did he specifically say those words?
Very, very, very true.
Obviously not. But have you heard anything about this Tylenol bullshit?
No, and Robert Kennedy Jr. is creating a registry that autistic people have to be on, and Trump approved that. So yeah, so Trump is all for autistic people being rounded up and labeled and registered. So the fact that he doesn't see them as equally contributing members of society is a bad thing. And plus, he literally has. He's literally said that other people, like, what did he say recently about Jasmine Crockett saying that she's like super duper low IQ and she shouldn't even function and she needs to be like, she needs to be impeached immediately. And she's literally like, she graduated like from some crazy prestigious college with like a perfect grade point average, and she's like literally genius level. And he's like, oh yeah, she's a low IQ just because she's a black woman. Just because she's a black woman, he doesn't like the way she talks. So he's just like, she's low IQ individual. It's like he calls everybody a low IQ individual that he doesn't like. Hey, Pod Lassie, thank you for the 10 PLN. Hey, what's a PLN? A Poland something?
Polish something.
I don't think we've ever gotten one of those before.
I don't think so either.
I think PLN is new. Yeah, go check it out.
Polish zloty?
Yay, finally, one that's not a kroner.
Zloty. I think I'm saying that right. I feel confident I'm saying that right. It's got a funny L. There's like a funny symbol on the L. It's got like kind of a sideways crossbar on it, or like a diagonal crossbar on it.
Yep. Polish. Oh, did you say Lottie? Like the Z is silent? Like
oh, is the Z silent? I don't know. I figured it'd be Zloty. Zloty. That feels the.
So the conversion rate
feels Polish.
$2.74. $2.74, and we appreciate every penny of it. Thank you, Pod Lassie. You're the best. Yeah, seriously. That's awesome. That's actually the first PLNs we've ever got. That's really cool, actually.
You know, something I like doing when I've traveled, and which I haven't been to a whole bunch of different places yet. I've really just like Mexico, spent a little bit of time in London, South Africa, and Namibia, right? But I like keeping, because they'll do exchange, right? You know, you got to get cash sometimes, and I like keeping some of my foreign currencies. I'm not like collecting necessarily, but I do enjoy keeping like the cash that I end up keeping, right? I don't go back to the bank and like switch it over. Especially coins. I like foreign coins a lot for some reason. I have a few Namibian. They're not dollars. I don't think that's the proper term for their currency. But I have like their cash, right? A couple of their like cash. But I like the coins better. I like coins.
I'm a coin guy too. I like like when I went to Mexico, I loved the coins.
Yeah,
I thought that was cool. I brought back a bunch of the coins. Pesos, like I have somewhere in the house. Yeah, pesos. Yeah. What's the country that has the coin with the square hole cut out in the center? Because I have some of those too.
I think it's China.
I think
China still does that.
I thought that was really cool. I just think it's cool that the coin has like a physical square cut out of the middle of it. That's just really unique, and it's a heavy coin. I don't know what it's made out of, but it's definitely a dense metal. They're not using like the tin or whatever we use here. Tom Dank said, "Do you think the S&P 500 will outperform Bitcoin over the next 20 years?"
Yes.
Yes, 100%. 100%.
Bitcoin's too volatile. It's too volatile.
The thing you have to realize is, so Trump can control the S&P 500. He can't control Bitcoin because Bitcoin's global.
But I do think once Bitcoin gets closer to like its final split or whatever, like, because there's only going to be so many Bitcoins in the end, and I don't know. I think that's coming up here pretty soon-ish. I think the last, again, the vocabulary escapes me, but like every few years or whatever, there's like more Bitcoin, right? But there's eventually going to be only so many, right? And I think once it gets to that point where there's only so many, like they're done, then there'll be a bit of a stability to it.
Yeah.
Which will be interesting to see how that works. But as it is now, it's too weird and too volatile. And yeah.
Oh shit! I forgot to make the bot join. Dang it! That's what I forgot. I'm like,
come on, man,
I'm sitting here trying to figure out what I forgot. I was like, what did I forget? And I went to the.
Somebody didn't take their Adderall this morning.
I did, but it's not kicked in yet. It's like slow metabolism or something. I didn't sleep last night. I stayed up all through the night because my hip hurt too bad to sleep. So, yeah, dude, it was the worst it's ever been last night. I literally was on the floor crying. My wife was like, "Can I take you to the hospital?" Man. And I'm like, "They're not going to be able to do anything. Like they never can do anything. It's a waste. They'll take me in. They'll charge my insurance. I'll have to pay a $250 or whatever copay, and fucking that's it. They won't do anything. They'll just, what are they going to do? Give me painkillers that don't work? I'm already on a painkiller that blocks all other painkillers. You know, so it's like they can't really do anything. So it's like the only time I go to the hospital is when I feel like my life's in danger. Pain isn't necessarily like life endangering. It's just incredibly annoying, right? I suppose it could become life-threatening, like if I can't sleep, because if you don't sleep for a prolonged period of time, it starts causing, actual damage. But I think the muscle relaxers will help. So getting the muscle relaxers today, because that's usually what I do is when I have a really, really bad like sciatica nerve problem, I usually take the muscle relaxers. It relaxes all the nerves, but then I have to make sure I don't get up and move around because it does more damage with the muscle relaxers if I move. But if I lay stationary with the muscle relaxers, it'll usually relax the muscles enough that the sciatic nerve gets a little bit of slack in it, and then the inflammation can start going down. As long as I don't move. But that's easy with muscle relaxers because you don't want to move, right? It's just, you're just sitting there drooling on yourself. Do I still use bat knife? Hell yeah, Andy. Are you kidding me? Bat knives for life. No, bat knife, bat knife. No, bat knife. Yeah. It shall forever live under my desk, held by one neodymium magnet from a WD Green that failed a long time ago. The other one fell on the floor and I never glued it back on, but it turns out I didn't need it. I did want to call out one thing really quick. Third Shifter said Tylenol thing is a nothing burger. I disagree. Tylenol already doesn't recommend for pregnant women. I can actually tell you that's not true. My wife, when she was in the hospital with my son, it was one of the few medicines she was allowed to take because of her hypertension.
Look, the company has to say, like, it's basically just boils down to talk to your doctor.
Yeah, so here's the thing.
Tylenol can't say, yeah, fucking take our stuff if you're pregnant. They can't say that. That puts them into liability.
Nothing's 100%.
So they're going to have to say, they have to, for liability reasons, say,
right,
we don't recommend taking anything. Go talk to your doctor, because the company isn't in a position to make that recommendation. The medical establishment has to do that.
Exactly.
So no shit. The company, you know, people say don't fly either, right? Like, you think, like,
that's why they say ask your doctor. Ask your doctor.
Yeah,
they all say ask your doctor.
To them.
And you know what your doctor will say? Your doctor will say that, and this is the thing people don't realize. Listen. Everybody knows acetaminophen is highly toxic to the liver.
Acetaminophen.
I don't know how to pronounce it. I've been calling it acetaminophen forever. Anyways, here I'll pull a Trump. We'll call it Tylenol. We'll just call it Tylenol and pick on the one company that makes the most expensive version of it.
Yeah.
So acetaminophen, is that what you're saying? How do you say it?
Acetaminophen.
Acetaminophen.
There you go.
And that's the correct way to say it?
That's it.
Okay, did you look it up and make sure you're saying it right?
No, I can see. I've said it a million times, but look at how it's spelled.
Dude, how stuff is in the English language, how stuff is spelled is not how it's pronounced.
No, but
let me see if you're right. Okay, here's the pronunciation. Acetaminophen. So you're right.
Yeah,
it is acetaminophen.
When it comes to like chemicals and things, the pseudo Latin that they use is very
phonetic.
It is, well, not phonetic necessarily, but there are pretty rigid rules in terms of pronunciation, because it's like a weird sort of pseudo Latin.
Actually, seeing it broken up now, acetaminophen. Yeah, PHEN. Yeah, no, you're right. It does.
And that goes to other stuff too. Like when they say, "Oh, don't eat things you can't pronounce," bro. It is so easy to break it down into these little chunky. Well, but the little chunky words. Or the syllables and stuff are really, really easy. It's not that. It's really not that tough. The hardest part is figuring out the right vowels to stress or not.
Yep.
And again, there's a pattern to it, because it's kind of a Latin-y, Greek-y kind of mishmash. And once you figure out which vowels to stress, it's so easy. Chemical names and things like that. It's really not that hard. And again, like, if you say it funny, like, it doesn't feel right. There is like a cadence to the syllables and stuff that it's really easy.
I just want to say something, and it probably goes without saying, but Tom Dank said autism isn't necessarily a bad thing. It's not a bad thing.
Yeah,
autism's a superpower, dude.
Right? Like, who cares, man?
I honestly wish I'm on the spectrum, because it makes me different. I like being different. I like being non-neurotypical.
I don't like framing these things, ADHD, whatever, all of these as superpowers, because it's a fucking struggle, man. And like, I know that I've had ADHD since forever. Okay. And I have done things in my life that has exacerbated the problem, but like, I can recognize the strengths that it has given me, but it does not in any way outweigh the struggles and the things that it has prevented me from accomplishing. I don't mind the framing of like acceptance, and like, it's not a bad thing. Like, it's something that, you know, people should like know about and accept and all this stuff. No different than somebody who's like lost a foot, or, you know, has to use a wheelchair or whatever, any of those sort of other like disabilities in a sense. But the framing of it as like a superpower, I think, is like, I don't want to say whitewashing it, but it definitely, it's too sweet. It's too much of a sucrose coating on something that is incredibly debilitating for people. It's like toxic positivity almost.
Yeah.
And so, like, don't get me wrong, I like myself and stuff, but man, I look back across 40 years and I know that it has been a ball and chain on me from accomplishing the things that I have wanted to do and with my life, among other choices that I've made. Like, it's not the sole thing that has held me back by any means, but it definitely has been hard.
What's weird about Adderall is, like, for half of my life, Adderall would have screwed me. Like my it was ADHD was legitimately a superpower, when I was alone and I was hyper focused on one thing with no distractions, it was like this magical superpower I had. However, when I got married and had a kid, and there was a bunch of medical problems with my kid in the hospital, I couldn't handle it. I was so all over the place like a squirrel. I could never focus on anything, any distraction. It has to, with my ADHD, it's like one thing. As soon as you have one other thing you have to think about at the same time, you can't do either of them. You're just gone. So Adderall helped with that tremendously. So it's like half of my life, ADHD being untreated was a superpower, but then I hit a point where it was like the biggest debilitating thing when my life situation changed. And then the Adderall ended up, it basically took away from some of that superpower I had, hyper focusing on the one thing, which seems weird for Adderall. Usually Adderall is like one of those things, oh, it makes you hyper focused. No, for me, it allowed me to actually multitask and be able to handle more things simultaneously without completely just burning out and not being able to focus at all. And that was a massive thing. But again, it's a tool, right? It was a tool and it came in at the right time. Had I gotten it too early, I don't think it would have helped me. Honestly, I don't think I would have been in the same position that I was and gone down the same path I did, which honestly was awesome. Like, I love the path that I went down. I had a shitty ass childhood, but then somehow managed to land at Microsoft and spend 15 wonderful years just absolutely outranking and climbing the ladder faster than everybody else that had bachelor degrees in computer science and graduated from MIT and all these. I mean, I was literally just laying waste to these guys with my capability because of how hyper focused I was on these one things. You just put my boss learned early on, if you just put me in a box, put a do not disturb sign on my door, and just shut me out from the world, I would only come out of there, take a piss, get a coffee, and that was it, and then back in my room. And I'd be in there for 12 hours a day, coding my ass off. And I could easily code 10 to 20,000 lines of code a day, which was just like, I was like a factory. I could just crank the shit out, but any distractions. Somebody knocks on the door, somebody calls the phone. I remember a boss during this is a great Microsoft story. If you guys haven't heard this one before, whenever we were close to shipping.
Jerry mentioned Microsoft.
I did. Yeah, take a shot every time I mention Microsoft. You'll get alcohol poisoning really quick once you start me on it. But people like the Microsoft stories. That's why I do talk about it, is people do ask for them a lot.
No, I know.
What my boss would do is, his name was Bruce, and I still stay in touch with him. Bruce, he's like family to me now. Like, he's not even working at Microsoft anymore. He runs a photography studio up in North Bend. But we still meet up and have coffee every couple of weeks and catch up on everything. But he used to come into my office when we were at crunch time and we had to ship a product and we had to hit a deadline. He would come into my office, he'd unplug my phone. He'd pick up my phone off my desk, unplug the cable out from under it, then stick a sign on my door with Sharpie that says, do not disturb. This means knocking too. And he'd tape it to my door and close my door. And that was the only way that I could actually get through those crunch periods. Because otherwise, people would come in all the time and ask me for help, ask me for suggestions, ask me what I think, want me to look at their code, want me to walk through a problem with them. And I would just be like chasing squirrels in every direction. I wouldn't get shit done. So everybody on the team knew that if there was a sign on my door and it was closed, do not even knock, do not even talk close to my doorway, don't even talk in the hallway, just stay away. And that was how I was able to get shit done. I wouldn't have been able to do it without him doing that. Like, literally, it was like critical to me getting shit done. But then other times when I was allowed to chase squirrels, it's like, it was wonderful because I'd end up at I'd go to 50 places in the building in one day and talk to like every single person on the entire floor. I was one of those really outgoing people that wanted to, keep my finger on every pulse and know what everybody was doing and stuff. But yeah, it was crazy that I had a boss that knew how to wrangle me. And I'll tell you what, you'll probably even agree to this too, because we've talked about this before, Ox, and that is a good manager is everything. Oh, yeah. If you have a bad manager that doesn't know how to manage you, you will suffer at your job every single day. But if you have a manager that knows your quirks and knows your features, and they know how to just perfectly lay shit out and optimize how you do things, and they know you, oh my God, it's wonderful.
I think that's again, it comes back to like just recognizing it as. I don't like it. The word feels icky, but it is a disability. It's a mental disability. It is. It's a. Whatever, neurodivergent, I get, all that kind of thing. Oh, what else? Lego lost the patent on the bricks. The court ruled that it's the only way the bricks could lock together and ruled it a discovery, not an invention. Dude,
wait, cool. Discoveries aren't protectable?
If you discover fucking uranium, right? That makes sense.
But isn't it still discovering putting two chemicals together to make like a medicine or something? Isn't that discovering too?
There's no, because you're patenting the method in that, and it would be my guess. You're patenting like how you put it together, right?
Interesting.
I'm guessing.
Yeah, because I didn't know that you couldn't totally just discover something.
But I need to text you, Kevlar. I totally forgot. We were supposed to meet up for dinner like fucking 2 months ago, 3 months ago. I totally forgot. So
that's a very Ox thing. That's a very Ox thing.
So again, fucking mental disability. But that's cool to know. I thought there was something particular about the like how they click together. It's like it's their bricks, right? Like they made up that particular, because like Mega Blocks, right? A different brand of building blocks.
That's true. They are compatible, aren't they?
No, they're not. No,
they're
they
not?
don't fit. They're just a little bit different. At least the last I played with Mega Blocks.
I thought that they were. Oh, partially compatible, but not perfectly. Okay.
Yeah, it's a little funny. I can't quite put my finger on exactly, but they don't click together quite as well.
Tight fits may not hold well, but they do hold well for small structures, just not large structures.
Huh.
So yeah, they are dimensionally accurate, but they don't hold very well. They have loose ass grip.
Yeah.
Lego somehow just figured, like they discovered like the perfect tolerances to get those bricks to like lock together, like where you need a fucking wedge to separate them. Like
they have a tool for that. Actually.
I know. Yeah, my son showed me. He showed me. Yeah, no. My son actually has like a metal version of a little spudging tool for like breaking them apart.
I was just looking at it.
Yeah, Metalhead Man said autism's not a bug; it's a feature. Hell yes, it is. Tom Diggs said, "Is autism a disability or an evolutionary advantage?" I think it depends on how your autism affects you in particular. You know what I think it is? It's how you learn to master it. Just like anything else. It's like if you know what you're good at, what you're not good at, you can master it.
The official brick separator tool.
Yep. My son has about like 10 of those laying around
from various
different projects. Yeah, because they come in some of the projects. That's how the projects come in.
Yeah, there is some talk that like ADHD is a evolutionary sort of thing. Like
I believe it was super
beneficial, really super beneficial when we're still like hunter-gatherer style and that kind of stuff.
Now there's two types of autism. There's multiple types, honestly, but there's two buckets that you could say, and that's high functioning and low functioning. And low functioning is where they don't really understand their environment, and they can't really feed themselves. They can't sometimes, not all the traits, but sometimes they can't feed themselves. Sometimes they can't communicate verbally. And that can be like a big hang up as far as making it through life by yourself. But even those cases, you learn so much from looking at the world through their eyes. And to them, you're the weird one. That's the one thing that we learned is like, even when we were going through autism therapy with my son, and we were going through all the ABA therapy, they're like, well, just remember from his perspective, you're the weird one. You're the ones that are doing the weird stuff, not him. Like he doesn't, because to him, that's not normal. Like what you're doing isn't normal, even though you identify it as normal because most people do it or most people learned it that way. He doesn't. So looking at the world, if you have a child that has autism, high functioning or low functioning, you'll notice you'll start seeing the world completely differently through their eyes. And that is huge. The amount of shit that you can learn and experience from that is absolutely huge. But you have to be open to it. Like don't be so hip to like change everything about, somebody who has autism, try to make the round peg fit in the square hole. Instead, just accept the square hole, like create the square hole for them, And that's what I tried to do for my son. It's like, we did do certain therapies to make it so that he could integrate better and he could make friends. Because before that, he wouldn't even acknowledge other people existed in the universe. It was like him, me, and my wife were the only people that existed. Anybody else, he'd just walk through them like they were a ghost. He'd bump into them, wouldn't even realize they were there. That's how disconnected he was from his environment.
Any recommendations for a decent mid-range under 2K gaming laptop, occasional gamer? I can't in good conscience recommend any gaming laptop. I really can't.
Well, what kind of gaming are you talking about? Are you talking about like playing like Cyberpunk 2077 with all ray tracing enabled?
Mid-range.
So there's lots of laptops that have good Nvidia GPUs in them and plenty of CPU cores.
Buy the Asus Ally ROG X thing. It's going to be $1,000. You could dock it to a 4K monitor, buy Xbox Game Pass, and that'll probably fit you better, honestly.
I mean, anything that has a Thunderbolt port on it can be docked, or even USB-C. Doesn't USB-C have enough bandwidth?
Is it about portability? Right? You're trying to game like on the go? Then a Steam Deck or one of the other sort of Steam Deck alternatives would be a better experience than a laptop.
Did you see the guy who took a Steam Deck and put an external GPU on it?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
You can connect
Linux. It's Linux. You could,
So you take you buy one of those PCI docks that has the built-in power supply.
Yeah,
and it's just a USB-C cable, and you just plug. I think it's Thunderbolt. Does it use Thunderbolt or does it just use USB-C now? Because USB-C has a shitload of bandwidth now.
Basically, as long as it's the 3.2. Yeah.
So yeah, apparently you just plug that sumbitch in, and Windows will just, or Windows or Linux will just be like, oh, we've detected a new GPU on the PCIe bus, even though it's plugged in through USB-C. It's pretty damn cool. And what I like about that is now you can have a really lightweight, like ThinkPad or something, like really thin, like an LG Gram. Like that's what Kevlar has, right? Like the LG Gram. And it's like now you got the super lightweight, super ultra long battery life laptop that you take with you everywhere. But when you want to game at home, you just slap it down, plug the eGPU into it, turn on your 24-inch screen or your TV that you have it connected to, grab your controller, and now you have like an ultra powerful gaming PC. Yeah. Because most games aren't like super CPU heavy anymore. I mean, I shouldn't say that. There are a lot of CPU heavy games. But
in a Lappy would be an auto run. Okay, I guess so. Sure, yeah. Okay, I could get behind. I don't know. I don't have any personal experience with that, but I do like AMD and their APUs enough to say that's probably a good option.
Adam says he loves his Gram. Like, doesn't the Gram have a GPU too?
The handhelds also, I think, are being run by AMD APUs.
They are. 100% they are.
The ROG.
You know how I know they are? Because Nvidia has shitty support in Linux, and it's all Linux. Like the Steam Deck.
I think the ROG Ally X runs Windows. Yeah, runs Windows 11.
So it could have Nvidia then.
But it could, but I don't think so. Let me see. Where are they going to tech specs?
I'm really pissed off that Nvidia doesn't have as good a support under Linux. Like
AMD, Radeon, the whole kit. Yeah. Again, I think you would have a better experience with one of these handhelds. And then if you do want to sit down at a desk or something, you stick it in a dock. It plugs into a monitor. You got keyboard, mouse, or you can do controller. I personally think you would have a better experience, in my opinion.
It depends. If you're primarily a gamer,
framework for gaming. That's such, dude. You're gonna spend so much money for a bunch of Legos. I wouldn't. To
be fair, I love my framework. I absolutely love it. I know Adam hates them, but I love it. It's been nothing but a joy for me.
I wouldn't recommend that for gaming. I still say, man, wait. It's only going to be a little bit. I don't know if they're available right this minute, but the ROG Xbox Ally X thing, the super fresh one that's coming out, it's going to be like $1,000. I think that would be the better way if you're trying to go for.
To be fair though, my framework 16 does play Half-Life Alyx on ultra settings in VR using the Valve Index or the PSVR 2.
And how much does it cost?
That I don't know. How much are they? I actually kind of want to look because I know they have to be somewhat expensive because they sell them in like small volume compared to big companies. So here, framework. I think it's framework laptop.
I'm using it. Yeah, give me, and I can get the upgrade for better gaming. I don't know. I feel like
what I like about framework is you can yank the main board out and the APU out and put it in a 3D printed case and use it as a router and shit when you're done with it after you put a new one in. So you don't have to rebuy the case, you don't have to rebuy the RGB keyboard, you don't have to rebuy the touchpad or the case or the battery. You just rebuy whatever guts you want. You want a new GPU, you just put a new GPU in it. You want a new everything's modular in it. It's like it is literally like Legos, and it's toolless too.
If you're gonna do that, but get a PC, man. If you're gonna go through all the hassle of upgrades and swapping parts and all that stuff, build a little mini PC.
But if you want portability, that's what I'm saying. It's like everybody is gonna have a different experience. This is why I don't try to give advice like as absolutes. People are like, "What is the one thing I should buy?" Everybody's gonna be different. Like just like Ox said earlier, if you're primarily a gamer, then get yourself a Steam Deck. How much do they cost? Like $500, $600?
The actual Valve Steam Deck is, I think their most expensive one is like maybe $550 or something like that.
So let's say $500-ish dollars, and you have a very capable gaming PC in a handheld format that you can then dock into a full-blown computer that you can do dev on, you can do your email. You wouldn't even notice it being different from a desktop computer. Like it's literally going to do everything the desktop computer does, docked, right? So, but that's if you're a gamer. Now, what if it's the opposite? What if you mostly do computer shit with a keyboard and mouse, and then you do gaming as the side business, then maybe get a conventional laptop that you can then dock for gaming and then just have a controller paired to it with like Bluetooth, right? So it just depends on what you're doing, where you're doing, how you're moving, what you're doing, and what your budget is. But framework is probably going to be a little bit on the expensive side because, again, being modular, they'd have to be, right? I mean, let's see what we're talking here. So if I got, this is what I got.
And what do your modular parts cost?
Okay, those can, it is pretty expensive. I'm not going to lie, it is up there.
Is it under 2K?
So it is. So their highest end version, their AI 300 that has the new AI GPU and is $1,500. The version that I have, the 7040, is $1,299. So, and with $1,299, let me see what it comes with, the default thing. So it has all the input modules, power. Let me see what it's got for GPU. Does this even have a GPU? Because the GPU, I think, is secondary. So primary storage, secondary storage, operating system, memory. It comes with a Ryzen 7840HS, 5.1 gigahertz, 8 cores, 16 threads, 24 gig cache. Or you can upgrade for another $200. You can get the Ryzen 9 7940HS. So I don't know what the performance difference is between the two, but if it's worth another $200 or not. And then input modules. Why does it not say what GPU it has? Is it like an APU where the graphics are on the chip?
Yeah, probably.
Okay, because like in mine, it has two graphics cards. It has the APU graphics card that shows up, and then it has and it switches between them automatically. There's like a chip on board that it detects when you go into a game that needs like a heavy hitting GPU, and it'll automatically switch to the heavy hitting GPU. And then when you're back to the desktop, it goes back to the APU on the same screen. So you don't have to plug you don't have to plug a screen into it. It knows how to switch back and forth internally based on what it's using. It's actually a pretty slick system. But yeah, it doesn't say like expansion cards. Okay, it says 6 card bays. You can put whatever you want. That's the other thing I like is it has 6 card bays that you can put anything you want. If you want 6 USB-Cs, you can have 6 USB-Cs. If you want a USB-C and a USB-A, if you want an HDMI and 2 display ports, you can do that. And I like that you can switch everything up. That is a neat feature that it has that no other laptop I've seen has had. But you can do that with a dock. Like with another laptop, you can do it with a dock. But this is like internal to the laptop. Like this makes the ports on the side of the laptop physically different. But I know mine has like a fairly high-end Ryzen graphics card. And I mean, like I said, I was playing Half-Life Alyx like on high settings in VR, like perfectly smooth. Like I was playing on it. And granted, it did have to be plugged into power. I do want to say that, like running off the battery doesn't provide enough power for it to run full GPU like at full power. You do need to have a 180 watt USB-C power brick plugged into it to get the full power of the GPU. But it does scale. That's the cool thing. Is like you could plug it into like a 30 watt USB-C and it'll still charge it and it'll still work. But the GPU is not going to fully engage because it doesn't have enough power. But God, they got to have some laptops cheaper than that. I know I've seen some laptops. See, I'm a little tainted because I know Chromebooks are like, some of them are like $1,000 now. And it's like Chromebooks don't even have GPUs. Like they don't do anything powerful, right? They're just like little ARM APU devices, right? So it blows my mind that you can get other laptops for under $1,000 that actually have like a legit GPU. Plus, you got to think about the used market too. Laptops depreciate faster than any other computer. Laptops depreciate more than desktop computers do. So like if you're looking for a laptop, unless it's a MacBook. If it's a MacBook, it's a whole different story. But if you're looking for like a PC, you could probably go on eBay and get like a last year's ThinkPad for half price. Like lightly used, like, like even like a Dell or an HP, like again, like the more generic stuff. But I'd be willing to bet that there's people on eBay that are probably dropping like full-blown gaming laptops from last year. Like here, let's look. Was it MSI Extreme Gaming Laptop? I forget what the model is. The one that has like the full-blown desktop processor and the full-blown desktop GPU in it. I mean, you're gonna have a battery life of 20 minutes if you try to game off the battery. That's another thing you have to consider. But check this out. You can get, so $719. You can get an MSI thin 15.6-inch gaming laptop with an i5 13420H, and it has a 4060 discrete GPU with 16 gigabytes of RAM, 512 gigabytes of storage, so it's got a half gig. But storage is cheap. You can upgrade that easily. And Windows 11 for $719, and that's new. That's not even a used one. If you're going used, you can get a i7 6700K GTX 1070. Oh, that's old as fuck. 48 gigs of RAM, $650. That seems like a ripoff. Here, let's look for the ones that people actually bought. Completed items. Okay, so let's look at what used laptops you can get right now. So you can get, let's see, GTX 1080. That's so old. Why are those selling for money? That's weird. That makes no sense to me. Like, who the hell would
1080 is still a killer card, man. Probably, it's capable. To this day, probably one of the best, like, even at the time, price to performance. And, like, that was right before Nvidia started, like, going down this dark path of, like, fucking over gamers.
You know what it reminds me of is the 8800 GTX. You remember that back in the day when that was like the bad boy on the block? That thing lasted for like 10 years. That thing ran games. Like just fine.
With Intel? What's wrong with Intel? I mean, other than their desktop CPUs, what's wrong with Intel?
Oh, check this out. Okay, so this is another brand new one, but an MSI Katana 2023 model, 2.4 gigahertz, 16 gig RAM, GeForce RTX 4060, $699. Shit, we saw a new one for $50 more than that. Why are these not selling for cheaper? This is weird. I expected these things to be like in the gutter on pricing for the used market. I don't know. And they're selling. Like, I'm looking at the sold model. Like, people are buying this shit for this price. Like an MSI GF65 thin, i5, 16 gigs of RAM, RTX 3060. That's a decent card. 1 terabyte SSD. $361. Now that's a deal. So $361 for an RTX 3060 with a 1 terabyte hard drive. A little light on RAM with 16 gig, but you could easily upgrade that to 32 for like nothing. Let's see what else we got here. MSI thin 15-inch 13 gen RTX 4060 16 gig $600. So it looks like everything that has a 4060 and it's around $600.
Did you add the bot to the chat? Somebody's saying the super chat thing isn't working.
Oh, is this still being a douche? I left and joined twice. Let me try again though.
Oh, or they might be saying about the bar at the top.
What the hell?
Oh, airplanes.
Whoa, low flying jet.
They're invading Portland.
The tower.
They're invading Portland.
They're coming for me, dude. They're coming for me.
I have 25 GPUs, mostly Nvidia 1070, 1080 Ti, and boxes in my garage back from my mining days. Too lazy to try. I'd buy a couple of those from you. The 1080 Ti's.
All right, I told the bot to leave.
Seriously, by the way, seriously, I would.
Here, let me do mod stream elements. Is it /mod? How do you
even if you mind on them, I'll just open them up and repaste them. I bet it's totally fine.
Here, let me do stream elements. I need to mod.
Oh, air show in Redmond.
Oh, there's an air show going on right now? Oh, man. I haven't been to an air show in forever. I love air shows. I really do. Here, let me go to participants. Where the hell is the stream elements bot? I told it to join. It's not in here.
I'm not so interested in Blue Angels air show, that kind of stuff. I want to see the race. Races. Like in the very beginning of the Rocketeer. Right, those kind of air races.
I want to see an
air race. I want to see that kind of shit. I don't know if they even do that kind of stuff anymore.
Yeah, no, Nevada. Every year they do it. They do it every year. That would be rad.
Yep. I would totally love to see, especially prop planes, fucking dude. They do Mustangs
it
with and stuff.
Yep, P-41 Mustangs. Dude, they do
that'd
it
be so rad.
What
was it? The something bee, the Bumblebee or whatever. The ones from the Rocketeer. The one that he was riding in.
I don't think I've seen any of those fat-tailed ones doing the air races, but I have seen they do jets too. Did you know they do jets? They actually race jets.
That would be bonkers. That would be bonkers.
That's
the Granville
old
GB.
Jets.
That's what it was called. It was the GB. Yeah.
So it says I need to mod that
kind of thing is so cool.
How the hell do I mod the bot? Is there where the hell do I go to do that?
How do we see who's all in the
I tried. I can view participants, but I can't view the full list. Here, let me do this. Let me go into my dashboard. Where did my dashboard go? I got a dashboard around here somewhere. Where is it? Dashboard. There it is. Okay, so I got my dashboard up. Let me try going. Okay, stream settings.
You can see a list of everybody in the chat.
That's what I'm trying to find. It doesn't give me a list.
Participants.
Yeah, but that just shows you who's talking in chat. It doesn't show you.
I was gonna say, there's only 10 people on this list. That's
exactly.
Not everybody.
I bet you have, I bet you have to go into channel settings, and I know where to do it. So let me go to here. I can fix it now. Let me go to my channel.
I use a laptop similar to this ROG Zephyrus G16. I've heard of that. Did you see they're trying to combine Android and Chrome OS? Yeah, which they should have.
Good move.
They should have done that a long time ago. I don't know why they would. I don't know why it was separate at all. It doesn't make sense.
100%. All right, let me go. Okay, dashboard.
Actually, just last night, I hooked this is not by any means, but equal or anything. But I plugged I have a little, one of these little portable monitors, because I'm changing my desk and stuff here pretty soon, and I plugged my freaking phone into it because when I'm playing, so I play on an EverQuest private server, but I couldn't for some reason it gets super wonky when I'm trying to watch. I'll have Hulu open on the other monitor, and it fucks up the game for some reason. I don't know, whatever.
Stream Elements is modded. It's modded. I can't tell if it's in here or not though.
Yeah, I plugged my phone into the side monitor. It was really red, and then you use your phone as a touchpad and to move the mouse around and stuff.
Oh, are you talking about Dex?
Yeah, that's it. Dex.
Dex is cool. Neat. Yeah, Adam showed me Dex at his house years ago.
It's cool.
And I thought it was pretty cool. You just plug a USB-C to HDMI or display port and plug it into display, and then you activate it, and it's you got full-blown
that's dumb.
Desktop computer. What's dumb?
Somebody's saying that Google's going to enforce no side loading on Android.
Dude, they're basically Apple at that
dumb.
point. Like, why would they do that?
Yeah, that seems dumb.
That sounds like an Apple
significantly restrict sideloading on Android devices starting in late 2026.
Is that why everybody's getting so pissed off?
Generative verification to install them on certified Android devices. That's weird.
Dude, I've seen people get mad pissed off about directions Google's going, but I didn't know what. Can you still hear me?
Yeah, he's still
okay,
here.
I just want to see if you still hear me. Go for it.
Well, that's just dumb. Because, like, first off, the people who are going to be doing any sort of side loading is they like understand the risks of doing that. And they're like, oh, it's security concerns. Side-loaded apps are a major source of malware. Bullshit. There's no way. That's so dumb. Because, look, I guarantee the vast majority of people who are doing the side loading know what the fuck they're doing.
But the thing is, if you're side loading it, you're putting it on your own device. That's always been at your own risk. And isn't that required for development? Like, how the hell are you going to develop if you can't side load?
You have to verify it as a developer in order to load for like testing and stuff. Yeah, that's requiring developer verification. Yeah.
At that point, they're basically Apple. Like, seriously, if they go down that road and start restricting shit, that's Apple. That's Apple.
No longer reinstalling this from unverified developers on certified Android devices, even if you enable the install unknown app setting. That's dumb.
Oh, by the way, I'm going to get to play with Android finally. I have one of my viewers is sending me a Google Pixel 9 and an S20 Ultra.
Ooh, very nice.
To play with for like some dev stuff and to acclimate myself with Android, because I haven't used a modern Android device in forever. Like, I think the last thing I played with was like a OnePlus 2. The one that I gave to you. Remember the OnePlus 2 I gave you?
It's a OnePlus 1.
Or OnePlus 1. Do you still have it?
I think so. Around here somewhere.
Yeah, if you know anybody that needs a phone, just pay it forward. Like, just give it to them. It might be in a box or something since the move. If you run across it or whatever, and you know somebody needs a phone, just give it away. You don't need to give it back. Just give it.
The charger's whack. The charge port on it's a little like you gotta
broke off
a little bit. Like you gotta kind of put a thing under the plug to make sure it touches right.
Damn it. Wait, did the OnePlus 1? That's before USB-C, isn't it? So it has like all those fucking micro USBs break on everything.
Yeah. Yeah,
I have not met a micro USB device that doesn't break that thing off within a year of any kind of heavy use.
For some time now, my Win laptop lost its ability to play YouTube videos in 1080p, not only 720p. I don't know why.
Oh, that screams of something in the background.
Not a hardware. I wouldn't say that's a hardware issue.
No, that seems software to me.
That's very strange.
So okay.
Like you can't go to the in the little gear and click.
Yeah, what do you mean it can't play? It's not showing up, or like it's choppy and doesn't play smooth when it did before?
Yeah,
because dude, you might have a virus or malware or fucking crypto miner running in the background on your computer. You don't know about if that's the case.
Exactly, because like I was just saying, when I'm playing EverQuest right on my buddy's private server, I try and watch. I was watching something on Amazon.
Where's my invite, Prime Video. I never got an invite.
That's not for me to say because I don't think that he has like the proper security stuff set up. Like I think I'm.
Tell your friend that you know this really big famous YouTuber that wants to come hang out.
If you want to do private servers, there are publicly available private servers. Like I
don't want to play on other servers. I want to play with you, Ox. I want to play with you.
I wouldn't play P99. It's too old school. But there are a bunch of other ones. Choppy crashes browser. Yeah, that's.
I always knew Ox hated me.
That's weird.
I knew it this whole time. He's always secretly hated me. That's why he doesn't want to game with me.
For some time now, my Windows laptop lost its.
He thinks I'm beneath him.
Crashes, brother. I would say something's taking resources away.
See, now he's ignoring me.
Maybe turn off hardware. I'm not ignoring you. Well, I am actually. Because
game with me, Ox. Game with me.
Maybe something about like hardware acceleration. Maybe.
Give me. Can I have a kissy?
Give me drugs. Give me the drugs.
All right.
Install any Android fork if running root. You're probably not on stock Android anyway. Days I get pissed off. I just run Android and single user command line.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, give me one. I want one.
Do the best.
Oh yeah, HDTP test. Yeah, that could be it. That could be something.
Hates me and he doesn't want to game with me.
That's right, because you smell bad.
He says he doesn't. He never wants to game with me ever again.
That's right.
He said that I'm fat. He said I smell bad and I'm fat.
You smell bad.
Yeah, he said I look like poor people and he doesn't want to associate with me.
That's right. I don't. And And you're disrespectful of your electronics, dumping hard water all over your dual Xeon machine.
Oh, I wasn't gonna tell nobody. Now I feel you outed me, bro. You outed me.
And how many times is the tech issues my fault?
Well, like probably like 10%. I'll say 10%.
Not even.
Solid 10%.
Not even.
Nah, I'm gonna stand with 10%. I'm gonna stand with 1 in 10. I think 1 in 10.
I'd say less than 5. Less than 5%.
We'll split the difference. 1 in 7. 1 in 7. We got a deal?
No, I'm
1 in 7. Come on.
I'm staying hard. No.
Okay. No. I'll give you 7.5. That's it. Final offer.
6.
Final offer. 6.5.
Okay.
Shake on it. All right, you guys. He's not joking though. I did pour water in my PC, and I feel like such a fucking goober about it.
Terrible.
So my AC. So I've been having massive problems with my air conditioner. People are like, why don't you just replace it? Guys, I'm poor now, okay? I used to be a richer, now I'm a poor, okay? So as long as this AC blows cold air, I got to deal with it. Oh, by the way, I found out the drain wasn't clogged on the back of it.
Yeah, clearly,
the problem is
all over your computer.
No, you're right. No, but I was expecting to pull the tray out and find water on the backside too, because I'm like, why is it building up so much condensation that it's filling up this entire? Like, I drained it last night. It filled a, those big plastic garbage, bins that you get for like under your desk. Oh yeah, it filled one of those halfway, like just siphoning the water out of the front of it. So I thought the whole tray was full. That's how much water came out of this damn thing. No, the back's bone dry. It looks like the Sahara Desert. So what's happening is the code that I wrote to cycle the AC, because it's not allowing the compressor to do a cool down run, like basically shutting down the fan and then letting the compressor run for a little while and then circulate the oil and cool down. It's causing massive condensation. So I didn't anticipate that when I created my control circuit that just turns everything on and turns everything off, right? Because now it doesn't have the intelligence to do everything it did before. So it's creating massive water, and that water has no place to go. So it's basically, I didn't notice, but it was cascading over and down the wall, and it rotted the whole floorboard. And it got down into the floor. Luckily, it didn't go all the way down to into the other room below. Otherwise, I'd be doing drywall. But it was enough that it basically made the whole room smell moldy. I was like, I'd come in the room and I'd about gag. I was like, I thought the cat pissed in here. It was that potent. So I got an ozone generator. I ran the ozone generator, and surprisingly, it got rid of all the odor. Dude, ozone generators are tits, man. They are tits. Like, it literally, I ran it for 1 hour yesterday, let the room sit for 2 hours. Then I came in and ventilated, opened a window, and circulated air in to pump out all the O3 or all the ozone. And sure enough, I came up here today to do the stream, and I come into the room. I can't smell any mold at all. It smells like fresh. It smells like linens in here, like fresh linens. And I was like, dude, that's badass. So now I got rid of the water source that was backing up in the carpet, because the carpet was all damp for weeks, and I didn't notice over there because it was behind some computers that were sitting on the floor. And that's how water got into it, by the way. I pulled the AC out because I was going to unplug the back of it because I thought the back was plugged up, the drain hole. So I pull it out of the window. And when I pulled it out of the window, it was supposed to be sitting on a thing, but it dropped to the side like this, and the water just went rushing out of it and poured into the top of a computer that was down underneath it. So that computer is now laying on its side for the next probably couple of days, letting the water drip out of it and dry out of it. So I felt like a total dumbass doing that. And of course, it was the PC that has vents on the top. So it was like straight shot down through the heat sinks right to the GPU and the motherboard. So I was like, fuck. So hopefully I didn't just kill my dual Xeon workstation with 128 gigs of DDR4. So anyways, I did that. I put the AC back in the window. Fucking my back's killing me. Still is right now, but it fucking killed me more when I jerked it pulling that thing out of there, which made things way worse. But now I pour water all over shit. I thought I siphoned it all out too. I siphoned out literally like 3 gallons of water out of the thing. And so now the carpet's dry.
Fill the main space with rice. You'll be fine.
I know, right?
Actually, though, this is for everybody.
Rice does absorb moisture, by the way. It does.
Rice fine. But anytime you get like electronics or beef jerky or anything like that, save the little desiccant packets. Put them in a Ziploc baggie and save those. It's better. Better than rice.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, the little silicone desiccant. Yeah.
Dude, I used to have like this monster ones, like these huge fucking desiccant packs from oh crap. They come from like when you get like tray CPUs and stuff, or like a big bulk electronics and stuff, big packs. Yep. And man, it helps. Throw them in with your camping, like your big bucket of like camp gear and stuff. Throw that shit in there, or like your tents and stuff. When you got it like hanging out in your garage, trying to dry out your your tent or camping gear and stuff. Yep. Dude, lock it up in a box. So good. Silica cat litter, that helps. They're
super cheap too. If you want to just buy them, like if you don't have them from another source, right now on Amazon you can get 15 20-gram silica packs for $5.
Oh, nice.
Like right now they're on sale. It looks like, how much are they normally? They're normally $10, so they're half off right now. I'll give you guys a link so I can make some money if you buy some.
Yeah, buy from.
There you go. There's
buy from the link.
So and these ones look like they're about the size, a little bit smaller than a hand. So they're on the bigger side. But you can get a 60 pack. They go from 15 to 60 pack for $18.
Nice.
So you get like 4 times as much for like 3 times the money.
Nice.
But you can get bigger ones, and they have massive ones. You can get ones that are 2.2 pounds for $22. Like these massive ones. And the cool thing about them is when they get used up, so when they've absorbed all the moisture they can absorb, you just stick them in the oven for 2 hours. Boom, they're recharged and ready to go again. You can use them as many times as you want. Like a lot of people just throw out those desk impacts. No, you can use them unlimited uses.
Yeah.
Like this one right here, it even has instructions right on it. It says you can stick it in a microwave at 1,000 watts for 6 minutes or an oven at 300 for 2 hours. Either way it'll work.
Oh, to like dry them out again?
Mm-hmm. Yep, and it says that's
interesting. Color change.
because all you got to do is drive the moisture out. When you heat them up, they release their moisture.
Nice.
So, by the way, there is a coupon for that one. If you click the little coupon thing, saves you $1.15. And they go all the way up. Man, you can get 500 gram visible, so you can get like a transparent one so you can see the beads, because the beads will change color when they absorb moisture, so you know when it's used up. So that's the one I'd get. Like honestly, it's $2 more. It's well worth it. Actually, here, let me send a link to this one. This is the better one. Like it's $2 more, but it has a window. And the reason why the window is important is it's hard to tell when they're fully used up, like when they're not absorbing moisture anymore. This one, you can just look through the little window and see if the beads are colored green. And if they're colored green, then you got to reactivate it. If it's orange, then it's active. So you basically just heat it up until it goes back to orange. And I think that's pretty cool. Hey, I want to thank some people have been super chatting, and because our bot's being a dumbass and isn't working, it's not popping up. So here, let's read these manual style. Let's go through this because I want to make sure everybody that's helping out gets a shout out always. Never want to miss a single person. All right, Leviathan Prim, thank you for the $2. Said, hello, Dr. the Beard and Mr. the Cherry.
Hello.
Hello to you, sir. Altonian, thank you for the £2. He said, test tickles. Like test, it tickles. I love it. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Meat Puppet, thank you for the $5. Said they definitely should have tried a combination of Android and Chrome OS sooner. Agreed. I feel like Android and Apple just chase each other's like ideas, and they're in every generation. I feel like they get closer to parity and features, because I won't be surprised when like iOS has like you plug your iPhone and you have something like Dex or something like that, because honestly, they seem to be stealing all each other's features. Like when I look at it, it's like every time I'm like, hey, what's the Android equivalent on this iPhone? What is the iPhone equivalent of this on Android? And you always get an answer back now. It's like where before it's like, oh, you can't do this on iPhone or you can't do this on Android.
Although I would say when it comes to like hardware, like the Samsung in particular is usually a little ahead.
You know what? This is the thing I found out though, is so what iPhone does is they always chase single thread performance. So iPhone always holds the record when they release their CPUs, not their GPU, but their CPU always holds the record for single thread performance. That's like the thing they make sure they do with every generation. But Android kicks their ass for multi-threaded. Like every time I've always seen the benchmarks, Android's flagship has always had the better multi-threaded performance versus the iPhone having the single threaded performance. And I think where that helps out with the iPhone stuff is like on iPhone, a lot of people don't do a lot of multitasking. They just open up their app and they use their app. They're not doing like the side by side and splitting the screen and shit that you can do on Android, right? You're always using one app or another. So it's easy to just dedicate that full CPU's, power to whatever has focus in the foreground, and then farming out the multi-threaded stuff that needs to go on in the background that requires far less power. But on Android, you can literally run like 3 or 4 hungry apps side by side. You could have like a game playing with like, something else in another window rendering a video or encoding a video. You can't on iOS, you can't really do that, because once you go away from the application, it's limited in what it can do in the background. Because on iOS, there's a background mode. Like when you move away from an app, it gets put into the background mode, which means only certain things can happen. It's not allowed to. It's not allowed to basically take all the resources from the system, because that has to go to the app that's in focus, and that's what makes Apple seem like it's so smooth.
Well, I was gonna. That's last few updates. It seems like that's not the case. Like like scrolling's been kind of whack and like laggy, especially after this whatever their Liquid UI thing that they just put out.
Yeah, I am gonna say I disabled Liquid. I disabled it. It's jank. It's super jank.
Yeah, man, I've seen a few side by side videos of like,
even on the 17.
Yeah, you might have the 120. Yeah, you might have this 120 hertz like screen or whatever, but like, why is this like so janky?
So
like,
I have a 15 Pro Max
and walky. Yeah,
and the 15 Pro Max basically has the GPU from like the 16 regular phone, That's usually how Apple works. Is like the Pro Max has the next generation chip in each series. So my 15 has the processing power of like the regular 16, iPhone 16. So one generation old. So an iPhone 6, a regular iPhone 16 is one generation old, and it already liquid glass chops on it and runs like shit. And
glass,
janky.
that's it. Yeah, liquid
and
glass.
that's the funny thing is, like you were saying, it even looks janky on iPhone 17, which I agree.
Yes,
I've seen videos on iPhone 17 where like, the search bar will like jerk as it's coming out.
Dude,
and
even
I've seen
just
it where like the liquid thing will hang and fall in the finger.
Yeah, or just swiping through like just your home screens with full bunch of icons and stuff. Because iPhone has an app drawer now, right? Like you can something like that. But
I do like 26. I want to go on the record and say I do like iOS 26. Once I disabled liquid glass and once I disabled the additional animations, like you can basically increase opacity, disable the glass, and then disable the animation so it uses a simpler animation transitioning to things. And then it runs great. It runs a lot better. But I still will say it is very noticeably slower, the UI is, than iOS 18. But where it makes up for it is the functionality. I love the keyboard much better. I love the photo app much better. I love the way that they manage the menus in the applications for the options much better. The way that you select text and copy and paste is much better. The messaging app is much better. Like you can tell that they really went back to formula on a lot of stuff. But at the same time, I feel like a lot of it was borrowed from like stuff that Android was doing with the Google Pixel. And anybody that has a Google Pixel knows that Google always reserves the latest version of Android for the Pixel, and you can't put it on anything else. They don't release it publicly. Like Google literally covets the latest version of Android, puts it on their Pixel. I don't know for how long. I don't know if it's like 6 months or a year, but then they send it out to all the other people that get to use it later on. But that's how Google ensures that they have an advantage with their Pixel, is because now they only have to test for one hardware matrices in the beginning and ship for one hardware matrix, which is the Google Pixel series, right? I think they have like a Pixel number, and then there's like a Pro and a normal version, right? Like a big model and a small model, kind of like iPhone does. And so because they only have to make it work with one device, it takes them a lot less time to get that perfected. And then they put that on their one phone, put it out there, and then over the course of the year, they work it out and fix it and get it out of beta for everything else. So a lot of phones that you have, if you don't have Google's phone, you can't run the latest version of Android. And I think that's kind of stupid. Like, being that Android is open source, I don't understand why. I mean, I understand why Google does it from a business perspective, but I think it sucks that the only way you get the latest and greatest Android features is if you have a Pixel. And I thought that was kind of dumb, because I thought the whole point of Android was you can buy any phone you want from anybody and have the latest and greatest features. And so I think that's a little jank. I don't like it, but apparently they've been doing that forever. Like, this isn't something new. This is something Google's done, from the conception of the inception of the Google Pixel. But I've never used a Google Pixel before, but I do hear great things. Like, everybody I know that has a Pixel says that they love it. The video quality and the picture quality on them looks really good. I won't say that it's as good as
particularly the pictures. Yeah,
the pictures are good. The pictures do look really good, I have to admit. And I do like I do like the user interface, like as far as all the Android user interface they have, because a lot of OEMs do like their own little twists and their own little interface, because they can. Android allows you to put any UI you want on anything. UI is just another application, basically. Just like Explorer in Windows. I don't know if you guys know that, but Explorer in Windows, like where you see the Windows UI with the taskbar and the task tray and everything, that's all one process that's running. It's called Explorer EXE. You can literally change a single registry key, and you can have it run a completely different shell. You can download completely proprietary Windows shells off GitHub that look like Windows XP, that look like Windows NT, Windows 3.1. You can run
I'm actually running one.
Are you really?
Bugger, I can't recall what it is. Hang on, maybe it's in my task.
Dude, translucent electronics are awesome. Are you talking about like the prison shit where it's like you can see through everything and see all the electronics inside?
Like the candy colored iMacs back in the day, or the fucking purple.
No, that's what I mean. Like you can see the electronics inside, like it's clear.
But colors, like the colors
for sure.
No, and I think it's just a demo for now, but I'm gonna have to pay. Oh, Stardock is the one I'm using. Yeah.
By the way, those things are highly sought after now. Those iMacs, the original iMacs, those go for money.
It's so I could have the Windows, or actually not even Windows 10. I think it's the Windows 7 start menu.
Mm-hmm.
But when I do the
Stardock?
search,
is it Stardock?
Yeah, I'm using Stardock.
Yeah, Stardock makes cool shit.
When I do the search is still shit. I don't like that. I had to turn off like the web, because like that thing.
Do you run PowerToys? For some reason, it won't install.
I downloaded PowerToys and I tried the MSI, I tried the EXE, I double click on it, nothing happens.
You know why? Because it requires Explorer XE. You're using a third-party Explorer. I bet you that's why it's not installing.
Maybe.
Because a lot of the PowerToys integrate with Explorer, like as menu items and like the search thing that pops up as a part of Explorer. It injects.
I'm pretty sure I tried to get PowerToys first before I went to StarDock, because I was like, oh, PowerToys has what I want to, where it should have.
So one of the coolest features in the PowerToys right now is Alt Spacebar. So you'll know if you have it or not. Hit Alt Spacebar. If nothing happens, then you don't have it. But if you do Alt Spacebar, you have a PowerToy. Let me get the name of it here, because this is my favorite PowerToy.
Nope,
this thing's badass. So what it does, it replaces. You were saying you don't like search, right? You don't like the Windows search is garbage. It's always been garbage.
I go to search and then it's like, oh, see web results, and I try to go add remove. I just type add remove, and it'll default to add remove devices. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, bro, I want to add or remove programs. Like, that's what I want to go to. It's funny I say that, and it did it now as best match, probably because I've clicked on add remove programs more now.
Yep.
But
okay, so Alt Space, it's called, the PowerToy is called Quick Launcher. So, and it's not what it sounds like. It launches stuff too, but it does everything. It's like, have you ever used like on a Mac? On a Mac, if you hit the Mac key plus spacebar, it opens up like this little search bar in the middle of the screen. The Finder. The Finder.
Yeah.
So this is like a Windows version of Finder, and it pops up in the center of whichever screen has focus. So you have multiple monitors, wherever the mouse cursor is, it pops up in the middle of the screen, and it just says start typing. And it is like a fully like AI enabled, but like client side AI enabled, search, calculator, word processor, copy and paster. It can do anything. It can open apps. It can search folders. It can extract text from things. Anything you can think of, this damn thing can do. And it shows you all the monikers when you open it up. There's plugins like, oh, do double question mark if you want to search the web. Do a $sign if you want to search for Windows settings. Do a less than sign if you want to search between open windows. So like if I want to look for my Notepad window and it's buried somewhere, it's minimized, I can do lower and do Notepad, and it'll pop up. Oh, here's all your Notepad instances. You click on it, it'll pop it up on the screen. If you want to search for a local file, all you do is just type the name of the file and hit enter, and it'll search for it. If we want the weather, you can do that too. If you want to get like the time on a file, like there's just different characters that you use for that. If you want to execute a command, let's say I just want to execute a command like a ping or CMD or a PowerShell command or something like that. All you do is less than sign, and then I can type like Notepad.exe. Notepad.exe, and then it pops up a little thing down below that shows the actions that come from that. So it says Notepad.exe, shell, execute this command Notepad.exe through the shell. And then there's two icons it puts next to it to run as administrator or run as standard user. If you press enter, it just runs as standard user. If you do Control-Shift-Enter, then it does as administrator. But it's a really cool way to open anything, anywhere. It's the anything. You don't ever have to touch the start menu again. You just, anywhere you're at, you just do Alt, Space. And again, this is the PowerToy is called Quick Launcher.
Okay.
And it has all kinds of customization.
Cool.
You can go through and customize like how many suggestions it'll show you as you're typing, the result order. The theme, you can change the theme to be dark or light or the Windows default. You can change the preferred monitor position if you want it to open where the mouse cursor is or the center of the screen that has focus or all the screens. And dude, it's badass. It is absolutely badass. Like you can just do anything you want. You just start typing shit. Like I can come in here and say, what is 5 plus 5? Right? And it knows what you're doing. It says, oh, you want to do math. So I'll do like 5 plus 5 divided by 2 equals, right? And I'll just hit enter. Right? And does it open up calculator?
It worked this time.
Wait, it installed?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
Crazy. Because like the last couple, and I just installed the more recent version, 0.94.2. The ones I was trying before was just 0.94. And it would get through the whole thing. It would do process, blah, blah, process. Yep. Holy cow. Thank you for the 50 pounds kilo alpha. Holy moly.
Dude. Oh, yeah. I hope that covered up my massive fart I just let out. That was a big one. It'd go
through the whole like install thing, and then it would get to the end and say, oh, failed. And then like nothing.
Okay, so you said it installed, right? Okay, yeah, hit Alt and space bar. Hit Alt space bar.
Oh, well, yeah, it opened the settings. I'm already open it. Yeah, it's already open.
Did it open up the search bar thing?
It opened like the full Power Toys settings.
Okay, so you probably have to go into settings and enable it then. It's probably not enabled by default.
Oh, cool. So now I think I can get rid of Stardock because I think this will let me fuss with the start menu.
Dude, this will let you change the menus back to classic and everything. Yeah.
Do they still have the God mode folder?
Yeah. Yep. That still works.
I'll have to look into that too because that's fun too. It's like if you look into that, you name a particular folder, a certain thing.
It's a shortcut. Yeah, you create a shortcut.
It gives you a bunch of access. It gives you access to a bunch of registry settings and stuff.
I got it right here. I'm putting in chat if you want to do it. So create a shortcut. Just right click, create a shortcut on your desktop, and then where you normally would type in the program, just paste that where it's God mode dot and then it has an idea.
Aren't you supposed to make a folder and then you name it?
I thought it was a shortcut, but maybe it's a folder. You might be right. It might be. Let me try a folder. Let me create a folder with that name. You're correct. It is a folder.
Yeah.
Yep. And then when you create it, the folder won't have a name, but you can name it. Like just click below it, and you can name it and just do name it like God mode.
Yeah,
and then when you double click it,
I don't know, like I can't remember. They're like they're not programs, but they're like
they're shortcuts to everything in Windows.
They're shortcuts to registry settings and stuff, things like that. And you can do all kinds of. They've had that since XP, and you can do all kinds of cool stuff with that.
Do you remember the classic? Control panel in like Windows XP back in the day?
Yes.
It's basically like that, but with a lot more shit added to it.
Yes.
And it's everything, and it's searchable too. So you can open up and just type in like a folder. You can just type Bluetooth. Like type Bluetooth and boom, now it's devices and printer. Add a Bluetooth device, change a Bluetooth device, view Bluetooth devices. You can search your network. I don't know why it's pulling up network for when I'm searching for Bluetooth. And then you can search for CDs and media folder, autoplay. But yeah, you can just use the search, just like you're searching a folder, and they show up like shortcuts. They look like shortcuts.
Yeah.
But if you right click on it, it only has open and create shortcut. But if you want to create a desktop shortcut, like for instance, there's add device, there's add clocks for different time zones, there's backup and restore.
It makes the registry settings more like human readable.
Yeah, let's say you wanted to do a system backup. Every day you want to click on a thing. Whenever you want to back up, but because you're afraid you're going to fuck something up and you want to restore point, let's say you want to do a backup point. You can actually take the backup thing in here, right click, go to create shortcut. It'll create a shortcut on the desktop. And now all you got to do is double click that whenever you want to create a backup, and it'll automatically do it.
It's funny. There's one in here that says backup and restore the Windows 7 backup and restore.
Yep.
That's fun.
So yeah, so Ox
which I think is deprecated, by the way. I don't think you should be using the Windows 7 one if you're on Windows 11. I'm pretty sure that's deprecated.
Yeah, has anybody tried this in chat yet? I'm curious if because this works on all the Windows, not just Windows 11. This works on Windows 10, Windows 8.18. This even worked, all the way back as far as I know. This is always
as far as I know, all the way back to XP.
Yep.
Or what? I guess it's probably anything that has like the base NT kernel, right?
Yep. Yeah, because this was never meant to be leaked publicly. This was an internal thing for testing.
Yeah.
Because we actually use this internally. This was something that we used for testing Windows.
It's practically like this Power Toys. This Power Toys came from freaking Microsoft. Like it's not a third party thing. So like it's like one of those wink and a nod things. Like this is secret.
So Power Toys is a little bit of a trip. So Power Toys isn't expressly Microsoft. Now Microsoft owns it.
I was like, I got it from Microsoft's GitHub.
A lot of the Power Toys actually came from people that created them in the open source community.
That's what I thought. I thought years ago it was a third party thing.
It was.
And like they absorbed it. Because I remember way back, I want to say XP days, Power Toys was like, you had to go to like download.com and get it.
When I worked at Microsoft, we weren't allowed to use Power Toys for a period of time. And I think that was because we didn't own the rights to it. Let's see here. Who created Power Toys originally? Because I want to say it was like Resenovich. Mark Resenovich created some of the tools, but he actually created a separate set of tools called the sysinternal tool set. But I think some of that even got merged into Power Toys because the sysinternal tools did some of the shit that Power Toys does now. So who created Power Toys? By the way, if you don't have the sysinternals tools, oh my God, they're amazing. And the Nursoft. Okay, so let's full stop here. If you guys want to get real power user on Windows, go get the Nursoft tools. Now, granted, your virus scanner and defender is going to yell and say, "Oh my God, viruses ever!" No. This has been around forever. These tools have been around forever. They're super highly trusted. The reason Windows complains is because these power tools do shit that's like super low level in the operating system that they shouldn't be doing. But it gives you the power to do shit that you normally couldn't do. So Nursoft tools, a must-have. Sysinternal tools, must-have. Sysinternals has a thing called Process Explorer. Just for that alone, you should get the sysinternal tools. So Process Explorer will let you kill processes that you can't even force kill with Task Kill or through Task Manager. It will let you kill services that you can't kill, like protected services. Not only that, it will let you know when a process touches a file. Like you can literally instrument it. Like you can say, I want to know when a process touches this file, opens this text file or touches this text file or writes to it or reads to it. And it will record those operations for you. And you can literally hit record and it'll record the state of every process and what it's doing, what it's opening, what it's touching, what memory it's addressed, everything you can think of, you can instrument. It will save that as traces. And then afterwards you can look at it. We used to use that as a debugging tool internal to Microsoft all the time. Even before they bought Mark Russinovich, because Mark Russinovich used to be Microsoft's enemy because he was the guy that found that Sony vulnerability. Remember the Sony phone home thing that was a big lawsuit? Back in the day where you put a CD in Windows if you had any music CD that was made by Sony and you put it in your CD-ROM drive on Windows, it would run an autoplay INF that did a bunch of background shit and sent your data to Sony. And Mark Russinovich was the guy who wrote the code that found that and figured out exactly what it was sending and decoded it and everything. So he's the guy that blew that wide open. And Microsoft ended up buying him because they saw him as a threat. Because he was able to write tools that could access low-level shit in Windows that was specifically protected against. Like, he was accessing shit that, like, Microsoft went out of their way to ensure that there was no way people could access that externally, that required, like, very special internal signed Microsoft tools. And Mark Russinovich was figuring out how to do this shit without that signature. So Microsoft just paid him off. Now he works there. I want to say he's super high level now at Microsoft. I want to say he's like a director of something. Oh, like he climbed the ranks big time. He's still there today, as far as I know, too. So he used to have an office right down the hall from where I worked in Building 26. Is Mark Russinovich still at Microsoft, the author of sysinternals? By the way, I shouldn't give him full credit because he also had another guy that he worked with that created the sysinternal tool set. And Microsoft only bought Mark Russinovich. They didn't buy his partner. So he found like this loophole where it's like Microsoft doesn't own the sysinternal tools. They just own Mark. So, but his friend is still able to like expand the tools and still keep working on it. Yeah, he's the chief technology officer at Microsoft. So yeah, he's literally a technical fellow.
Fancy.
He works in Azure now. So yeah, Mark Russinovich, sysinternal tools and co-founder of Win Internal Software, still works at Microsoft as of 2025. He is the chief technology officer, deputy chief information security officer, and technical fellow for Microsoft Azure. So he holds 3 roles right now. Yeah, that's crazy. But yeah, sysinternals, great tools. I think it's like isn't it just sysinternals.com? Sysinternals. It's either .com or .org. Yeah, no, I found it. Here it goes. And it's funny, it actually sends you to Microsoft now. So now you download them from Microsoft. So there you go. If you guys want to download the sysinternal tools, they're badass. And Process Explorer is like one of my favorite tools all time. And I want to say Nersoft has an equivalent. Like Nersoft has an equivalent, but the UI isn't as good. Like I don't really like the UI on the Nersoft tool. It's like very basic and very Windows 3.1-ish looking. The sysinternal tools are more up to date and more because Mark Russinovich like keeps them up to date and working with the latest versions of Windows. Nersoft is very basic looking UIs. They're more about functionality than anything. As a matter of fact, most of the Nersoft tools don't even have a help, like a /? help. Like you literally have to go to the Nersoft website and look at the usage. Because it'll just pop up a dialogue that says, go here to figure out how to use this tool. Like, they don't want to maintain, like, separate usages for each of the tools. Because there's, like, 1,000 of them, seriously. There's so many freaking tools in there. But, yeah, I haven't even looked at sysinternal tools. Like, I just used the Process Explorer. I haven't used all their other stuff. But RDC, man, a tool for managing connections to remote desktop and terminal server clients. That's cool. Sysinternals Azure DevOps extension. Control to Caps, a tool to help remap the caps lock key to control. Oh, interesting.
Oh, but again, kind of a little easier to reach.
But how is he doing that? Because you shouldn't be able to remap that key to control because control is a protected key in Windows. Like control, you can't override control. You can make a shortcut in Explorer, but you can't override the key.
You're not overriding control. You're overriding caps lock. You're overriding caps lock to be a control input.
How do you override caps lock? That's like a BIOS control key.
You capture the input from the from the HID controller, right?
He's just
you can just capture the input before it reaches it reaches any the vocabulary.
No, I know what you're saying. He's basically intercepting the control key push, and then he's basically pushing a keystroke to the stack, the caps lock key to the stack, and then the caps lock will turn on because it sees it. You're right.
I'm thinking about just, how you would do that in software, like if inside of a game or something, like you can capture any key press and have it do something else.
This is kind of cool.
It's just at a system level.
So the sysinternal tools, you can download them individually now. You used to
nice.
download it as
Okay,
like a full
cool.
suite. Like you still can. It still has the whole thing in a single download. But now, just like Nerdsoft tools, you can go select each individual tool. I'm just going to download the whole suite, though, because I haven't had this in a while. I'm like telling everybody else to use it, and I haven't used it in like 5 years. But no, it's like, let's see how many tools are in here. I'm curious. So there are 160 sysinternal tools. Now, keep in mind, half that, because most of them are there's 32-bit and 64-bit that they still maintain. I don't know why, because I don't know of any Windows version that you can still install 32-bit that's like maintained by Microsoft, but maybe
not after XP.
Yeah, so maybe they're just maintaining them for like down level, like for Windows old Windows XP installs and stuff like that.
Yeah, Nine-Night. Nine-Night, yeah, Nine-Night's good stuff.
Nine-Night's good stuff. Yeah, for sure. Sysinternal's sweet. You know what I like better than Nine-Night though? Uni Get UI. So let me get you guys a link to that. I've been using this for months now.
Like command line kind of stuff? Going through WinGet or something?
So it's basically a graphical user interface that wraps every package installer in PowerShell in Windows. So and it maintains a whole library of like all the tools,
voice attack
everything.
is fun.
So let me get you guys a link to this called UniGet UI. It's they had to change the name of it. It was WinGet UI, if you guys remember WinGet UI. They had to change the name because Microsoft, gave them shit because people were contacting Microsoft when there was a bug because they thought Microsoft owned it. But this is it right here. They renamed it to UniGet UI. Oh, voice attack is amazing. Bradley Smith, 100% voice attack is amazing.
It's so fun.
Worth every penny. I think it's only like $10 too. It's worth it.
Yeah, actually, I think I bought it too back in the. I used to play it when I played Elite Dangerous a lot. I had a bunch of voice commands set up.
You can't play Elite without it.
Dude, it's so much fun.
Literally cannot play Elite without
now that I have like a overly complicated HOTAS setup, I don't think you would need voice attack as much, but it was a lot of fun.
I made a mistake. I didn't mean you're talking about. I was talking about Star Citizen. Sorry, my bad. Star Citizen, you cannot play. Honestly, you cannn't, because Star Citizen has like 1,000 fucking commands.
It was so fun. You'd say stuff like, full power to shields, or all attack, all ahead full, and then full throttle, or
it was so
that kind
good.
Of stuff.
It was so good at recognizing speech too.
Oh, it was really good.
Like every other text to speech thing was kind of garbage until AI came along. This doesn't use AI, and it still gets your voice perfect.
It was very good.
It will not let you down.
Well, and because it was practically, if I remember right, you could record your own. You could record your own commands.
Like you train it on your voice.
Your voice stuff, and so dude,
100% trained on your own voice. It's badass, absolutely badass.
Very
dude, it's cool that we're like going down all these tools. This is like a good thing to talk about because It's been a while
actually
since we
tech
talked
stuff
about
this
tools.
time.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, this is rad, dude. No, because it's like you start remembering shit. Like you talk about one thing and then you remember another thing, and it's like now we're talking about the Nerdsoft tools, we're talking about the sysinternal tools, we're talking about power toys, and these all serve like different purposes. And so dude, and I will tell you right now, the sysinternal tool set is super badass, like super badass. And by the way, there's two. There's Process Explorer and Process Monitor. So Process Monitor is the one that can tell you when a process is like touching files and touching memory and talking to other processes and talking to other services, which is really handy, by the way. Have you ever tried to delete a file and it says this file is in use by another application?
Literally just had that issue last night when I was clearing out my my video game or like where I store my video game installs. Yep. Yes. Yeah.
So there are two ways.
Oh, it's not that it was being used, but it was like you need certain privileges. And I'm like, bitch, I'm fucking admin. What are you talking about? And it was because the admin was from the previous Windows install. Yep. And so I just ended up just formatting the drive anyways. But
so if you ever tried to delete a file and it says you can't delete this file because it's in use somewhere,
especially system files.
It could be something as simple as the file is just open under a console window. It's open in Notepad. It could be, and it could be, there are a million different things could be touching that file. A service could be touching it. You have no idea, but if you use Process Monitor, you can go into Process Monitor and literally type in that file name, and it will go through and figure out which process or processes have a lock on it. So then you just click on them and say release the lock, and you can delete the file. The other one, if you want the shortcut, there's even a better tool for this specific situation. That's one of the power toys, and I forget what it's called. It's called I think it's called Locksmith. Yeah, it's called Locksmith. So inside of the power toys, is a thing called Locksmith, and what it does is it adds a new option to the right-click menu in Windows that says Unlock with File Locksmith. And what it does is if you ever have a file anywhere, you just right-click on it and you go Unlock with File Locksmith, and it'll open up a window, and it will literally show you every process that is currently opening it, whether it's writing or reading. So you can tell if it's writing to it, you might not want to kill it because you want to let it finish, right? If it's reading, no big deal. Just break the link. And then you break the link, and as soon as it breaks the link, now, even though that other process is running that's accessing it, you can still delete the file out from under it. Now, it might crash that process, but at least now you know which program to stop if you want to delete it, or if you want to forcefully disconnect it from that because you're confident it's still going to work. You can do that too, but it's nice. You just right-click any file. If you're ever deleting files, oh, sorry, you can't delete this file because it's in use by another process. Right-click it, unlock with FileSmith. It will tell you exactly who's touching it. And I use that all the time because what I'll do is I put a million files in one folder. Like I have a folder called Scratch where I just dump tons of shit in that I'm just testing and playing around with before I give it a permanent home, right? Yeah. And sometimes I'll accidentally leave a Pi file open in a notepad that's minimized. Or I'll have a PowerShell window open that's like grabbing the file and watching for input. Like in PowerShell, you can do a command where it basically opens a file, and then as you write to that file anywhere else, it'll output the changes to that file in real time. But it holds a lock on it. It holds a lock on the file. So I had this shit spread out everywhere. I had like 5 files I couldn't delete in this folder when I was trying to purge my Scratch folder. And I'm like, what the fuck? Every single one of my right click said, oh, go to file unlock or whatever, or locksmith. And it would take me right to that window. It would open it right up, forward and center. I could close it and then go delete the file. Right, or I could do a bulk operation. I could select all the files in the folder, right click, go into locksmith, and it would open them all at the same time and show me all the processes that were accessing them. So it's a super handy little tool. It's one of those tools where it's like, you don't need it until you need it. But once you run into a situation where you need it, you're like, God, that's really handy to have, because it sucks having to like go around and guess what is attached to a file. Because you're like, you have a random Pi file that you haven't touched in like 5 days that's in some wandering notepad somewhere. And you got 1,000 notepads on your desktop, and you're like, fuck, which one is it? Which one is it? Just trying to look at the names of the things in the little drop down on the bar when you got, when it stacks them all up as one icon. Pain in the ass. Shift right click. That's a good one. Shift right click gives you extended options. Because
it puts you into it's like administrator right click. Like I've done that to open certain things in administrator mode, right?
Yeah, it also gives you other options too, though. Like there's let's see if I have a regular file sitting on my desktop here somewhere. I've got to have a text. Oh, there we go. Here, let me try using a shortcut to a website. So if I right click on it with Shift, I get open as administrator or open. Everything else looks the same, but I want to say there's other ones that show up depending on the file. Bradley could tell us though. WinH is Windows dictation. Ooh, I haven't used that. What is that? WinH? Here, let's try that. Microsoft Speech Services. Voice typing turns your voice into text.
Very cool.
Oh shit!
I recently tried that with Google Doc, and I was a little unimpressed. It was too much like speech to text. Like texting, right? Where you have to be like blah 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 period blah 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 comma.
Well, here, let me test it right now. I got Notepad.
I want it to be a little more natural, where it might try to guess where a comma is supposed to go, or like it should know, when a sentence is ending.
Here, I'll do the drunk test. I'll do the drunk test right now. I'll open up because it's voice typing turns your voice into text with Microsoft Online Speech Service. By the way, it's using online speech service AI. So this is going to be better. So here, let me select the microphone.
Yeah.
So I'm going to select my microphone. Okay, it says the voice typing launcher lets you quickly access voice typing when you're in a text box. So you can enable this voice typing launcher where it just automatically opens in a text box. Automatic punctuation. That's cool. I'm going to enable that.
Yeah, see, automatic punctuation. Yep. Yeah.
You can disable the profanity filter. It's on by default, by the way. So I disabled that.
Fuck that.
Okay, so let's try it. So I got it in stereo. So I'm going to hit record. Let's see here. Fucking shit ass fuck balls bastard son of a bitch. Yeah, it's perfect. Hello, my name is Jerry, and I'm talking really fast. I want to see if you pick up everything perfectly, and if you miss any words, I won't gonna get pissed off at you. Okay, now I want you to go ahead and send this out to the internet. Okay, let me pause it. All right, let's see how it did. It says, it says, I'm going to get pissed off at you. Okay, now I want you to go ahead and send this out to the internet. Oh, I went too far. Hold on, let me go back to the beginning. All right, here we go. So this is, tell me how close this was to what I said. Here, fucking shit ass balls, period. Bastard son of a bitch, period. Yeah, comma. It's perfect, period. Hello, comma. My name is Jerry, and I am talking really fast. I want to see if you pick up everything perfectly and if you miss any words. I won't going to get pissed. So I got that a little pissed off. I won't going to get pissed off at you. Okay, now I want you to go ahead and send this out to the internet. So that was pretty close to what I said.
Yeah, pretty good. And I appreciate the punctuation. I think it did a pretty good job with that.
Yeah, so I'm going to hit record. Go, hello, Auxiliary. How are you doing today? Are you having fun on Tech Talk? Because this is a really good show, and I really enjoy doing it with you. And everybody has a great time when they come to our show, and it's really awesome when people do super chats. and read it back. You got hello auxiliary. It did AUXILIARY, but that's expected because it doesn't know your name.
Oh, the word. Yeah, the actual word auxiliary. Yeah, that makes sense.
It says,
that's
how
fair.
are you doing today? Are you having are you having fun on Tech Talk? Because this is a really good show, and I really enjoy doing it with you, and everybody has a great time when they come to our show, and it's really awesome when people do super chats. I'd say that's pretty accurate to what I just said.
Did very good.
So, and it does take a little bit of time. Like you see it, like if you type too fast, it starts doing periods, but then it catches up with you as you type. Now let's see, can it do text? Will it recognize when I transition a word to text to spell your name, right? So if I say fuck, I fucked it up already. Where is it? Auxiliary. AUXXZILLARY. Yep, it did it. It did them as spaced out letters, and then when I was done, it collapsed them back into a word. So now the question is, now will it remember that it's a name? Oh, interesting. It popped up a thing. It says, help voice typing learn from real talk. Everyday use of voice typing could make Microsoft's online speech technologies more accurate for everybody who speaks your language. If you decide to contribute your voice clips, oh, this is like if you want to share your data. No, I don't want to contribute. So let's try this here. Fuck the police coming straight from the underground. Yeah, nailed it. Absolutely nailed it.
Wu-Tang's for the kids.
It's perfect, dude. So all you do is you click in a text box. Now I enabled that feature. Like here, I did text box. Now let me do WinH and see if it just starts. Testing. That's awesome. That's all, dude. It works perfectly. It did testing, testing, period.
I gotta say, especially like if you're writing, this is for you kids out there. If you're writing a paper, text or speech to text is fantastic. Like it'll help you. I think it'll help you to write a more cogent and like human sounding paper. Even if it doesn't get like the punctuation and stuff right, you can, like if you're writing an essay or something and you're working off like your bullet points or that kind of thing, dictate the paper. Or even if you've written it out and you want to go back over it or something, it can help you a lot with making it sound more like you. Very cool.
I have to say that the voice dictation shit is getting so good now with the AI assistants.
Oh, dude,
right?
It's bonkers now. Yeah,
it's getting
crazy.
So good now that I feel like between that and AI coding, like using like Visual Studio Code where you're like communicating with an AI and it's actually going through and editing all the different files and doing what you want. I feel like we're there today where if you just spent a little bit of time setting it up, you wouldn't even need a keyboard or mouse. You could literally just sit in Visual Studio and just vibe code with nothing but your voice and actually create something useful.
Yeah, probably.
Because I mean,
you'd have to set up certain like an auto hotkey kind of a thing where like if you said curly brace, it's not going to put the actual words curly brace, right?
But I don't even think you'd even say curly brace. I think what you just say is create a function with two variables named this and this, and it would just infer everything. Like as you went along, it'd be like, oh, he's doing a string, so make that go back and make it a string. Yeah,
you'd have to tie that to like an LLM kind of a thing, I think.
Oh, 100%.
Just
for
context,
that's what I'm saying.
For you know, context interpretation.
No, but that's specifically what I'm saying is like LLMs are there. Like
we're for
there,
sure. Yeah, right. Like if you're in VS Code and it knows, okay, like duh, you're within that context of like, okay, we're coding. Then sure. I thought you meant more broadly, like controlling your whole computer.
No. I think that an LLM is required in between because first of all, everybody speaks a little bit differently. And text to speech, like if you ever use like Dragon Naturally Speaking, you had to go through a whole training thing to get it even remotely in the ballpark for your voice, right?
Yep.
Now with LLMs, you skip that entire thing entirely. Like you could talk to an LLM like you are drunk off your ass. And the one thing an LLM does, dude, I've done it before. I've done so many demos on live streams where I just dump garbage in like typing, missing all the letters. And it can infer by just a few things that I get kind of in the ballpark. It's able to infer everything else based on context. And so you combine that with voice where you're talking and it's like just phonetically spelling things out because it has no idea what you're talking about. You feed that through an LLM, it's going to nail it. And so the LLM becomes like that brick in between you and the computer that now allows the computer to understand you, even when you're not speaking clearly, even if you speak with a lisp, even if you have a speech impediment, doesn't matter. It can figure it out. Like it's that good. Now that's at the cost of processing power because of course the LLMs are highly inefficient. Like an LLM will always be massively by orders of magnitudes less efficient than doing it with an algorithm, like just a fixed algorithm.
Or just, I mean, we're getting better. It's getting closer to smaller ones, you know.
But like in chat, normally I'm going to try this with chat.
Focused.
So I do Windows key H in chat, and I go, hey, is everybody having a good time with Tech Talk today? Let us know in chat. Go ahead and say something. We really appreciate you guys being here today. It's been a lot of fun, and I couldn't type this fast if I even tried, and I can type pretty damn fast. Tell me if this looks okay and if everything's spelled properly. Oh, I exceeded the character count by 123. Shit, I forgot. You can't type that much in a comment. Here, I'll do it in 2. Here, else I'll paste the other one, then I'll paste this chunk, and then I'll paste the final chunk. Hold on here. That one, and then that one. So those 3 messages combined, right? I just did that all with voice. So did it paste them? Yeah, it's 4. So it's like everybody. Okay, hey, is everybody having a good time? Period. And if everything is spelled properly, oh, it screwed that up a little bit. Oh, sorry, I pasted that wrong. The second one's right. So hey, is everybody having a good time with Tech Talk today? And let us know in the chat. Go ahead and say something. We really appreciate you guys being here today. It's been a lot of fun, and I couldn't type this fast even if I tried, and I can't type, and I can type pretty damn fast. Tell me if this looks okay and if everything's spelled properly. I mean, that's pretty fucking good for as fast as I'm talking.
Yeah.
Like, and that's the crazy thing is it used to be that I could type faster than I could dictate, right? So that was the thing when I could type 130 words per minute. Now I can type around 100, 110 on a good day because my fingers are arthritic.
Sure.
But still, I can dictate faster than that now, and the computer understands me. And it's easier for me to go back and correct the mistakes that it fucks up than it is to correct my mistakes from typing. Trying to type that fast, I'm going to have a lower accuracy than what I have to fix with that. So it's almost like the only reason I'm not dictating right now is just because I'm still stuck on typing. Like, because that's me. I enjoy typing. I enjoy the tactile interface with the computer and how exact it is.
Yeah.
But I feel like the next generation is not going to be that way. I think kids are going to look at us like we're crazy. Like in another 10 years,
probably.
They're going to look at us with a mouse and keyboard and be like, what the fuck are you doing? We talked to, like, imagine if you were on the Enterprise and Scotty pulls out a keyboard and mouse and plugs it into the fucking console and starts typing and moving the mouse around. And you're like, what the fuck are you doing, Scotty? Like, you could just ask it to do anything and it'll just do it. And it's taking you 10 times longer to do everything now. And he's like, but this is how I do it. Like, this is what's comfortable to me. And it kind of reminds me, like, back in the day, it'd be the equivalent of us looking at people that, like, punch holes in tapes, right? Remember the guys used to program, like, the Altairs, and they'd punch the holes in the tape with the little tool, and then they feed it in the machine, and then click the buttons and switches to run the program. It's like, to them, that was how you did it. But today, if you had the ability to walk up that same computer and just be like, hey, I want you to add 60 plus 40 and give me the answer, and it just, oh, here's the answer. Like, they'd look at you like, what the fuck? Like, that's magic. But that's what it's going to be like, but we're hanging on to the past. Now, do I think keyboards still have a place? Absolutely, because like you said, you actually gave a really good use case. And that is, when you are typing things that need to be syntactically accurate for a computer language, dictating that would be difficult. Like, in my head, it's hard without me looking at it as I'm going. It'd be really difficult for me to be like, oh, void, main, void, open paren, close paren, this, blah, 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 blah. And having it know when I want it to be the word and when I want it to be the symbol. I think an LLM would be able to figure that out perfectly, actually.
Yes.
But I feel like I'd be very uncomfortable coding that way because when I'm coding, I need to be able to see everything around what I'm typing. Like actually interacting and putting things in the middle of the things that I'm typing. So I'm kind of like going in between. I think that's where keyboard and mouse still shine over vocal dictation. Because vocal dictation, you have to be like, go to line number 20. Okay, index in 5 characters. Okay, change this to this. Or actually, now that I think about it, I'm overthinking it. Because with an LLM, you could literally just say, hey, go change function name this to this. Or go add this variable to function and figure out how to fucking interface it to do this, accomplish this goal. And in that context, you're not actually coding anymore. You're just telling the computer what you wanted to do, and it's figuring out how to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And I really feel like that's... Have you seen the smart shells? Have you seen, like... God, they all cost money because they all require LLM licenses, as far as I know. I'm trying to remember the name of the one that I tried. It's a shell, an AI shell. It's a commercial one that you have to buy. And it's an AI shell that for Windows where you open up, just like kind of like how you open up the run window. But instead of open up the run window, it opens up a window that you just type in whatever you want in any language you want. It doesn't matter. It's just an LLM. But you say, I want you to figure out what the weather is right now in this zip code. And what it'll do is it'll actually open up a PowerShell window, create a PowerShell script that hits the servers, downloads the data, and formats it for you. Run that, to connect to the server and grab the data, and then come back, and then it puts the answer back in your window. So in your shell, it looks like you're just asking it to do something in English. It figures out how to do it in the background programmatically and then shows you the result. And I was kind of blown away with how well it worked. Now, there was some fear involved with it because every once in a while it would do something that could do damage. And if it did anything that could potentially do damage, it would then pause and show you the command or the code that it was about to run and ask you to approve it. But if it was something that was passive and didn't change anything, it would just do it. So I could just say, hey, I want you to create a file on my hard drive that has a list of every state and every zip code in a comma delimited format. And it'll go write a Python script or go write a PowerShell script. It figures out what language it wants to do. It figures out the most efficient way to get there, creates it, runs it, creates the file, but then it just returns a link to the file to you. So you're like, give me this file. Okay, here's where the file, click on it, it'll take you to it. And I looked at that and I was like, that turns everybody into a power user. Because you can even say, I want you to disconnect and reconnect my video game controller. And it'll actually write the PowerShell script to disconnect that, find the Bluetooth device that's most likely your controller, disconnect it and reconnect it. Or if there's multiple controllers, it'll pop up and say, hey, we found multiple controllers. Which one do you want to reset? And then you just tell it with your voice or typing in an LLM. And I have to say it was pretty cool because it's like, it's a do everything shell. You don't need PowerShell. You don't need WSL2. You don't need Terminal. You don't need CMD.exe. You don't need Explorer. You don't give a shit about none of that. You just tell it what you want the computer to do and it figures out the best way to get there using LLMs. And I thought that was pretty badass. The only thing I didn't like about it, though, was that it used a cloud-based LLM instead of a local LLM. And you're basically telling the LLM, I mean, it's uploading lists of your files. It's uploading text from your files. Like, your privacy is just fucked at that point. But I think that's what we're all up against with Windows, is I feel like Windows is going that direction with, like, Windows Recall.
Yeah.
They're like, we're never going to upload your shit to the server. Yeah, of course they are. Of course they are.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, then unplug your computer, turn off the Wi-Fi and see what happens.
Yeah. And then it's like, oh, you can't use this feature because you got to be connected to the internet. Yeah, exactly. Right. It's total bullshit that this is like when Microsoft used to say, hey, we don't upload your personally identifiable data to our server. Well, they can say that because not one mechanism does that. But if you combine the data from the three mechanisms that are all uploading a piece of the pie and link them all by the common variable, now you got personally identifiable data. Right. And so I call bullshit on that. And I feel like every operating system now, and this is kind of a segue into us talking about the whole government buying IT companies, is now it's not just personal companies that are mining your data. The government will have your data. Yeah. And that freaks me out a little bit.
Well, like them working with Palantir and that kind of stuff too.
That's scary, dude. That's scary. Palantir scares me because you're right, because Palantir works very closely with the government. Palantir needs data to do what they do. And now they're going to get that data from the government owning a bunch of private companies. So, by the way, here, since this is your topic, why don't you start out with the whole Intel thing, with 10% of Intel being purchased by the United States, and why you think that's a bad idea?
Yeah, well, they just shouldn't be getting involved like that. I mean, it's weird. It just doesn't. It feels icky. It's not. I mean, as much as we rail against, as much as the U.S. government rails against China, this is very
China-esque, right?
Chinese communist style. Like they may not fully all out own all of Intel, but 10% is a significant chunk, and that gives a significant amount of leverage over. Especially if it's like voting power, right? Like board or voting stock, right? Like as you do when you own stock, you get to vote on how public companies like operate and stuff like that. 10% is a significant portion, and you can sway the stock price. You can say, that kind of stuff. It's
do with 10%, you can take a company. Like we were talking about this before the stream. If they sold their 10%. Because they were mad or they wanted to punish a company for something, they would tank that fucking company. It
doesn't make sense to me. It doesn't make sense. How does the U.S. government, how does it do that? How can it, I don't know. It doesn't make sense to me as an entity.
Yeah. By the way, it's not just
U.S.
Intel.
government can't do that. It just seems weird to me.
Yep. We found out it's not just Intel either, guys.
Yeah, state-run companies should be limited to utilities. 100%. I agree. Yep. Frankly, it's weird to me that the federal government can step in and the rail workers went on strike, right? Yep. It's weird. It is weird and freaky to me that the federal government can step in and say, no, you have to go back to work. I'm sorry. 100%. I work for BNSF. I don't work for the United States government. I work for BNSF. If I don't want that's what a union is about. Yeah. The federal, I don't give a, that's part of the bargaining power is that, it's going to fuck the U.S. economy if we don't work. So that's part of the point. How do you, and what is the federal government going to even do? Okay. So the government steps in and says, go back to work, railroad workers. What if I still say no? What are they going to do? They're going to send the military after me and force me to run these fucking trains? Is the Army Corps of Engineers going to step in and start running these trains? Like, how are they going
to do what Trump's doing now and threaten to punish any company that does anything he doesn't like?
It doesn't make sense to me.
Imagine if they said, hey, if you don't come back to work, we're going to actually sanction any company that hires you in the future. We're literally going to put a flag on your back that says if they hire you, we're going to stop giving them support, or we're going to stop subs, or we're going to, or better yet, we bought stock in their company. We're going to tell them we're going to sell that stock unless they maintain only workers we say that they can have.
I mean, and if you're going to do that, if you're going to go that far, then nationalize the whole thing. Then the whole thing is just a government utility. It's a government service. Then
don't make it masquerade as a private company when it truly isn't.
Same with the airlines too. Right, same with the airlines. Like, I understand that it's federally regulated, which makes sense. Fine, but like, if the air traffic controllers want to go on strike as private citizens, then they should have that ability. But if the federal government can step in and force them back to work, then it should be, then you're a federal employee at that point. Like, that doesn't make sense to me. It's weird. This sort of, and I guess that's the laissez-faire stuff, I guess, right? Or somebody mentioned Reagan fucking with the air traffic controllers. It seems it's a weird mixy mishmash of like pseudo communism, I guess. Like, it's just strange to me that they're allowed to do that.
What worries me about this is they weren't allowed to do it before Trump. This is a new thing with Trump. And so
no. Biden forced the rail people back into
the rail people, the rail
and
company.
It's happened in the past too.
Well, first of all, isn't the rail subsidized? Like, the rail being built subsidized by the government?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure it is, because it's like a public utility in a sense. But here's the interesting thing. Check this out. So I looked up. I said, what private company? I wanted to make sure that I was clear. What private companies has the U.S. government taken a stake in, like actually bought a piece of? Like, the government itself bought a piece of a private company. And there's only 5 acquisitions that have happened, and they're all Donald Trump. No previous president has had the government purchase a percentage of a private company. Now, we're not talking about a company where it's like the government subsidizes and builds the railways or builds the power infrastructure, and so they have a huge say in something, where the company is part privatized and part the government, like, owned it from the beginning. We're talking about Intel. We're talking about rare earth mining companies. We're talking about lithium mining companies. We're talking about steel manufacturing in the United States.
Like, that doesn't make sense.
Yeah, these are all companies, and it's funny because it's all 10% stakes. Almost all of them are 10%. One's 15% for Nvidia and AMD.
But that's a revenue thing.
That's a revenue thing. That's reselling. Yeah. But basically, they demand that they get that percentage for every chip sold in the United States, right? But in this case, for stock, they have deals to own stock in Intel, MP Materials, Lithium Americas, and U.S. Steel. So you have the government buying up all these strategic, and they all have one thing in common. They all have connections to AI, building AI infrastructure. Every single one of these, like the lithium stuff for like the battery and the power and storage and everything to run these data centers. The rare earth metals for building the semiconductors. Intel, the people that use those rare earth metals to build said semiconductors. If the United States owns 10% of these massive private organizations that end-to-end soup to nuts create AI, who controls AI at that point? It's not private organization, because let me ask you, Auxiliary, do you really think that a company that's not in bed with the government can compete with a company that's in bed with the government, doing the same thing? One that has full backing of the United States government, that does whatever the United States government tells them to do, versus the person that are going it alone.
I mean, some of that stuff, they kind of have... Obviously no, right? Like, no, but like there's weird, especially in the United States, it's really weird how the government will step in to bail out private companies, banks, the airlines, the car companies, and that's just in the last like 20 years, right? All 3 of those have been, and so how is it not? How is that? It's so weird. How is it not then nationalized at that point? If the federal government's going to step in and give a bunch of billions of dollars to these private companies, why doesn't the U.S. government then own them flat out? Like, which again, like that's against the rules, sort of. But I don't know. It's so weird. And
so Adam said the U.S. steel one made sense. We hold the controlling share, so Japan can't say close it down to economically fuck over the U.S.
Okay,
that one makes sense. Fair enough. Fair enough. But it is odd that the government itself is doing this. Like, establish a private company or a private organization. You know, subsidize it through somebody, but the government shouldn't be the ones controlling this. Because now the problem is if the government controls the steel, they control who can buy it, what prices they can buy it from. They can tell that company what to do. Mm-hmm. And that's what worries me about our constitutional rights is it's like free speech, you know, does apply to speech, but it also applies to other things, right? Anything that's like an expression, you're not supposed to get punished by the government for the things that you do, basically. Are there consequences from private people? Yes, of course there are. But the whole thing with free speech is that the government doesn't get to dictate what you say by punishing you for what you say or what you expect or what ideology you have, right? They can't punish you directly for that. Now, if they own control over these companies that create things that you need in your life, they now have the ability to tell those companies that they can't provide that to you anymore. They have to take that away from you, or they have to sell it to you for more because you're considered an enemy of the state or you're considered somebody who's less than. I understand the whole thing, and I understand in I keep saying communism. No, in capitalism. I understand in capitalism, you have these companies that are building themselves in monopolies and getting unfair advantages in the workplace and stuff like that. I understand that can happen. And the government sometimes steps in to break those up to keep competition possible, right? Because you don't want one company having a stranglehold on something because that creates a similar problem to the government having control over one thing, right? But I feel like the government, it's a little on the nose when the government themselves hold the key to a big enough share that if they dumped it, they would cripple that company. Right. And Trump isn't above rigging the stock market. He does it all the time. He's made more money as president. Both times he's been president, he's made more money as president than he ever has throughout his entire life. Yeah. And this time he's made more in the 7 months than he's made his entire first 4 years, the first time around, by orders of magnitude.
It doesn't.
So if he can call up a company and say, listen, I don't want you to sell steel, or I don't want you to sell rare earth to this company over here making microprocessors because they're selling their microprocessors to other countries. We're only going to give rare earth to companies that are making stuff only for the United States. It's like, I feel like if we go down that road, we're going to become isolationists. And then this whole idea of us working on a global economy, now we're fucking wedged into our own little place where it's like we break ourselves off from that. We're no longer a part of that. And that means higher prices for higher costs of living prices for I mean, it really fucks the people that don't have a lot of money. Let me be honest. Like if you're super wealthy and shit, you probably don't got to worry about any of this, honestly. As a matter of fact, I have a lot of respect for the people that I do know that are incredibly wealthy, that fight against their own best interest because they know it's better for the greater good. I think that that's amazing, and I praise them for it as much as humanly possible. But the truth is, a lot of this shit leads to people having a lower quality of life, being under the thumb of the government, having less of a voice, and having to make the decision of whether to conform so that they can survive, or to literally just dry rot and die because the government has a stranglehold on all the shit that they normally would have been able to get in a capitalist environment, like no problem from somebody, right? It's just, I don't know. I'm a little worried where all this is headed. Like, I mean, that's no secret though. You guys know I've been worried about this shit for a long time, and a lot of the stuff I predicted came to pass faster than I thought it would. I thought this was going to be like, 2-3 years out, and this shit's already happening, right? I mean, the shit that happened with Jimmy Kimmel and Fallon, and it's like, holy shit. Or who was the other one that got canceled? Steve? No, not fuck. What's his name?
Colbert.
Colbert. Yeah. So Colbert, he's finishing out a season and then he's gone. The reason that this is happening isn't because they're not popular. It isn't because the bullshit. That's all bullshit going around, by the way. When they said, his ratings were dropping and that's why they got rid of him. His ratings, did drop. Everybody else's did too. And he was still like one of the most popular thing on the network. Popular program on their 100%.
Yeah.
They don't say that. They just say, it was dropping. They don't mention everything else was, and he was still like the top rated thing. Just like South Park. It's like, South Park, they're talentless hacks that have no ratings. It's like they're literally the most popular show like on TV, period. Like they have like all the ratings, like everyone. They literally signed like $1 billion deal, multi-billion-dollar deal for 50 episodes. Like that's unfucking heard of. That's how popular they are. But here's the problem: when you have somebody with the kind of weight of the presidency, who can say, hey, listen, company, I got my thumb on you and I can physically do damage to you and I can physically prevent you from buying another company or building your business, and I can help your competitors steamroll you just out of spite if you don't do what we tell you to, then in a way, as much as I hate it, they have to do what he tells them to do because they have a fiduciary agreement to benefit their investors. And capitalism in the United States, it's literally a law. There is a law that says that you have to, as a publicly traded company, which a lot of these big guys are, right? As a publicly traded company, you are required by law to do the decision that benefits your investors above your customers. Mm-hmm. Like, it's always the investors. And that's why, like, X, like, one of the things Elon did, which he lied his ass off about it, and it's a shitty thing, and he fucked everybody doing it. By taking X private, he did do one thing that really helped himself, because Elon's really good at helping himself. And that is, being a private company, he does not fall under that rule. Because he's a private company, he doesn't have to do what's in the best interest of the investors. His investors are private investors. They're not public investors. So if he wants to fucking sink the company and take all their money with it, yeah, he has to face them, but he's not going to go, the federal government's not going to fucking, sue him, and the SEC is not going to throw him in jail. And that's how he was able to acquire Twitter, by the way. Twitter did not want to sell to him. Like, they kept upping the price, and they were giving, like,
52, or what was it, 54.20 or whatever.
They did not want to sell to him. They poisoned it. They poisoned the whole deal.
But but then he couldn't pull out, because, like...
No. Before that, he tried to buy it, and they told him no. They poisoned the deal to make it so he couldn't buy the company. But then what he did is he offered such a crazy amount of money that there was no other deal that was possible that could produce that money. It was such a dumb mistake on his part, fiduciary, because he has unlimited money, right? But from the perspective of profiting, he paid like 4 times what the company's valuation was. Like, more than that. It was like 8 times what the company's valuation was. It was so ludicrous how much money he put on the table. Now, granted, he figured out it was a dumb thing and tried to pull back. And like you said, they held his feet to the flames. But they didn't want to hold his feet to the flames. They didn't want to sell. They had to, because the deal was so fucking good. The investors were like, you have to do it. The investors voted, and they're like, nope, this is good for us. The money's good for us. Fuck all the customers. Fuck everybody else. Fuck all the little guys. Sell it. And they all made out like bandits. To be fair, they all made out like bandits and walked away like, umpteen more billions of dollars each. But that's the problem, is if you have somebody that has that kind of money that Elon has, like the kind of resources he has, you can force any company to sell.
Right.
Like the only company he can't force is like shit like Apple and Google that are in the $1 trillion valuations. He's not going to be able to buy that, obviously. But anything up to like 50 or $100 billion, he is in a position to force that company to sell to him, even if that company hates him and all their customers hate them. And even if they know the company will just completely fucking collapse afterwards, it doesn't matter as long as it makes the investors more money by making the deal than not making the deal. Even if it fucks everybody else, doesn't matter. Kevlar said Oracle wants to buy Warner Brothers now? So Paramount, CBS, Viacom, HBO, and Warner Brothers Discovery as one company is fucking scary. Yeah, that's hugely scary. Because here's another thing. If you guys notice, I don't know if you guys have been watching the news very much lately, but sadly I do, because I really do have genuine fears of where things are going, so I try to keep my ear to the ground. Right now, CNN, the company that literally shits on Trump all the time, like every opportunity they get to shit on Trump, they do. Have you noticed that CNN and some of the programming, the anchor on there, they haven't been talking really bad about him? They've been very careful about the things that they say and very careful to try to shine him in a good light in every situation, to try to have like a good side, not just a bad side. He threatened CNN. CNN is like legitimately under threat to be sued. And they are like telling all of their network anchors and shit, like, listen, you got to go easier on him. That is so against free speech, because at the same time, you have Fox News still having him on every episode calling everybody fucking fascists and Marxists and this and that, and Antifa, which means literally anti-fascism, against fascism. Now that's a terrorist organization? And he gets to decide who's a part of Antifa? Like, it's not just people that wear a shirt that says Antifa and say, I'm a part of Antifa. No, it's anybody he says is Antifa. If you have purple hair and you identify as trans, even if you voted for the fucker, which sadly there are people that did, you're still Antifa. If he calls you Antifa, you're Antifa. Now you're a terrorist. A lot of your rights just go away, because when you're a domestic terrorist, it unlocks law enforcement to do a lot of really bad shit to you. You know what I mean? And that fucking sucks. And the thing is, did you know the Proud Boys is not designated as a domestic terrorist organization, even though they fucking stormed the Capitol on January 6th and had like 200 cases of sedition against the United States, like felonies? And Trump released them all, including the violent ones that beat police? Are you shitting me? And he refuses to designate them is a domestic terrorist organization because he thinks they're patriots and he thinks that they're amazing. He's even saying the Enrique Ontario guy is a patriot and he's a great guy, the fucking leader of the Proud Boys.
Whatever.
It just, dude, it's so fucking... But you understand why I'm so pissed off about all this shit and why it drives me nuts. And it sucks because it is toxic to have to see what's going on. So it is easier to turn a blind eye. But the thing is the progress that he's making and how fast he's making it, I feel like if I maintain a blind eye to keep my sanity, one day I'm going to wake up and I'm not going to have any freedom. I'm not going to have anywhere to go. I'm not going to be able to go anywhere. Like, no business will be able to hire me. They'll do a background check and say, oh, you tweeted a bad thing about Trump 6 months ago. Therefore, if we hire you, we lose all of our government subsidies and we can't buy any more chips from Intel. Because think about this. This is another reason why we don't want the government buying companies, because now the government can step in and say, hey, listen, Intel, we own 10% of you. So listen here. And we run the laws and we run the regulation and we run the company that enforces the laws and we run the courts. So if you really want to fuck with us, we'll fuck with you. But all you got to do is anybody that we put on this list, you cannot hire them through any of your companies or any company that buys your product.
Right.
That's all they have to do. Microsoft did that, by the way. Microsoft as a private company had a blacklist that if you, and I know this because the intern that accused me of sexual assault got on that blacklist. There is a blacklist at Microsoft that says that not only can you not be hired by Microsoft for a period of 5 years, but you can't be hired by any company that Microsoft does business with directly. So that literally means that Microsoft goes around and gives this list to all of the companies that they do business. What I mean do business, I'm not talking about like just selling Microsoft Windows licenses. We're talking about companies that literally work with Microsoft, like on projects, like that are a part of Microsoft as a contractor. You cannot hire that person. That person is literally blacklisted from, and I mean, this is dozens of companies that they can't work for, including the government. Microsoft even gives the government the list that says, do not hire this person because these are the things that they did that make them unhireable for 5 years. And then after 5 years, they clear the record. And that's one thing for a private company to do that. But what happens when the government does that? What happens when the government says that my son, because he's on the autism spectrum, can't get a job anywhere because if they hire anybody that's autistic, they're doing the what's it called? The the 3-letter people DIA, is that what it is? DIA?
DEIA.
DEIA. Yeah. So my son is now a DEIA hire because he's on the autism registry. So now any company that hires my son could potentially lose their ability to get raw materials for the products that they create, or lose the ability to get access to AI that they need to compete, or get access to chips from Intel, for instance, right? That's a big fucking deal. That is a big fucking deal. DEI, yeah, but they added A, right? DEIA, because it's
been dropped off a lot for accessibility.
Yeah, for accessibility. That's right. Because I know Gimpy was fighting for that one. And it's like, fuck, guys. It's like the writing is on the wall how this is going down. And the sad thing is, if you go back and look yourself at history, and like we were talking about back, pre-World War II, all the shit that's happened before. None of this is new. Yep. None of this is new. The appropriation of media, controlling media, taking away free speech, taking away other rights, creating a militia that goes and searches for people that are considered enemies of the state. Sound familiar? Like a certain militia that's going around and rounding up people and deporting even people if they have citizenship. Doesn't matter. They can just disappear them. There's no consequences to them. That's fucked up. That's scary. That's scary that all this shit that happened back pre-World War II that led to World War II is happening right now in the United States. And I'm not even being hyperbolic. It's like there is a 1-to-1 match. You can go do your own research for yourself and look at what Hitler did, how he took control of the media, how he punished people, how he created his private militia, the SA and the SS, that went after not just Jews. Everybody thinks that they just went after Jews, just like ICE is supposed to just go after the Hispanic people sneaking into the country, right? Don't go after anybody else, just the brown people. But that's not what it is. That was the guise, is that they were going after the people that shouldn't be there, that are taking everybody's jobs and taking all the resources. That's what they told the public so that they could operate, with impunity and do this shit. But we're seeing the same thing happen here. You know how it ended with the SA and the SS? They graduated. They started naming enemies of the state, like Antifa, for instance, and saying, listen, that governor's Antifa. So now because they're Antifa, now they're a domestic terrorist. And because they're a domestic terrorist, they lose their rights. And because as a U.S. citizen, and not only that, we can take their citizenship away and we can fucking ship them off to a third-party nation. Never to return, never to let them back into the country, even if they're a citizen. What are you going to do about it? There's nothing I can do about it. If Trump decides tomorrow that he wants ICE to just come kick my door and arrest me and send me to fucking Venezuela or whatever, there's nothing I can do about it. Yeah. There's nothing I can do about it. Because what am I going to do? Appeal to the courts? They won't let me talk to the courts. My family goes to the courts and they're like, oh, well, I watched them drag him out of the house. They didn't tell me where they were taking him or what they were doing. They just said that they were ICE and that he was being deported. They don't have to tell them or their lawyers where I'm at or where I'm being held or what country I went to. No, they withhold all that information because you're not considered a citizen anymore. You have no rights. So that's what worries me, is that we're heading down that path where it's like, it's all just a guise to get people into position in every single state that is considered a problem to the power structure that's going on. Now the voter registration thing, that's scaring the shit out of me. Did you see that, where all the states are being sued now by Trump for not turning over their voter registration data and like driver's license data and stuff? Every state is allowed to run their own election. That's part of our representative republic. Like they get to run their state's elections how they want to. If they want to do mail-in ballots, they can do mail-in ballots. If they want to do certain things or use certain machines or use certain methods, that's the state's decision. But then the state turns in the results of the election for their state, right? That the people agreed to, everybody in the state agreed to, or the majority, I should say. That gets turned in as the results for that state. So what do you do when Trump illegally gathers all of the personal data on everybody, who they voted for, what their address is, what their online, and then they can use that with Palantir to find their online footprint, everything they've been saying, and then come up with a model to attack each and every person to influence them to either vote for that person or be scared for their lives? How can you ever have another free and fair election? You can't. It's impossible to have a fair election.
Burn it all down.
Burn it all down. I mean, that's the thing. Like I said, it's either World War or Civil War. It's like there's no fucking clean way out of this. Because even if Trump kicks the bucket tomorrow, he's already created a whole fucking chain of people that are just like him, that will continue to do the same thing because they saw the power that he had, and they're going to want that and know that they can carry that. As long as they don't give it up, they can carry it. Unless somebody storms it and takes it away.
Burn it all down.
Burn it all down. Hey, Bradley said, did you ever look into getting the West Coast Healthcare Alliance program? I didn't, but I can tell you this. I'm going to have to, because this January insurance is estimated to go up 20 to 80% for the plan that I have right now. So remember how healthcare prices are supposed to come down and drug prices come down? My drug prices are higher than they've ever been for every drug that I have. And my insurance is supposed to go up 20. They said prepare for a minimum of 20 and a maximum of 80%. If it goes up 80%, that means I will be paying $2,000 a month for basic insurance with a $6,000 deductible per person. That's fucked. That's not even tenable. At that point, I just won't even be able to get insurance. Like I'll be uninsurable, just financially uninsurable. So, and then as far as the state available, like the state offering, like if you can't afford insurance, the insurance that's given to you at like a discounted rate or free, depending on what your income is, that's going to go away too. Because the Republicans are fighting like hell right now to get rid of that because they think it's a waste of money. They're like, oh, no. It's like you don't get insurance unless you pay for it. But it's like the whole point of it is to create a system where it's like everybody's taken care of. Like healthcare and education should be primary. That's politics aside, I think healthcare and education should be basic human rights. If anybody cares about actual human lives and they're not bullshitting about, oh, I'm against abortion and everything, you should want to take care of those lives. And if those lives are incapable of working, they still have other uses to society. And you shouldn't just fucking count them out and try to take everything away so they die faster and suffer faster. It's like, come on. Sorry, I got a little political there, Ox. It drives me nuts, man. Fucking drives me nuts. And I know you understand why. I know you don't like to get into it, but it's like, fuck, dude. It's like, it's just a scary time. Fuck, now how do I get rid of this dictation window? I brought it up with Control H and now it won't go away.
You just close it, right? There should be
no, it won't let me. It just keeps popping. Oh, here, let me turn this off. It says voice typing launcher on. It says the voice typing launcher lets you quickly access voice typing. Oh, when you're in a text box. So anytime I selected a text box, it was popping up with the little microphone dialogue. And I was like, I don't want it to do that. I only wanted to do it when I hit the Win H. Is it Win H? Yeah, Win H, right? Yeah. By the way, if you guys weren't with us earlier, we learned a bunch of hotkeys from Bradley Smith in chat. He had a bunch of bangers that I didn't know about. Yeah. So Windows key H is pretty damn cool. Yeah, Win V is great too, by the way. He also said Win V. I use that every single day.
The super paste thing.
Multi-clipboard. And did you know there's even another level of clipboard? So Power Toys comes with another level of clipboard. It's called, here, let me see if I can find it here. It even takes it to like a whole nother level. It's called Clipboard History, I think. Yeah, Clipboard History is on. Yeah. And then there's automatically close the advanced paste window after it loses focus. Windows Shift V. So hold down, if you have the power tool, you should do Windows Shift V instead of just Windows V. And it brings up a more powerful paste window where you can paste as Markdown, paste as JSON, paste as plain text. You can describe the formatting you want to AI. Like you can specifically like ask it like, hey, format as C# code, you know? But yeah, and you click clipboard history and it shows you your true history of everything, including images, including files. And then you can click on it. You can delete individual things from the history too, which is pretty cool. So you have 3 levels of clipboard now. You have Control V, which is paste the last thing that was put on the clipboard. You have Windows key V, which is give you a list of all the clipboard history for that session, including you can also paste like animated GIFs. You can paste what do they call it, Kimoji or whatever, the one where you like use regular characters. You can do a lot of shit with it. But now if you have Power Toys installed, now you do Windows Shift V. And it gives you even a more powerful paste option where you can click clipboard history. You can select anything that you want to paste, and then it'll put it in the box. And then you say like paste as JSON, and it'll actually create a JSON blocker. You can paste as XML, and it'll create an XML block out of the data and like reformat it for you. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Adam said, saving the Healthcare Act is why the government will shut down. That's a good reason to hold up BS Republican propaganda legislation. Don't be fooled. The Dems are trying to save healthcare. Oh, I mean, from the beginning, that's what they've been trying to do, is just save healthcare. It's like Trump wants to kill it because Trump is like all he cares about is wealthy people, and wealthy people don't need insurance, right? And he doesn't care about all wealthy people. He just cares about wealthy people that are in his little club that benefit him. Because again, he only cares about things that benefit him. It doesn't matter. That's all he cares about. By the way, I want to thank a couple extra people here. Pele, thank you for the 250 sexes, man. Love you long time, dude. You have a wonderful time. He said he had to run because he has a guest, but that's awesome. Kelly, thank you for the £5 earlier. Super appreciate that. S. Veneer, thank you for the $5. He said, thank you for your contributions to making Windows Me the most memorable OS in world history. Thankfully, I didn't work on Windows Me at all because I worked on the new NT team, which is new technologies. So when I started at Microsoft, we shipped Windows we shipped Windows XP 6 days after I started at Microsoft. I literally went to the ship party. So I did nothing for it. Just they gave me a ship it award to put on my thing, because I worked on it for 6 days, I guess. But I never actually worked on XP. Like, it was already RTM, the gold media was already done and flown off on the helicopter to manufacturing and all the ceremonial shit that they do at Microsoft. And so all I did was just, covet on that. But no, I was not a part of the Windows 9X team, which are the ones that created 95. There were 2 different teams. I don't know how many people here know that, but any operating system that has NT in it or is built off of NT, so that'd be like NT351, NT3, all the way from the first one, then 351, 40, and then you have Windows 2000, Windows XP. You go up the ranks, the server operating systems, basically, right? Then you have the workstation or gaming operating systems that were like the bare metal operating systems that didn't have the rings like NT did. And that was 9.5, 9.8, ME. And what happened is when I got to Microsoft, the 2 teams merged. So it became the 9XNT team, and they renamed the whole thing to something else. It was called ESC, something ESC. But basically, we took all the people in the 9X team and said, listen, you guys are good at UI. You guys do a lot better UIs than NT did. NT had horrible UIs up until Windows XP. So they're like, you didn't do great UIs, but we want you to do the UIs in NT, and then we'll handle the kernel shit, and the 2 teams merged together. And so I was never there when Windows 9X was a separate entity. Like, I got there just after the teams had merged to work on the XP project. So then from that point on, you had Windows 2000, you had Windows 2003 Server, then you had like Windows Vista, then Windows 8, Windows 8.1, or sorry, Windows 7, Windows 8, 8.1. Then you had 10, and now you have 11. And those are all NT. Everything forward from that was NT, and they just dropped 9X entirely. 9X used to be really cool. The cool thing about 9X is it was bare metal on the hardware. Like, you could literally just create an XE that just wrote shit into memory, and it would just do it. As long as it didn't overwrite other important memory, it would run and it would work. If you wanted to put a red pixel in the middle of the screen on the desktop, you could just write to one of the C800 memory address range anywhere inside of there. It was like, I think it was red, green, and 256 values for each, so it was a byte. So you had red, green, blue, and alpha. So each 4-bit package, one after another, would be a pixel starting up in the corner for X, all the way across, then wrap around to Y, and you just kept incrementing the address. 4 bytes, 4 bytes, 4 bytes, 4 bytes. Anyway, you could do that, and it would just draw fucking random garbage on the screen on the desktop. And it's like, you couldn't do that in NT because NT puts every process in a protected memory space where it's isolated from everything else, both for security and for stability. So all you had to do to crash Windows 95 was because there's no concept of really running as administrator. So you could literally just run a program that just randomly overwrites memory addresses, and you'd slowly watch the screen get corrupted, and then eventually it would just fucking reboot your computer. It wouldn't give you a blue screen. There was no blue screen. It would just crash and your computer would reboot. So what's the benefit of a 9X operating system back then? It was bare metal. It was fast. If you created a game, it would run so much faster because it didn't have to go through the rings of Windows NT. It would just go right directly to the graphics card, right directly to the system memory, right directly to the hard drive. They always called that like the bare metal. Whereas NT used a lot more resources because you had all these rings and hoops you had to jump through to get to the hardware for safety reasons and security reasons. So anyways, that used to be a big deal. Performance between NT and XP were massive. Like playing a game on the same hardware running Windows NT 4 versus Windows XP. Or sorry, NT4 versus Windows 98 or Windows Millennium. Windows Millennium kicked its ass every time for gaming. Absolutely decimated by, sometimes double the frame rate. It was that bad, depending on how the game was coded. However, now you fast forward to today and you're like, wow, would we still benefit if we went back to a model like that for like modern hardware to make it a little faster? No, not really, because modern hardware now is designed with like a hardware virtualization in mind, and it can do things like create an isolated process that can talk directly to the hardware through something like DirectX. Oh, Dave wants you to talk, Ox. He wants me to shut up and he wants you to talk.
Oh, no, that's fine.
You got to talk.
I should probably head out here in a little bit anyway.
Think I can take a piss before you take off?
Yeah, that's fine.
All right, well, I take a piss, talk to Dave so he doesn't get too upset that you're not talking enough.
Oh, somebody had said that Vista wasn't as bad as people believe. It was marketing. It wasn't just marketing. It was a lack of backwards compatibility for drivers. A lot of people, that was the biggest issue for Vista. Similar to Windows 8, right? Microsoft tried to force an update in a sense, and the people weren't having it. Less of a marketing issue and more of a backwards compatibility issue with Vista. Because suddenly you update to Vista and suddenly your printer doesn't fucking work. A bunch of USB devices just stopped working. Like just were incompatible. I don't remember exactly what they changed with Vista from XP. That caused that. I think they just dropped backward support, or maybe it was like a 32 to 64 thing, something like that. Which Windows version you use first? 3.1 for a little bit. For I don't know, maybe like 6 months or a year or something, and then Windows 95. It was DOS 6 for a little bit, 3.1 for a little bit, but most of my early experience was Windows 95 and then 98. Win 8 was a mobile kernel extension. Yeah, right. Like it was obviously designed to like force a tablet style interface, which it could have worked. Like, the Surface tablets and stuff were fine. Like, and it, the big fucking Meta tiles or whatever they were called. It wasn't appropriate for, again, the vast majority of people's user experience was mouse and keyboard, and it was weird and awkward to try and use that forced tile interface with a mouse and keyboard. They tried to force everybody into a tablet. Oh, tablets are the future. iPad's taking over, so we're going to push everybody onto tablets. So Windows 8 just did that. Vista got rid of console DOS. It was virtualized. Oh yeah, that was part of it too. The command line, the command console and stuff was different. Yeah.
Oh, Retro Ideas, thank you for the $5, dude.
Yeah, thank you.
Woo, appreciate it.
Yeah. And the beginning of the end. In a sense, again, they tried to force that touch interface when most people just didn't.
Oh, are you talking about Metro?
Yeah, the Metro. That's what it was. Metro.
Fuck, that was garbage. They got sued by a grocery store that was named Metro, by the way, in Europe.
That's weird. That's weird. That doesn't make any sense.
They released it as the Metro interface, and they own the trademark for Metro. And since Microsoft sold in Europe, they said that they were violating their trademark which is weird because one's a grocery store. That doesn't
make sense. Yeah, I know. That's weird.
They folded though. They renamed it from Metro to something else. Does anybody in chat remember the name?
8.1 fixed it. They give you your regular desktop back, and 8 was fine, but so many people just skipped 7 straight to 10, which was fine. What do y'all think about a Titan X little P nowadays? It's basically a 1080 Ti with a little bit more VRAM.
Damn fine card, by the way.
And fantastic. Yeah, if you can get a Titan X little P, dude, that's probably even still will. I mean, it'll be performant, but probably what 2070-ish level. Dave. Oh yeah, you didn't offend Jerry. He does. He knows he talks too much sometimes, and he's told me.
Oh shit, Dave. He's told me plenty of times to
just interrupt and talk over him, but I don't. I like letting Jerry rant.
Dave, I'm just ribbing you, bro. I'm just ribbing you, bro. Because it's not a unusual thing. A lot of people will say, let the other person talk. Like, they kind of want to regulate like how things are going back and forth. And the way I usually do is I just talk until Ox interrupts me or has an opinion, and then he talks until I interrupt him and have an opinion. And that's the back and forth. It's just he was kind of being quiet, and I kept talking, waiting for him to jump in. So it is what it is, though. It's fine. I get it. I get it. People want to hear from both of us. I totally get it. I'm just jacked up on fucking caffeine and Adderall and didn't sleep last night. And so when I get on a little bit of a tirade, I just keep going and going and going until somebody shuts me off. So no, Ox can interrupt me anytime, like anytime. That's the thing. Like if he interrupts me and he wants to jump and he wants to say something, I'll just shut the fuck up and let him say it. Pascal is now old, soon out of support, though XP Titan served me well. You know what's weird though is they say out of support, but technically it's a unified driver architecture, so it's still drivers are still gonna work.
Yeah, the drivers still gonna work.
Yeah, so honestly, I still think that card's gonna have a lot of survival in it. Fuck, they're still using what is the 8800 GTS?
And it's so what, man? Like you can still get the old drivers. Like it's not like they just scrubbed the internet of all that. Like you can still use them.
Oh, I hope I didn't make Dave think I was really mad at him. No, I'm not. I was just fucking ribbing you back, dude. It's how it goes.
It's all
good. I love Ox. That's what, why the fuck do you think I picked him as my co-host? So he could sit there and I could just interrupt him the whole time. It's fun. He takes it like a champ. Oh, by the way, I looked it up. It was Metro AG, which was a large European retail group. They objected to Microsoft's use of the name Metro, prompting legal pressure. So Metro was always the code name, but it had been widely promoted as its official name, but then it shifted. So Microsoft opted for a more generic term called Modern UI. It was called the Modern UI, or MDL2. Okay. Yeah, that's dumb. Modern UI. That's why I didn't remember it, because it was stupid. But everybody still calls it Metro. That's the funny thing is they renamed it, but it had no effect. Like everybody still called it the Metro interface, and it still like metroly sucked. It was terrible. Did anybody like it? I'm curious. Let's do a little poll here in chat. Did anybody like the Metro interface on a desktop computer where you have to reach out and fucking touch screen blocks instead of using a desktop with like a run box and stuff? Like I honestly have never met anybody. Actually, I take that back. There was one person that was infatuated that loved it and kept it alive for way longer than it ever should have, and that was Mr. Jim Olchin. And Jim Olchin was the president of Windows. And he was fucking obsessed with the Metro interface because he had a media center PC and he loved how the big interface looked on his TV from across the room that he controlled with his fancy little air mouse thing. And because of that, he basically forced us to live with that pain for a very long time. Let's see here. Adam said, hey, Retro, sitting in a hot tub, mistyping due to water on the screen, but twisted tea and hot tub on a nice day is a wonderful afternoon. I'm looking forward to seeing Adam. Adam's coming over tomorrow. I'm gonna see him.
Oh, right on, man.
We're gonna hang out and fix my hot tub because one of my brackets that holds the top on the hot tub like completely rusted through. Like literally, you can take your finger and just tear it apart, the steel.
Damn.
Like because chlorine rusts shit fast, right? It's a massive oxidizer. So whoever created one bracket's fine. It's just this one bracket on this one side, and all I can think of is they must have compromised the finish when they either installed it or when it was manufactured. because it rusted bad. It's rusting like it doesn't have any paint on it. It is weird. I walked up to it and it was looking like all, puffed up like it does when stuff rusts, it gets like thick. And so I took my finger and I poked it and it literally like just shed it off like a sheet this big of steel. And so I was like, well, that's going to fall down and fuck up. So Adam, being the wonderful person he is, he made a couple of calls, him and his wonderful wife, my sister from another mister, and they got the company to find a new bracket and they're going to come help us install it tomorrow.
Nice.
Oh, the powder coating during COVID? Yeah, it was definitely substandard work for sure. Dave gave us $10. He said, penance for my comment joke. Love you both. Hey, man. Hey, if he gets us $10, woo, man, I'm good. I'm good. By the way, I need to pay Ox. Ox, I feel bad. I haven't paid you, and it's got to be 3 months, dude.
I don't know.
I feel bad.
Let's fight it.
You've been so good about it, though. I appreciate you, dude. I really do.
It's all good, bro.
You know I'm good for you. You know where I live. If I don't pay you, know where to come stab me.
Bro, I'm not driving all the way up there just to hassle you over some.
You're gonna be like Stewie from Family Guy. Brian, where my money? Where my money, Brian?
Ducking me, man. Why are you ducking me?
Kind of feel like you're ducking me, Brian.
Don't sweat.
Oh my god, dude. No, I love you.
Yeah.
Well, before
you got more important shit to fucking pay attention to than that.
Hey, before you take off, I want to hear more. I want to hear a little bit more about your life. Tell me how things are going.
Pretty good. I mean,
what's new in the neighborhood of hot new singles?
Really. Not too much, really. Just mostly just working and trying to just trying to put more effort into things.
How about your apartment? You getting it put together? It kind of looks like things are a little ordered now.
It's pretty well set up. At this point now, I'm kind of slimming down, getting rid of stuff and that kind of thing, and trying to. It's because it's a little small and it's kind of getting to me.
Dude, I need to do the same. I've got so much shit. It's like I basically half the time I hurt my back, it's climbing over shit in this house. That's how bad it's gotten here.
Right?
It's so bad. It's like I'm embarrassed to even have company over. Not that I had a lot of company over. Like I've like maybe 5 people that in 20 years have been in this house. They're like my friends that I've invited over. I'm very protective of my space. It's like you're one of them. Adam's one of them. Actually, have you ever been in my house? I don't think you have you?
Not inside. I've stopped by when you gave me those APs. I think it was.
Oh, that's right. Oh my god. So yeah, we got to get you over here. When I get things cleaned up a little bit, I want to have you come over and check out the Nerd Cave.
Right on.
I want you to come over here and occupy this space because not a lot of people have. This is a rare honor. So, but yeah, I understand what you're talking about, dude. So much shit. I can't ever find anything that I need because I have to dig through so much shit to get to it.
That's what I mean. Like I lost these 2 micro. I had 2 micro HDMI to regular HDMI cables, right? So I could go from the camera to the the little fucking, pardon my French, this fucking thing. Cam link is what I was looking for. I can't find them. I've gone through all. I'm sure they're in here somewhere because it was from 2 separate places. I had one in the garage. I had one in my regular office. And so it's got to be in here somewhere. It's got to be. I wouldn't have just gotten rid of it. And for the life of me, I can't find them. So they're cheap. They're like $8 or $9 or something. So I'll just buy a couple more. But I'm like, what the? Just Fraggle Rock, man. Like WTF. So little stuff like that, but also just trimming down. So I've noticed, you live when you have more square feet, you tend to fill the space, and I'm just thinking now, even the stuff I've got in my closets and stuff right now, I'm like, bro, I haven't touched any of this stuff, and some of it is like winter stuff, right, clothing and things like that. But like, bro, I hadn't touched it in how many months when it was in the old house. I haven't touched it in the 3 months that I've been here, or 2 and almost 3 months. Do I freaking really need it? I really got to write down like these are the things that I want to focus on in my life and trim out everything else.
So many people have recommended that to me. Like get a bunch of boxes, like those plastic crates, and then go through each item. Like literally just walk through your space and be like, when's the last time I used this? Yeah. And when do I think I'll use it again? And then if the answer is 6 months to a year, put it in a box, put it in your closet. And label 1 to 5 years. Label it and stick it in the attic. Put it in a harder to reach place that's out of the way. Yeah. And kind of that thing. And there's a lot of sense and logic in that. Like I just need to do it. But it's like
the Marie Kondo kind of thing. Like, does this spark joy? That in a sense, that kind of.
No, it's true though, right? It's like does this like this right here? Look at this. This is what pisses me off. It's like this. Look at this. So this is a WA7 Firefly's audiophile amplifier, the tube amplifier, right? I want to see these things. I don't know if they even sell them new anymore, but this was like $1,000+. I haven't turned this on in like 5 years.
I can't trust the does this spark joy because ADHD, man. A lot of things will spark joy momentarily. I catch myself from getting too caught up into that kind of a thing where like,
my fear is if I get rid of it, can I ever get it back?
Yeah, right.
I have
That's
an
part of
inherent
it.
fear, especially now that I'm low on resources and I'm scared of the future. I'm like, if I sell this and I decide at some point that I need it back down the road or I want it back, will I ever be able to get it again? And the answer for most of this shit is no.
Right.
And that scares me. So then I hang on to it, but I'm like, I'm not using it. The money would do me more use right now.
Yeah. And so, and some of it, like some of the stuff you can see behind me, like that, it's a little blurry, but that's a fake $100 bill, right? It's like a movie prop. $100 bill.
I was wondering about that. I almost asked about that.
Yeah, it's cute. I keep it because it's funny, and a lot of the stuff on this stuff back here is memories. I pull this thing out and I can remember what that was from and that kind of a thing. Because otherwise, like my brain is terrible at that sort of thing. But then some of this junk is just junk. It's just weird little extra bits that I've collected over time, and I'm like, dude, do I really need? Do I need this stuff? No.
I'm a cable hoarder.
Yeah, dude.
I'm a cable hoarder.
Yeah, cable. No, again, I have like 400 freaking micro USB cables. Do I need? I can cut that down to like 10.
And half of them are probably power only and not even data. And it's like, right? Those just make you more pissed off when you grab one that doesn't work.
Exactly. So like some of that stuff, or I'm in a position now where like, especially some of the more just chintzy little stuff, I can get rid of it, and I'm in a position now where like, okay, if I do need it, I can get another one. Like none of this is there's so few little things, there's so few things that are like unique, right? Where I have to keep this thing because it only goes to this other thing, and I want to keep that other thing. Like so much of this stuff is just like, I've just collected it.
I hate selling shit because like the logistics of waiting for the person or going to the person, and then they try to lowball you and fuck with you, and they come to your house. And
I don't do marketplace stuff. It's all eBay. And
I can't sell on eBay.
I ship it off.
I can't sell on eBay.
That's that.
Yeah, I sadly can't sell on eBay.
You get banned or something?
No, every single time I ship something, people bid it up to like $5,000, and then they all bail.
Oh, because you're semi-celebrity. Listen, you got to make something fake, man. Make up a fake one. That's just cheesebucketextras.com or something.
Just create like a new one and start over. But can you still sell stuff like even when you have no reputation 100%. In the beginning? Like,
100%. I have my account, and you could find me. I'm not.
I think I might do that because Miss Barclays will help me with the logistics. Like she'll box it up and like ship it off for me and everything.
I only have like maybe 60, stars or whatever. And I sell stuff all the time. I undercut a little bit too. Like I'll find what people have sold it, and I'll go under by $10 or whatever, and just always free shipping. Buy it now, quick. Yeah. Always buy it now. Always free shipping, because whatever. I'll eat the $30. Some of the shit big fucking like big motherboards and stuff. But at the same time, it's like I'm getting $300 for this motherboard. I can eat the $30 in shipping, and do take advantage of the flat rate boxes.
I did that back in the day, even.
It's a steal, dude. It'll work. It kind of comes out in the wash in a sense. Some of these monster server boards are too big, and I have to cut a box down to the right size, and that's where things get a little more expensive. But
dude, the last thing I bought on eBay was back in 2022, and the last thing I sold on eBay was in 2014.
Oh dang, bro!
It's been a minute, man. It's been a minute.
That's the way to go.
Who knows? Maybe now they wouldn't like all price me up, because it was selling items that I said were owned by me. Like I actually did put my name on the listings.
There's other marketplaces too, like Mercari or OfferUp. Oh, same deal, same kind of deal, where it's shipping. You ship it out to people, and they'll take 3.5%, and you can get a little deal on the label and that kind of thing. But yeah, dude, do that. It's way better. Than like Craigslist or Marketplace, because you get people, oh yeah, I'm gonna come today, and then they don't fucking come, and or all that. Yeah, no. Yeah,
eBay. I'm gonna hit you up for some advice on that, honestly.
Mercari, if it's electronics, Swappa, SWAPPA, Swappa. For like old phones, tablets, laptops, gaming consoles, that kind of stuff.
Yep.
That's a good one. So
Yeah, no, I'm gonna hit you up for now. Do any of those have like local pickup, like where you can sell in a radius, so you don't have to do shipping? Like if people just want to pick it up.
Mercari does. Mercari and OfferUp will have a local pickup option. Yeah,
because for the big stuff, a lot of the stuff I gotta sell is kind of big and heavy.
Sure.
Like
and
on the cables, I don't want to part out the cables. I just want to do like a big box of cables and be like, give me $50 for a cable for like $10,000 worth of cables.
Yeah, man. I have a bunch of these flat rate bubble mailers that I do that kind of a thing with for like RAM or sometimes fans and stuff. Anything that will fit into the thing, they'll take it flat rate. And I think the bubble mailers are like $12, around $12 to ship them. They have a small box that's like this and about yay high. That's like $8, around $8 to ship the little small flat rate box, the medium flat rate box.
What percentage does eBay take? I forget.
It works out to about 13%.
Oh, that's not terrible. I was thinking more like 20 or 30%. So it's not crazy.
Yeah. No. I mean, it works. Plus, you get a little bit of a discount if you print the label through eBay. You get a little bit of a discount. It's decent. It's a decent, a couple bucks here and there. So it adds up.
Wow, yeah. I'm going through all my old sales and purchases on eBay over the years. This is crazy. I didn't know that they kept all this data going back so far.
Oh yeah, it goes. I think you can collect all of your data.
Yeah, I bought so much shit on eBay before Amazon. My God.
Any vinyl record local selling options? Find your local independent record stores. They'll tend to buy records.
I didn't realize this, but I bought my Sennheiser HD800s off eBay. Those are the ones that I gifted Adam for his birthday, like my best headphones that I've ever owned.
Right on.
Yeah,
eBay shipping run is trash though. I prefer not to use it. I don't know. That's how I've always printed. I even got myself a little label printer, because it was a pain in the ass to print them out, to actually like print them out and then tape them. I got a label printer, and I don't know. I do it from the webpage. I don't know if they have a separate like software for it. I can't speak to that, but I've always, you've sold a thing, boop, 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 print the label, spits it out on a little.
I mean, that's a nice way to go, dude.
It's a little thermal printer, little 4 by 6 inch sticker, bam, gone, easy peasy. And I'm sure there's a little bit of a cost there or something, but it was worth it to me. The simplicity of it. And I've thought for sure, oh man, I went into this, especially selling like used electronics and stuff. I thought, oh man, I'm going to get a bunch of people like bitching and moaning and trying to get me for refunds and this and that. I've only had a couple, I don't know, like two. I think I had two people try and screw me. One dude, I even got the pictures, man. One guy sent this thing back to me. Said it doesn't work. He put the thing back into a flat rate box, but then he didn't even. I'm so upset by this. Even still, this was like 2 years ago. Didn't even wrap the thing back up in the bubble wrap. He just stuffed the bare motherboard into this flat rate medium box and then like folded up the box I had sent it in as like armor for the thing. Dude, it was I was so pissed. I would have given him a refund. I fought back because like I can sell it as broken or whatever. Like fine, it's not a big deal to me. But it got back to me so jacked up. Like I couldn't even test to see if his problem he had was legit. And so I fought back and eBay was on my side about it. I didn't even have to give him the pictures, which was fun, which I'm like, because any return, you take pictures of every single step. When you get the box, take all the pictures. When you open the box, take a bunch of pictures, all that stuff.
It feels a lot like he did that on purpose. Like,
I don't know.
Because he wanted it to be broken when it got back to you.
Dude, Slackersaurus Rex, man. I was so pissed. But I pushed back on it and like I maybe he didn't push back again or something. I think maybe it timed out or whatever, but I ended up not having to refund the guy. And,
the main reason I stopped selling Oh, sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm real cool about it. Like I've sold a board where the guy messaged me and said, "Hey man, the very bottom PCI slot doesn't work." And he's like, "It's not a big deal. Like I'm not, I'm not going to be using it, or like I can kind of work around it. It's no big deal." I refunded him $25 off of it. I was like, I didn't know. I didn't put that in the listing because I can't test every single little thing. But like, I'm cool about it. Like I'm trying. It was no skin off my nose. The guy said something, "Hey man, this isn't exactly what I thought it was going to be." And I said, "Hey man, sorry for the trouble. Here's $25 back." I'm, that kind of thing.
I got screwed a couple times on eBay that led to like a lot of time waste and a lot of anger.
Yeah.
And that kind of fucked me up on the whole selling thing. That's why like that it wasn't just the people overbidding me that caused the problems. Because here's the thing, on the ones that they overbid me, they were still trying to hold me to the fees. Like even though the people everybody backed out of the auction, it's like they were still trying to hold me for like fees, for listing fees and shit like that, even though not a single person in the bidding rank would buy it. Like it was all fake bids. Because the problem is somebody would just jump in and bid $1,200 immediately, and then it'd be so far over the price nobody else would bid other than other people messing around. But that wasn't ultimately what screwed it over for me. What screwed me over for me is I sold a Hitachi HC1000 cell phone. That was a very expensive smartphone back then with like a full keyboard, had a huge screen, it ran Windows Mobile. This is like back in the pre-iPhone days, right? And I sold this thing, and the guy claimed he didn't get it, even though the delivery showed that it was delivered and signed for, and he's like, I never got it. Yeah. I was like, what do you mean you never got it? I've literally got the picture, like not the picture, but I got, they said that they delivered it, that it was signed for. It was a signed for delivery. And he's like, well, I didn't get it. I want a refund. And so eBay refunded him. And I was like, you guys, I mailed it to him. Here, I have the pictures. I have the thing. It shows that it's delivered. Here's the signature. eBay's like, no, they didn't receive the product. Therefore, we're going to side with the customer. I was like, this is bullshit. So then I called up, the phone only worked with one carrier. I want to say it was AT&T or Sprint. It was one of the two at the time. And so I called up the company. I had the IEMI number, and I let them know that it was a stolen device. I said, this is a stolen device. And then about a week later, I get a call from a store and the state of the guy who bought it from me saying a guy came in and tried to activate the phone. He tried to get a SIM. He tried to activate the phone. They said, we went ahead and stalled him. We took the phone, stalled him, and we called the police. But he panicked and ran out. Like he panicked and ran out. But they had him on camera. So they had the dude on camera, face and everything. And so they were able to find out. So I reopened another eBay investigation, and I put in the information from the store. They didn't activate the phone, but they had confiscated it from him. And so they mailed it back to me. So the actual cell phone carrier boxed up my phone and mailed it back to me. Hey. And that's how I got it back. Like it was a week or two later after me fighting with eBay and going back and forth and doing all this. He waited a little while before he went and activated it, thinking that I think he thought if he waited that it would have taken some heat off.
Yeah.
But then he went in and he ran out of the store. But now we know the name. We know the guy matches it. So I reported it to the police as a stolen product. Good. But then the police were like, oh, but you got it back. Does it still work? And it had some damage. Like the case was a little scratched up and banged up. But I didn't get it back. And so they're like, since you got it back, it's not a real high priority or whatever. But they had the guy's name and they had his phone number. And apparently they called him and gave him a stern talking to. And eBay closed his account. eBay did close his account so he couldn't buy and sell on eBay anymore, because apparently this isn't the first time he's reported a product that was signed for that was stolen. So this is like the third or fourth one he's done in like a year. Yeah. So this dude was running a racket on he'd buy a bunch of cheap shit and then that would go fine and get his rating up, and then he'd fuck over a couple expensive ones. Hey, dude, it was so stupid.
One of my favorites, I sold a CPU on Facebook Marketplace or Mercari or something like that. It was a local pickup kind of thing. Sold it to this guy and his son. I think it was going to be for his computer, the kid's computer. Sold it to him. And then a couple weeks later, I see on either Facebook or Mercari or whatever, I see the same CPU, because I'm trying to wheel and deal. I'm trying to find some deals and stuff, to build PCs and stuff. I find the CPU and I'm like, man, wait, that's funny. I sold this CPU for like $20 more than this. What the fuck? And I look at the pictures. It's the same CPU. It's the same, the serial number and everything, but it's open box. I legit, like I looked at the serial number, because like I know where I bought it from, and I keep a bit of a record of that stuff. And I check, and I'm like, holy shit, this is the exact same CPU I just sold, but it's being sold by a woman. I'm like, this is strange. I pieced this together. I think it's divorced family. Son didn't know what he was doing. Bought the CPU that doesn't work with his computer, and so I sold the CPU for like $115 or $120 to the guy and the kid. I bought the CPU from the mom, because she says in the listing, oh, this isn't compatible with my kid's machine. Bought the CPU from the mom for like $65 or something like that, and sold it again to somebody else for like $115 or something. Like, it was bonkers, man. I sold the same CPU twice. Different people. It was just such a weird like mix of just funny coincidence of stuff. I think all told I ended up profiting from the sale like $60 or something. I don't know, or something.
That's
like that. It was
funny,
funny.
dude. There's some people out there who just want to fuck you over, man.
It was so funny. God. It was so funny that I bought I just sold this like a week ago. What the heck? The same thing, and now it's me.
Did I ever tell you the story about the smartphone that I sold to another Microsoftie, like at the Microsoft campus through the internal Microsoft website for listing stuff? They had like an internal site where you could sell stuff to other Microsoft employees.
Yeah.
And so a guy messaged me. I was selling a phone for $800. It was one of those compact, like old Windows 6 phones that you could like slide the keyboard out from under. Cool, really high end one, like super high specs on this thing. Nice. And I was selling it because I got a new phone. And it was that HC 1000 I was using. So anyways, I'm selling it. Guy messages me with this huge sob story. Like, hey, I saw that you were listing this phone. My sister's phone broke recently, and she really wants this phone bad. And I was one of those people. I'm gullible. I was really gullible back in the day. I'm not nearly as gullible today. But back in the day, he's like, lays this huge sob story. Like, hey, I know you're probably not going to go for this, but I got $400 cash. I don't have anything more. But if you'd be willing to take, which was like half what I was selling the phone for. It was like a ridiculous offer. But I didn't need it anymore. It was one of those things. I was just selling it because I didn't need it anymore, right? So he's like, yeah. I was like, so I replied back and I said, okay, so this is for your sister. She's not going to resell it because this is a highly sought after phone. You could resell for even more than I was asking. Like I was asking 800, they sell for over 1,000. So I was like, okay, you're not going to resell it? Like this is for your sister? Yeah, no, 100%. I really appreciate it. I was like, okay, fine. You can have it for $400. So he comes over to my office. He's like, oh, thank you so much. This guy I've never seen before. Works in another building. Comes over. But you think there's some camaraderie between two people working for the same company. It's like, I know where you work, bro, right? So he comes over, gives me the $400. Oh, thank you. My sister's going to be so happy. Oh, my God, this is awesome. He turns it on, makes sure it works or whatever. And he leaves. And I'm like, okay, I did a good deed, right? So I'm looking, and I'm always looking through this micro news thing for like new deals and shit for sale and everything. All of a sudden, I see a phone fucking pop up for sale on the same internal site I was selling it on. And he was selling it for $900, $100 more than what I was asking for. I was like, wait a second, because it lists the alias of the person selling it. And I was like, that's the fucking alias of the guy that emailed me. So I messaged him and I said, what the fuck? I said, what the fuck? Is this my phone that I sold to you for your sister on the micro news sold for $900? And at that time, it already sold. It was already sold. A guy came and bought it from him. I was like, you motherfucker, did you sell this? And he replies back in like a panic, and he's like, he didn't think I was gonna see it, which is dumb because I was selling it on the site. He replies back, oh, dude, I'm so sorry. My sister, I showed it to her, and she didn't really like it, and it wasn't like, even though he said that's the one that she wanted. And I was like, all right, I want to talk to your sister. I said, I want to talk to your sister. Bring her over here. Get her over here. I want to talk to her. This is bullshit. And he's like, and then he starts getting a little uppity with me. He's like, well, I don't think that that's really necessary. Like, I bought the phone, and that's my phone, and I could do whatever I want with it. So I was like, all right, just so you know, I'm going to text your manager the email that you sent to me and how you manipulated another Microsoft employee. Because I outranked him by like 4 levels. Like, he was like a fucking test engineer. I was like a fucking senior software developer. I was like, I'm going to message your fucking manager and see what he thinks about you doing this shit to other Microsoft employees and using Microsoft's internal site to fucking lie and steal shit from people, basically, to turn around and sell it. And he fucking panicked and about pissed his pants. He calls my phone at my office. Doesn't even email me. He calls me. Hey, dude, let's just start over. I'm so sorry, dude. So what do I got to do to make this right? I said, come over and hand me the $500. I was like, you made $500 profit. I got $400. You sold it for $900. You bring that $500 over to me right now, or I'm going to fucking contact your manager. And sure enough, he came over to my office. And he put $500 more on my desk. So I got $100 more than what I was originally selling the phone for. Took all of his profit and made sure that he wasted all of his time because he didn't make a fucking cent. And I made $100 more in the end for my trouble. And well, actually, technically, because I was going to sell it for $800. It would have sold for $800. Like, he literally sold it for $100 more, like within like 2 days of the listing. And so I caught that shit and I called him, but he tried to get sassy with me. And I was like, well, I have your manager. Like, in the gal, I can click on your name and there's a hierarchy. I can see your boss, your boss's boss. And I was like, I'm going to message, and I even put his boss's alias in there so he knows that I know his manager. And I said, I'm going to message your manager and tell him what you're doing because this is bullshit. And he fucking panned. Dude, you should have seen it. He was pissing his pants. He looked so embarrassed when he came to my office. He couldn't even look me in the fucking eye. I'm so sorry about this. Yeah, it was my fuck up. He stopped trying to play the sister story at that point. He knew that I saw right through that. So he's like, yeah, I fucked up. I'm sorry. That was, I just saw an opportunity. I didn't think you were going to be watching. Yeah, here you go. Are we good now? And I was like, yeah, we're good. Don't ever let me catch you doing that shit again, or I will contact your manager. And he's like, oh okay, thanks. And he leaves. And I was like, woohoo, $900, yeah. So yeah, that pissed me off though. That was one that really pissed me off because I'm like, dude, we work at the same fucking company. We literally we have the same boss up. If you go up like 6 levels, it's like your senior manager is my same senior upper manager. It's like we're in the same chain in the Windows division, dude. And you're one building over from me, and you thought that you could come over and buy my shit. And then I found out from other people as time went on that this guy has played other sob stories on other people to get shit super cheap. And he did the same shit, like turned around and sold it on the internal store, but a lot of them didn't catch it and they had to go back and look to find their shit and find out it was stolen. So I bet you they all went after him too. I really hope that every single one of them wrote his manager. I hope that, but I never went back to check to see if he got fired or anything like that. But I was like, dude, that is fucked. Like, don't eat where you shit, right?
Right.
And that's what bro was doing. So yeah, seriously. All right, dude, I know I've made you hang out a lot longer than you normally do.
No worries, it's all good.
And I probably should wrap up too because I'm like fucking, my muscle relaxers are finally kicking in. They're a slow, if you've ever taken a muscle relaxer before, they are slow to metabolize.
Yep.
That is a slow burn.
Yeah, but when they get you, they get you.
Yeah, I'm already starting to slur a little, so I'm like, yeah. And I took the max dose too. You can take 1 or 2 pills of the tizanidine, and I'm getting that warm and loose and kind of Gumby sensation. So I think I'm going to go Gumby out and relax for the rest of the day. I got to figure out something about this AC though, dude. All I did is have it on for the show. That's it. It was empty. The thing was empty, not a drop. Well, there was no water in it because I dumped it all in my PC. But I turned it on. I walked over to it when I came back from taking a piss, and it's almost full again. The whole tray underneath it's almost full again. I don't know how the hell this AC is creating so much condensation. Like it's insane. Like it's literally creating like a gallon of condensation. It's almost like a dehumidifier. It's creating so much condensation. So I have to figure out a way to drill a drain hole or something so the water can like work its way out of the trough to the back and evaporate, because otherwise it's just going to keep water falling on my floor and rotting out my floor, and I don't want that to happen. But before we wrap up, I just want to tell you guys, if you got a stinky room in your house, get an ozone generator. It's badass. Just don't be in the room while it's running.
Yeah, I was going to say, don't fucking die.
Yeah, don't die. Dude, I will tell you what, I was scared shitless of it because I turned it on, and not only did it make the most horrendous, buzzing, scary noise, the amount of ozone that this thing created, it was $25. I bought a commercial, like industrial Chinesium ozone generator that put out so much. I swear I turned the knob and it was already felt like I was in a fucking Olympic swimming pool swimming. Like it hit me so hard the second I turned the knob. I set it for 2 hours. Like the manual said, hey, run it for 2 hours and then let the room sit for 2 hours and then ventilate for 4 hours before going back into the space. And so I ran it for 30 minutes and I came up and opened the door because I could smell a little ozone downstairs. And I even put a thing under the bottom of the door to seal it. Like I rolled up a towel and put it under the bottom of the door because ozone's heavier than oxygen. So it sinks down and works its way out through cracks. Anyways, I started smelling it downstairs. I come up after 30 minutes and opened the door to the room, and it hit me. It was like lightning struck right next to me. It was the most pungent, crazy fucking ozone smell I've ever experienced. And I've had ozone generators before. This thing was like industrial strength. So after 30 minutes, I turned it off, shut it down, let the room stew for 2 hours, came in, opened up the window, holding my breath, ran out of the room, closed the door, let it all spill out the window with the fan circulating. I come in this morning, there's no mold smell at all. It literally smelled like cat piss in here from all like the mold and shit and rusted like particulate that was in the water that was running down the wall and getting soaked into the floorboard and into the carpet and into the carpet pad. It reeked so bad I almost couldn't even be in here. I come up here today, it smells like fucking fresh linens in here. It is amazing. So if you can handle the smell of ozone for a couple of days, like seriously, if you want to just bomb one room at a time, just make sure your cats and your plants and shit aren't in there, because it will kill your plants. Like this thing, one session, your plants are fucking dead. Like don't mess around with it. But as far as removing odor, holy shit, this room has never smelled this good. And it was like it was bad. It was really, really bad. So yeah, get yourself, if you guys want to get an ozone generator, let me know. I'll send you my Amazon link to the one I got, because I will tell you, it's crazy. It's pure Chinesium. Keep an eye on it. Don't let it burn your house down. It's basically got a knob you turn with like a mechanical fucking timer, and it's all or nothing for that time. And you just turn it on like a bug bomb, run out of the room, slam the door, seal off the bottom of it, and just let her run for 30 minutes or an hour. Come in, shut it off. If it doesn't shut off by the timer, let it stew, open the windows, run some circulating fans, and boy, bye-bye all odors. Your room will smell super, super fresh. They say it will smell like ozone. Like there is a slight ozone smell in here, but it goes away after you're in here for about 5 minutes. But it does dissipate quickly. Like I was really surprised. I thought it was going to smell like strong ozone in here for like a week, and it's already mostly dissipated just overnight.
Should do.
So it's pretty badass. Hey, you got any plans for this weekend?
No, nothing particular. Huh?
You playing any Cyberpunk again?
Yeah, I should actually.
Dude,
I should.
it's so good. I've been doing all the side missions and the side quests.
Actually, did I even install it? Yeah, I did. Oh yeah, actually, I even got a deal on the expansion just a little bit ago. So yeah, I should jump in that.
I might get the expansion after I'm done doing all the side quest shit. But that might be a while. There is a ton of. I've probably got 30 quests left, and I haven't even contacted half the fixers.
Yeah, so much stuff.
So yeah, if you guys haven't played Cyberpunk 2077, it's not the game it shipped. Like it's completely a different game now. It is amazing.
Good.
So I'm gonna say that GTA 5 is still my number one, but this is my number two for sure. Solid number two for me. Megabonk? To everyone, I recommend a game called Megabonk. I've never heard of that. Send the link. I must own this product. Here, I'll give it to you.
This cheese, but this is my style. I'm liking these Vampire Survivor style type. It's like the opposite of bullet hell kind of thing. I like these kind of games. I'm like super addicted. I have like a dozen different versions of this sort of game. I love this kind of.
Whoa, you went all like super robotic there for a second.
Oh, probably because I had opened the freaking Steam link.
That's why I was like, "What the hell's happening here, bro?" You're like,
I need to run a cable to my computer. This Wi-Fi is fucking me up.
So this thing went back up.
Oh
yeah. So this is the one I just bought 2 days ago, and it went back up in price. It was $24 when I bought it. Now it's back up to $45. So I bought it at a good time. I paid half price for this thing. Damn, I thought it was a fake half price.
They got a fucking Prime Day thing coming up on October 7th.
Ooh, so I need to keep
a sharp eye. What is that? I think that's next weekend.
Oh, one other cool thing I did. I gotta say really quick. So
2 weeks. This next 2 weeks.
So 7th, 8th, and 9th. I was looking for ozone detectors because I was like, if I'm gonna be running fucking industrial ozone, like I'm gonna use it on my car next. I'm like, I want to make sure the space is as safe as it can be before I enter it, right? So I'm looking up gas detectors for ozone, and they start at like $100 and go up to like $600, $700, $800. Ozone is the most expensive sensor for detecting. All the other volatile gases or whatever, like those sensors are like, fucking buy one for $20, $30. For some reason, ozone sensors are stupid fucking expensive. But you know what I found on Amazon the other day, just cruising around through random shit? A random, it's not even listed. There's no model number. There's no paperwork. I had to actually go look it up by image search. It's a O3 sensor module for an Arduino that you just connect a $5 Arduino. And I already had I already had Grok write the code to interface with it. And now for $5 plus $14 for this sensor, I'm going to have under $20. I'm going to have a full Wi-Fi enabled remote ozone detector instead of like the cheapest handheld one, which is like $120 or whatever on Amazon. So if you ever need a detector to detect some kind of gas or to detect something in your environment, temperature, humidity, whatever it is, don't go buy like a bundled sensor. Go buy a $5 or $3 Arduino. Go buy the sensor, connect the wires between the two, have AI write you some code, and you can make it interface with Home Assistant. You can make it have its own web server to give you information in real time. You can have it write an app for your cell phone. You basically have like the most versatile detectors ever. I've built like 2 other detectors for humidity and temperature, and it was actually super easy to do a vibe coding. Like I didn't even have to go look at any Orange Book standards or anything like that. So now instead of buying, and I don't know why, like I can buy this, the module is normally $30. So I got it for half price because the people that are selling it obviously don't know what they have, right? They're just selling electronics in bulk on their little Amazon store. But $14 for a sensor that's normally $30. And even the $30 sensor, add another $5 for an Arduino. Now you got a $35 ozone detector. And you don't got to go buy a whole handheld thing that's super expensive. Adam said we don't have radon in Western Washington. Well, 99% don't. Oh, that's good to know.
I was gonna say it sounds like a Hanford thing.
Yeah, I was actually kind of surprised. My little volatile gas detector that I have in my room doesn't detect O3 or ozone, which I thought was kind of surprising. But now that I know that it's the most expensive of the sensors in the group, like if you go look at there's like CP dash some number that they have for all the different ranges of sensors for the Arduino ones, the Arduino compatible ones on Adafruit. And it's like $1, $3, $4, $6. The O2 one's like $35, $39. So just for the sensor, just for the tiny little sensor board. So for some reason, detecting ozone is not as cheap and easy as generating it. That's for sure. However, I did learn that ozone, ozone degrades into oxygen, like regular oxygen.
That makes sense.
So like ozone, apparently everything it attacks, like anything organic it comes into contact with, even like arsenic, what is it? Arsenic, formaldehyde, like all these volatile organic compounds, it comes into contact with it. And not only does it neutralize it, like neutralize the smell from it. I don't know if it kills it and neutralizes the smell or how it works, but the interaction that it has with it degrades it back into oxygen. So you basically end up turning all your mold and mildew and nasty ass biological shit attacking and stinking up your environment into pure oxygen. I was like, that's kind of cool. Like I didn't know that was how ozone worked. I knew that it could make shit that smells bad not smell bad anymore. I knew that, but I didn't know how it did it. I didn't know that it was this O3 just has an extra oxygen that just wants to fucking shed off. It just needs to attack something and oxidize it to do it. So, yeah, I mean, it's a really efficient oxidizer. But I always thought like oxidizer. When I think oxidizer, I think rusting. But I don't think of the process of rusting as giving off oxygen. You know what I mean? That's the weird thing, I guess. Yeah. But I guess it's not really giving you back pure oxygen because it's really taking oxygen that's already there and using it to make the O3, correct? So I think the process of creating the ozone is just converting the oxygen in the environment to O3, and then it just degrades back into oxygen again. So I don't think you're getting any like more oxygen in the environment, correct? Or am I wrong? Adam would know. Hey, Adam, you're in chat. Does the O3 degrading back into oxygen provide more oxygen into the space? Is that extra oxygen coming from something else degrading? I wouldn't think so,
because the third one, right? Because it's going from O3 to O2. The third one is being attached to something else to drag it away, right? It's
so you end up with the same, basically.
Yeah.
Oh, it's cracking the O3 and O2 on the backside. Okay.
So I mean, thermodynamics, right? You can't come out with more than what you're putting into the system. You put in a bunch of O3, right? It's still you're gonna still end up with the same amount of O's. It's just that the extra one is going to be attached to something else.
Oh, the extra oxygen. You're right. So Adam said, the extra oxygen becomes the rust. Okay, so that's what it is. So you're realistically
trying to violate physics here, Jerry.
So you're basically losing oxygen from your environment because the oxygen that it's using to create the extra oxygen from the environment is basically getting turned to rust.
I would say the amount of atomically available oxygen, I suppose, is lower.
Hey, thank you, Basic Viewer. And thank you to Wolf's Den for the $5. Super appreciate it.
We gotta start using the right words, I suppose. Yeah, because again, the number of O's doesn't change, but now it's going to be, iron oxide or hydrogen oxide or whatever, turn to water or something or whatever.
As far as ozone breaking electronics, ozone is always present in some concentrations just because ozone is natural to the environment. Even outside there's ozone, especially in a lightning storm, you can smell it. It creates a lot.
Or any sort of like really high voltage areas and stuff. Yeah.
So the amount of ozone that you're creating to purify the air in an area, unless you're doing it like every single day at like massive high concentrations, you're not going to damage your electronics. You can though degrade, like it will degrade rubber and plastic and all kinds of shit. It can degrade if you put it under constant bombardment. But as far as just running it to neutralize the smells of like organics and mold and stuff in a space, you don't need enough that's dangerous to everything else. But obviously, it's not something like I wouldn't run this thing every day. No fucking way. Like, not a chance. Bradley said, be sure you kill power to the room before you run the ozone machine and take out all the electronics that aren't sensitive to ozone. Yeah, I did no such thing. But so far, everything works just fine, and there are no problems. Delegion said, Jerry just wants to break the law of physics. Hell yeah, I do. There's nothing funner than breaking the law of physics. What are you talking about, dude? Seriously. Bradley said, our company was doing it to sanitize the office during COVID, and it started to kill all the laptops, even though they were in another room in storage. That seems weird. Huh. I wonder how much, they must have been using like a metric fuck ton of ozone. Like, you don't want to use enough ozone that you go in the room and you die. Like, you've taken a breath and you just fall to the ground and fucking die. Like it sounds to me like they were using too much ozone if that was the case, because a lot of buildings that have electronics and shit in them use ozone to purify the air. As a matter of fact, Microsoft, you could smell the ozone sometimes from the air processors that would run, because they used UV and ozone to treat the air, and it would try to filter out the ozone before pushing it back in the building. It just used break down the organics in the air, but you'd still smell it sometimes in the building. And I don't recall anything breaking because of ozone, but you never know. Could have been something. All right, let's get you out of here, brother, and then I'll wrap up a couple of minutes after you take off.
All right, bye.
I'm gonna do some random rants, and then I'll go pass out.
Don't stay up too late.
No, I won't, dude. And I am gonna hit you up to game, man. So play your Cyberpunk, and we're gonna multiplayer that shit sometime soon.
I don't think there's multiplayer in Cyberpunk.
A bunch of people kept told me there is. Is that not
I don't think
true?
So. I don't think. So. I don't.
Is there multiplayer?
Maybe some mod, maybe, but I don't think so.
Let me see here. Cyberpunk does not officially have multiplayer mode. They originally planned to add it, but they didn't. However, there is a fan-made mod called CyberMP that's actively bringing multiplayer to the game on PC. It's still in beta, but it allows players to explore Night City together, drive around, and even role play similar to GTA Online. That could be interesting. Damn, I thought that there was. Shit, that would have been so cool, man, to cruise around. Like Jackie and V back together again.
That'd be fun.
That would have been tits. All right, well, thank you for breaking that dream. God damn, man.
You're welcome.
All right, enjoy your weekend, brother.
All right, bye, everybody. Have a good night, or day and weekend and all that stuff. We'll see you later. Bye.
Love your face, Broham. Forever and ever. Forever, ever, ever. All right, let me see if I can stretch this out here. Hold on here. There you go. Right. It's Big Barnacles. Big Barnacles don't fuck around because he's Big Barnacles. Big Barnaclisms. All right, hold on here. What am I doing here? Can I move that up? Oh, that's good enough. I don't know why I'm spending that much time adjusting it. Hello, everybody. And then there was one. Dude, my back hurts so bad. Dude, I've been in so much. I couldn't even sleep last night. My pain's been so bad. I'm actually surprised I'm still sitting here, honestly. I thought I was going to fold about an hour into the show because I was already hurting super bad when we started. But that muscle relaxer is starting to kick in now. And the thing you got to be careful with the muscle relaxer, though, is you got to stay still. Well, otherwise, it'll relax the muscles. And if you're moving around a bunch when the muscles are relaxed where they're normally tense, they can pull the nerve in like ways that normally wouldn't be pulled. I'm now in ultra wide. Yeah, look at all this space, man. Look at all the space I got to move around in and gyrate into. Although I probably should move that down just a little bit. That's driving me a little nuts. Is that the right one? No, which one is me here? Not label. Is that me? There we go. All right, let me move it down a little bit. There we go. When I lean forward now, I'm not getting cut off too much. Literally just started Cyberpunk because you reminded me. Dude, Michael, it's so good. It's so good. The beginning can be a little bit slow. Like the beginning can be a little slow and a little discouraging. I think between that and the bugs is why I stopped playing it the first time around. But I have to say, it's a whole new game now. It is a whole new game. It's absolutely wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. Keller said 30,000 mg an hour from the box. What air is 18 psi? So O2 is like 3 psi of that. I don't think a few grams of O3 will ever become much to remove the 2 psi. You'd need to turn off a candle flame. I mean, it didn't like when I came in the room to open the windows, there was a strong smell, but it didn't irritate my eyes. They said O3 and high concentration will pretty much instantly start irritating your eyes and like your mucous membranes. And they said it could cause you to get shortness of breath in your chest and a burning sensation. I didn't have any of that, like not at all. Not that I came in here was like huffing the air in to like test it like an idiot. But, you know, I can't hold my breath that long. So I did take quite a few breaths while I was in here trying to wrangle the window and get it open to fumigate the room. And I didn't have any ill side effects, no shortness of breath. And I already have like fucking lung problems. So I probably would have noticed it way faster. So I think that the smell was potent, but I don't think that that's representative of there being an insane amount of ozone. It's just ozone is very smelly. Like the second I turned on the machine, there was a massively strong smell of ozone. Like, I was kind of shocked at how fast it worked. I thought it was going to be one of those things where you turn it on and you got to wait an hour and then you come upstairs and it's like you smell a little bit of ozone in the room. No, it was like you hit the fucking switch. You immediately smell ozone. Then I came back 2 minutes later because I realized I didn't turn the AC on. And I wanted the AC on so that the fan would circulate the ozone in the fan and kill the bacteria and shit in the fan from all the moisture. And when I came back to the room after 2 minutes of it running the whole room was already like very pungent ozone. So I was pretty surprised at how fast that smell goes up. I'm going to use it in my car next though, because my car had a bunch of, because I haven't been driving it and it has no airflow and it's stagnant. It's developed mold on the door cards and on the top of the door sills, and I need to scrub all that mold out, which I'm going to do with vinegar and water. And I have a steam machine I got to find. If I can find that, I'm going to steam it. But then once I get rid of the mold and stuff, to get rid of that bad, deep mold smell that's in the car, every time I drive it, I have to roll the window down. It's just too much. So I'm gonna take this sucker out there and just blast it in the car for like an hour, and then let it stew, and then ventilate, open all the doors and ventilate it. And then hopefully it'll smell amazing after a week. You can just gotta, but I'll tell you right now, like the ozone smell is very minute. Like right now I can't even smell any ozone at all. I only smell it a tiny bit when I enter the room. And they said that, it said that's normal for up to a week, 2 days to a week, that you'll smell it a little bit, but it's not bad. Like you immediately acclimate to it and you don't smell it anymore. But like there is no mold smell at all. Like the mold smell in here, it smelled like a cat literally pissed like right in front of you. It was this really pungent, nasty, like weird, almost ammonia smell. Like I literally thought a cat might have pissed in here. It was that bad. But then I sucked the water out of the AC and cleaned up the wall and cleaned up the baseboard a little bit best I could. My back was just killing me, so I had to do it in tiny little increments. I haven't sprayed any vinegar up here or anything like that, but I just ran the O2 machine for an hour, let it sit for 2 hours in the room, then came in, opened up the window, because this is a very sealed room. So it stayed in here. Like when I turned off the ozone generator, it was just as pungent 2 hours later. So then I opened up the window and let the window open for 4 hours last night. And then when I came up to close the window, the smell already died down by like 90%. And then this morning when I came in, the smell was almost like, it was very minute, very, very minute. But yeah, it smells great in here. The Nerd Cave hasn't smelled this good in like a year. It seriously smells like I steam cleaned the rugs or something. And like lightning struck something. Let's hear. After 30 minutes, it reverts back to O2. O3 isn't stable and breaks down quick. Well, I mean, it didn't break down in 30 minutes because it still smelled of ozone. If it all broke down and decomposed into O2, there'd be no smell of ozone left. Like the fact that I could smell the ozone at all meant that there was still some ozone present. But I got a meter now. I got a meter on the way. It should be here tomorrow. If Amazon's shipping estimates are correctly, and then I just gotta, I shouldn't say read the code. AI already wrote the code for me. I just got to download it to an Arduino, hook up the power, ground, and the analog wire for the analog reading. It's got two. It's got an analog and a digital trip, and I'm going to use the analog header, and then I'll be able to measure the ozone in here. And what that'll allow me to do is I can run I got a mini ozone generator, a negative ion plus ozone generator. It's on the wall. It's supposed to run every 30 minutes. It runs like for 30 minutes, then shuts off, waits 2 hours, runs for 30 minutes, shuts off for 2 hours. And basically you're supposed to turn it on when you leave the room, then it runs through a cycle for like 6 hours or 8 hours, and then it shuts down and lets the room decompose. And then I'll put my little thing in here and rig it so that it notifies me on my phone when the room is safe to enter. And that way I can keep it all nice and not smelling like dick in here, which will be nice. Although I'm probably not going to use it all the time. I'm only going to use it when there's like a noticeable smell that's bothering me. If you bought the one from the link, it's for warehouses. It's for a room the size of 3,200 square feet. Oh, did I send you the wrong one? I might have sent you the wrong one, because the one I bought is it goes, in the manual it has a setting for all the way down to 300 square feet. So, but it can treat a large space too. It can if you run it full tilt 100% for like 2 hours, it can do a large space. But I didn't do that. I did the smaller option. Here, let me go double check. Let me see which one I got here. So the one I got is the 38,000 milligram an hour and capacity up to 3,200 square feet. That's the one I bought. So yeah, the one that you thought I bought, that is the one I bought. And it doesn't just do 3,200 square feet. It just can do up to 3,800 square feet. Well, no, sorry, 3,200 square feet at 38,000 milligrams per hour. Let's see here. But the manual tells you how long to run it and how many intervals to run based on a bunch of factors. So, and for my room, because my room's 15 by 15, it basically recommended running it for 30 minutes. And then 2 hour soak, and then a 4 hour venting. And you can get these machines all the way up to 6,000 milligrams an hour for $52. So for like $10 more, you can actually get a unit that's almost twice as powerful. Actually, is almost twice as powerful. Or you can get a 26,000 milligram for $5. No, $15 less. But this one was on sale. I don't know. How did I get such a good deal on it? Does it tell me how much I paid for it? Let me see. I know I didn't pay that much for it. It was on like deep discount, but it doesn't tell me what I paid. That's weird. Why doesn't Amazon? It shows that I ordered it. It says, okay, view order. So let me click on the order. Does it say the price? No, right here. Holy shit. I got this thing, no shit, $22.94. So I bought this on the 25th. Oh, sorry, it was delivered on the 25th. I bought it on the 24th, so on Wednesday the 24th, and it said I paid $22.94. I click on the listing now, and it's $45.99. So I got it for half price. I literally got it for 50% off. And it did say that. It did say that it was on sale 50% off, which is one of the reasons why I selected it. But I thought it was like a bullshit deal. I didn't realize it was a real discount. There's other ones on here, though, that are like 55% off, like this big one right here. I mean, they probably all, let's be honest, they all have the same no entry sign. So I'd be willing to bet that these are all made like in the same factory or near the same factory. But this one right here is like twice the size of my unit. And it's on sale for $44 right now, which normally goes for twice that. So everything sold by the gram is better than by the pound. Love Hoove the Market 3.8G as lots. What does that mean, Adam? The market 3.8G is lots. Oh, for the ozone, 3.8 grams. Converted from 3,800 milligrams. Okay, I gotcha. And that is a lot? It is. Is there such a thing as O4? That I don't know. Hey, Dave, you have a good weekend, too. And sorry if I made you sweat bullets earlier, man. I was just fucking with you. It's all good. I know I do get a little bit chatty sometimes. If I had $1 for every time people got mad at me for talking too much, I'd have a lot of dollars. Sadly, they don't pay me for that. James Janus said, could have just used osmium at Walmart for like $10, spray it in the room, wait like 30 minutes. You could hotbox a car, spray, not know someone smoked it in. But why would I buy spray when I can buy a $24 unit that generates unlimited ozone for the rest of my life? Or technically 60,000 hours, but I'm not going to run this thing for 60,000 hours. I'll die before I hit 60,000 hours. So bottles of shit you have to rebuy. This you don't. This you just keep running and keep running and keep running. And the best part is I don't have to spray anything on anything, which can stain and moisten and fuck with the surface of things and create the concentration in one area. This is just all around better. But I'm sure both work just fine. I mean, as long as in the end the O2 gets generated, that's all that matters, right? Marduk said, I like to keep my house smelling fresh, so I run mine directly into the air return and turn the fan on with home automation and have it run for like 15 minutes when there's no hockey occupancy in the house. That's a good idea. And you're not the first person to do that, Marduk. I actually was watching some YouTube videos because I was kind of a little scared of this thing when I first got it. Like when I turned it on and the smell was so pungent and all the warnings they had in the manual, I was like, fuck, this is kind of heavy. I didn't think ozone was that big of a deal. Shit, when I was a kid, they used to sell ozone generators that you're supposed to just put in your house and run while you occupy the space. So clearly we've figured out more about ozone these days. Either that or the concentration is just through the fucking roof by comparison to those old wooden units that used to cost like $500 that multi-level marketing would sell. Even the computer store I worked at bought one of those fucking things and it just always smelled like ozone all the time, the whole time we worked there. But yeah, running it into the air return, that's nice because if there's any mold or any, organic matter, fucking little particulate of cat feces or anything that gets into your air, into your vents, this'll kill it. Plus it kills bugs too. In high enough concentration, it kills little bugs. Like they said, like little gnats and no-see-ums and shit like that. It won't kill larval stuff in its larval state, or in its eggs, but it will kill it if it's, like a mosquito or smaller. It will fucking wipe it out. And it sure did. I came up here. I don't know if the bugs died or they left, but there was quite a few little bugs running around in here from, when I opened the window a couple days ago. And they got through the screen, these little bugs. There's like little mosquitoes and shit flying around everywhere. I haven't seen a single fucking bug since I ran the O2 generator. And I had the window open for 4 hours ventilating the room. So I don't know if they all dropped dead or they just smelled the O2 and got the fuck out. But either way, I'm not complaining, man. If it gets rid of the bugs, I'm all for it. I hate bugs. Adam said, only if we could make HE3 as easy as O3. But in all of the mining the moon for, for helium-3? Yeah. Fuck, if only we could make helium, period. Isn't the only way to make helium as a byproduct of fusion reactions right now? I'm pretty sure that's the only way we can actually create new helium. Everything else is just drawn from the earth, right? From hundreds of thousands of years of decomposition. Helium's very useful too, but it's becoming stupid expensive. And I'm not even talking helium-3. I'm just talking about the shit you fill party balloons with and like MRIs and shit use. But apparently making ozone is really easy. There's a reason these machines are so cheap. I mean, it's basically just creating an arc, right? It's like a lattice. Like you can hear the fucking thing arcing. Like it sounds like there's 1,000 arcs inside of the thing. So I think all it's doing is using a transformer. Correct me if I'm wrong, because I didn't look this up or anything, but just looking at the machine operate and how cheap it was to get it, I'm guessing it's just a grid that's charged at super fucking high voltage, and it's like little lightning bolts happening 1,000 times a second across all these different contacts in the mesh, and then air blowing through it. And those little lightning strikes are doing the same thing that the big boy lightning strikes do in basically cracking or is it cracking the oxygen, or what do they call it? Like bonding the oxygen into the O3. But I'll tell you what, man, when you turn it on, though, it makes an intimidating sound. It's not a quiet machine. You turn it on, it's like, Meh. It sounds like a bug zapper getting hit by 1,000 mosquitoes. Like it definitely, there's definitely, and it even says like in the manual, like every page in the manual says, do not operate this in an environment with volatile explosive gases. It's like, do not use this if you are in a wood shop with like sawdust in the air. It said, do not use this if there's any volatiles in the air that can ignite. Do not use this anywhere near natural gas. Like there's all kinds of warnings, because the inside of this thing basically is just going to ignite anything. Anything that can be ignited will get ignited by this thing. It's just a giant fucking arc reactor, literally. Norman said I should take it apart and stick my finger in it because it's the best way to find out. Hey, that's how tech guys learn. Hey, let's just hope it's high voltage and not high amps. Hopefully my skin effect would protect me, but I'm not about to fuck around in there with the noise it's making. It's pins adding electrons to O2, and then it rips two O2s into an O3 and an O. Interesting. Oh, so in a way it is adding more oxygen to the environment, right? If it's leaving a spare pure oxygen atom, you are actually getting pure. I mean, so Adam, I know I asked this earlier, maybe I missed it when you said it or if you answered it, but does that mean that there is technically more once it runs its course and it degrades in the room, like if the room was sealed and the O3 degrades because it comes in contact with enough biological material or whatever to revert back into oxygen, does that mean the room actually has more pure oxygen in it than it did when you started? Because the volatile, or is the... Okay, so O in the room doesn't change. Okay, so it's still the same at the end of the day. Fuck, I want an oxygen generator. Adam, do you know where I can get a cheap like a second-hand fucking medical... I don't care if it's a medical grade one that sounds like 120 dB and I got to put it in my garage and run tubes all over the house. I don't care. I just want an oxygen generator. Because I would love to do oxygen therapy for like 10 minutes a day and then do light oxygen going into my CPAP mask. Because I have a CPAP that I can put a little thing on that allows me to tee in an oxygen tube. And I would love, because my oxygen levels, when I'm sleeping, they get down to like fucking 87, 89, dip down and then come back up. Even when I'm reporting no apnea, it's just my lungs just fucking suck sometimes. Oh, good one's $2,000. Oh, fuck that. That's too rich for my blood. God damn it. I thought that there was a time, maybe not anymore, but I thought there was a time where you could buy like those old style medical ones that had the oxygen sieves in them or whatever. Like the replaceable oxygen sieves, and you could buy them from like people that just like passed away and their families just dump them in estate sales or whatever. And I thought you'd be able to get them for like $400 or $500. Because the little ones on Amazon are garbage. Like I've looked at the reviews for them. They're never good. The only good reviews on them are the people that got them for free. The people that actually paid for them are like disappointed. The ones that they generate oxygen and they're portable and they're small and you plug them in, but they just don't generate enough volume to be useful. It's like, oh, it generates pure oxygen. Yeah, but not at a level, like enough to fucking do like a little arc torch or something like that, but not enough to breathe. God, 2K used. Shit, what does a new one cost then? Fuck. I know they make little portable ones, but those ones are even more expensive. Like the little portable medical grade generators they have, those things are stupid fucking expensive. The ones that can generate like enough oxygen for you to breathe, like, you know, fucking 80% oxygen. Those ones are super duper expensive. But then they make like the novelty ones on Amazon. Like if you look up oxygen concentrator, these are like the, you know, generic ones that there's 5,000 of them on Amazon. They're about $259 to $500. But they all do like, you know, they say, oh, 1 to 7 liter. And then you like look at the review and the people using them and they're nowhere near that. And they all have like one review. So they do have, okay, so I think this one's an oxygen sieve. This one's about this one's $1,000. Still too rich for my blood. But the ones that I was looking at were like this. So this is I haven't seen this one on Amazon before, but this is the one that looks closest to like the one my mom had. That could give her oxygen like in full concentration nonstop. Like she was basically, if she wanted to breathe 93% oxygen 24/7, this would do it. Her unit was about twice the size now that I'm looking at it in scale, but like you get the idea. Like it's a much bigger unit with like a big compressor in it. It's got the humidifier built in. So in this one, it was 7 days of continuous oxygen delivery. What does it mean 7 days? Like, do you got to shut it down and let it cool down? Or do you have to like fucking replace shit after 7 days? Because that would suck. So this one's a 5 liter. So that's a lot higher than most of them. Because a lot of them will say 1 to 7 liter. And then you go look at like the fine print and stuff. And it's like, oh, it generates 1 to 7 liter like a day. Not like per hour or per, 20 minutes or whatever. The medical grade ones, like they find a way to like skirt around to make it sound like it gives out the oxygen that you need. But it's like nowhere fucking close. Like this one right here. This is, dude, none of these, they all have like 1 or 2 reviews. That's like, that's a big scary away. Like, see this one right here? This is like a little one. It's got the humidifier built into it. It says 1 to 7 liter adjustable continuous flow oxygen generator, $279, but it's got 2 obviously fake reviews. It looks just like the 90 other ones that are for sale on here. And I guarantee you the reason these all have 1 or 2 reviews is because after they sell one, they just take it down, create a new business, and list it again because nobody's going to be happy with what they get. So this one, yeah, I just don't see it. These oxygen, and then I was going to do the bottled oxygen, like the boost oxygen, $21. $21 for like 4 bottles, and I think each bottle has like 20 breaths in it. Like I'd literally be like emptying like a bottle. Dude, the price would be literally like fucking $3 a minute to breathe oxygen with these cans. Fuck, it's 3 cans. 3 cans for $23. I can't believe people buy this. Like seriously, look at this shit. Here, I'm gonna put a link over here. This drives me nuts. Like because I was looking into this as a legit option. I was like, well, I don't need full-time oxygen. I just want to do oxygen therapy for, like 10 minutes a day, sit at 100% oxygen for like, for like 10, 15 minutes a day. Just to help get a little bit more oxygen into me, and give me that feeling, that energetic awoke feeling when I need it. But fucking A, is that expensive? God damn. Seriously, 3-pack, $23? These aren't like little scuba tanks that you go down and fucking breathe for like 10 or 15 minutes. No, it's like these are gone in like a couple of breaths. I don't even know. Does it even say how many breaths it is? 5.6 ounces. Well, they're not compressing it into liquid oxygen, obviously. So I can't imagine it's going to last a long time. And I watched a video where guys were breathing off of these. Like they went up a mountain, they were breathing off of them, and they were like fucking always empty and grabbing another one. Like they went out fast. That's just crazy, man. Somebody's just like fucking concentrating oxygen and pressurizing it in a can and selling it for like fucking $7 a can or $10 a can. Just ridiculous. Oh, would you send me a link to? Here, let me check. Let me check, my friend. Let me check. Is this like one you have or? This is this is what we were talking about earlier, the odorizer spray. Yeah, no, I've seen this osmium stuff before. And that was pretty cool. It's $18 here though. Here it's $18. I literally paid $4 more and I have a full-blown oxygen generator that can create unlimited ozone. So for me, this wouldn't be a good deal. But for people that just want to get rid of that smell in their car and they just want to like spray some shit and not run a O2 generator in their car, this is a good option. I also got a little negative ion generator. I think it's like a mini ozone generator for the fridge. Somebody recommended it on Discord. It was like $9, so I grabbed one. A little USB rechargeable. You can put your ear up to the side of it and you can hear it buzzing. So I think it's creating ozone because it is making like a little bit of an arc sound. But I threw it in the fridge last night and I opened up the fridge and smelled it this morning, and the smell that was in the fridge is completely gone and it smells like nothing now. So, however, in hindsight, it's probably like decomposing all the food inside. It doesn't create a lot of ozone though. It said in the thing that you're not going to notice any difference in like the longevity of your food just because it doesn't create enough. Did I get tagged? Hold on here. Oh, never mind. That's a conversation not to be talked about online. Okay, let me close this so it stops dinging. Sorry, guys. So the biggest problem is that O2 gets high. It's like to help everything burn. Why O2 fills are so expensive. BOOS, booze is 95%. So the biggest problem is that as O2 gets high, it likes to help everything burn. Why O2 fills are expensive. Booze is 95%. Is booze like a brand of oxygen in a bottle? So the biggest problem is that as O2 gets high, like, are you talking like elevation? Like high elevation? It likes to help burn everything burn. Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking, right? Is like you get oxygen into your system and it's going to help your metabolism because you have more oxygen, which is going to burn more fuel, more oxidizer, right? And that's why it's so expensive. So you're saying it's not expensive because of what it is, it's expensive because of what it does. I gotcha. So okay. The fridge ones are great. They claim to increase shelf life of stuff like fruit since less bacteria. Yeah, because I was thinking about it. I was like, isn't the ozone going to break down the biological matter of the food? But if it breaks down the bacteria faster than it breaks down the food, just from the sheer volume, of it, it makes sense that at the right levels, it would actually extend the life of the food, even though it technically degrades it a little. Medical O2 is 99 plus in that bottle. Boost is 95%. I mean, is there a huge difference between 99 and 95%? I know that when you're breathing pure oxygen, like 99+%, it damages the optic nerve if you do it like prolonged over long periods of time. Because that was a big deal with my son back when he was in the NICU. They said that it could fuck his eyes up. But is 5% less enough to make like a really big difference? Like, as far as, would it be better for me to breathe 95% oxygen for a longer period of time than 99 plus for a less period of time? Or is it just a wash? Like same amount of oxygen at the end of the day? No. We might be a little bit out of sync. %95 is what's on airplanes. Wait, no shit? Oh, are you talking about the masks that drop down, or are you saying that the cabin has 95% oxygen? Oh, and the drop down mask. That's what I thought too, because I was like, God, that'd be kind of scary to have that pure of an oxygen environment on an airplane. Somebody goes in the bathroom, lights up their cigarette, and she goes, that'd be bad. Because you know people still be doing that shit. Every airplane flight I've been on, I always smell weed vape at some point. Then again, I don't fly on the most prestigious airlines. What can I say? So they run 95% in airplane masks. Interesting. Why do they run 95 versus 99? Like, what is the benefit? What is, I mean, is it just harder to get 99% pure oxygen in there? Because it just seems like the more oxygen you have, the more oxygen in the bloodstream, the more awake and alert people are going to be, and the longer you're going to stay conscious before you exhaust all the oxygen out of your blood. It's like those people that do the scoop, the diving where they hold their breath. What do they call it? Breath holding or whatever, where they lay flat down as still as they can. And like some of those guys can hold their breath for like 20, 30 minutes. I know they breathe pure oxygen for like an hour or two before they do it. And that like is a game changer. Like they can go way, way, way longer if they breathe the pure oxygen before they go in. DeVilbiss Compact 525 KS. Wait, DeVilbiss, that sounds familiar. Is that the same company that makes the spray guns? Like for painting cars? If so, I had their spray gun from back in the day. I literally had that thing. Is that, well, what is that? Here, let me look that up. I don't even know what that is. It is a, yep, compact portable oxygen generator. That looks expensive. How much is that one? Is that one under $2,000? Yeah, because this is like a legit medical one. And if I had to get a note from my doctor to buy one from like a medical company, my insurance won't cover it, sadly. But if I could get my doctor would write a prescription for it, I'm sure, if I asked him to, just because this would actually help me get a little bit more energy and not feel out of breath all the time. Oh, hey, what's up, Jay? How's it going, man? Say, Jerry, it's been a while. Long-time subscriber, 10 years now. I used to be in information technology, end up driving a truck after 15 years for some quiet and to see the country. Hope all is well. Hey, I'm just trying to survive, Jay. Sadly, life hasn't been the greatest, but I got good people around me, and so it's gonna be the greatest. In the end, it will be the greatest. Oh, even from 95% to 99% increases the fire risk substantially. Interesting. I wouldn't have guessed that. That's cool to know that. It's not cool that it happens, but it's cool to see that. Hey, I'll see you tomorrow, Adam. I'm looking forward to it, brother. I already got a chair with my name on it. I'm gonna drag out there so that I can help just stare in directions. Jay, that's cool, man. You're a truck driver now. Luckily, you're in a field that isn't going to be replaced by AI in wave 1. So that actually was a pretty smart decision you made. Or just get an albuterol inhaler. I already have one, James. I had to use it last night, and I used it 3 days ago. I don't use it every day, but I use it probably twice a week. Yeah, so the albuterol inhaler definitely helps. But the albuterol inhaler doesn't make me feel sharper and more energetic, and it can make my heart race. The oxygen would give me more of what I want. Enjoy your lunch, Adam. I'm excited to see you tomorrow, brother. Jay said, how's Xander? Xander's doing great. Xander's doing amazing. He's homeschooling, so we don't have to worry about all this crazy shit going on with the school system now with dumb shit in charge. And he's excelling. He's doing fantastic. Kid's dominating VR these days, man. He's running the rec room. Yorkshire said airplanes probably just need enough O2 till the plane gets down to low enough altitude. Murdoch said not to change the subject, but I got a wild pissed off story about NordVPN and their billing renewal practices. I'll send the story to you on Twitter. Yeah, please do, Murdoch. Please do. Yeah, no, if they're doing any stupid bullshit, I definitely want to know about it. I've used NordVPN for many, many, many years. And the vast majority of people that get it really enjoy it. But every once in a while, I get somebody that messages me with a story that really makes me go, you know what? That's pretty fucked up. Sadly, most companies do fucked up shit these days, and I don't like it. I don't like any of the billing models of these VPNs that use influencers to promote it, because they always seem to get too greedy. They all seem to go down the road and they just get too greedy, and that's bullshit. Because the whole thing with Nord is you're supposed to be able to get a refund and shut things down. But when they do like auto renew when they're not supposed to, like if you select monthly and not yearly, and then they end up hitting you for yearly, or they auto renew at the end of the year without asking you first, that's bullshit. Like I'll literally put pressure on them if they're doing shit like that. As a matter of fact, the only time I ever promote Nord is if people specifically ask for a VPN, because that's the one I use and the one that I actually like. Billing and corporate policies aside, the service has been really solid for me. The most solid that I've had out of any of them. But it's not worth it if they're pulling bullshit on people. Like I don't want to promote that. Have I tried Deluria? No, I have not. What is that? Let me look that up. That's a new one I haven't heard of. That is a prescription medication used to control asthma symptoms. So I don't have asthma. So I don't have like standard asthma. The albuterol for me is when I get what is it? The doctor, I forget the fuck he said about it. It's like a steroid that like stimulates it like raises your heart rate, raises your metabolism. It's like that aspect of it is what helps me breathe more. It's not an obstructed airway problem, if that makes sense. So it's like albuterol is primarily used to treat asthma, but is a steroid. It also has other effects. However, technically, my doctor did say I do have light asthma, but I don't feel like I'm having an asthma attack when I need the albuterol inhaler. I feel like my oxygen level is dropping out, even though I feel like I'm breathing at a normal rate, which is weird. Mulvad is always $5 a month, and you don't need to email. Wait, you don't need email or password. They also had a police raid, but there was no info stored. for them to collect. I'd have to see where they're hosted out of. I've never used Molvad before. The reason I use NordVPN is specifically because they're hosted in Panama. And so no extradition with any countries in their headquarters, so they don't cooperate with law enforcement. So that's why I like them. But everybody has their favorite VPN. For me, it's whichever one is the fastest and whichever one has the best privacy policy demonstrated over time. And so far, Nord's been great for that. Hey, thank you, Jay Santiago. Appreciate that. Woo! Woo! But here's what I tell people. It's like, use a VPN. If it suits your needs, keep using that VPN. If it doesn't, fucking cancel it and get your refund. But Marduk, if you canceled within the time period and you did not get your refund, that's horse shit. And I will let them know that that is horse shit, because I don't feel comfortable ever, no matter how good the service is, I don't feel comfortable promoting a company that does bullshit like that. So thankfully, I don't hear very much bullshit about NordVPN. Like the vast majority of people that use it, like me, they've all been satisfied with it. And then there's been the people that canceled it that didn't have any problems because it just wasn't for them or their servers weren't fast enough where they were at. But like I said, you do hear things every once in a while, and it's like, that's concerning. Love the service, and I'll send you detail later. I got to run. Thanks for the great Saturday. Talk to you later. Sounds good, Marduk. Yeah, just hit me up over on Discord in general when you see me active on there. Yeah, because I definitely want to know about that. Like, if Nord's doing shady shit, I want to smack them with the trout, because if I'm going to be, promoting their VPN, I don't want them doing shady shit. And I'll tell you what, I already don't like their shady practice where you go to the website and it like counts down and makes you sound like your deal's going to time out in a certain period of time. I don't know if they still do that shit, but if they do, that pisses me off. And I've told them that pisses me off, but that's still effective marketing on their end. And at the end of the day, they just want their money. What are my thoughts on the VPN built into Edge? They give you very, very little bandwidth for free. And then after that, it throttles like a motherfucker. So it's almost useless, honestly, unless you pay for it. But it does work. It technically does work. The funny thing is they charge you after, like, 2 gigabytes or something? It's a very little amount. It's like a couple of gigabytes, and then you have to start paying if you want more bandwidth. However, there are VPNs that are free that give you unlimited, like Cloudflare. Like Cloudflare has a VPN service that I believe is still free to this day. Actually, I'm not sure. Is it? Here, let me see. Here, give me a few free VPNs that cost nothing to use. But just be aware, most VPNs that are free, there's a hook that you don't know about. Remember, if you're not paying for it, then somehow your data or usage is. Okay, so let's see here. Unlimited data, strong privacy tools, no ads, Proton VPN. Does Proton have a free version of their VPN? I didn't know that. Tunnel Bear gives you 500 megabytes a month. That's stupid, for free. Bravado VPN, limited server locations, but it gives you enough data and stuff for streaming. Hotspot Shield and Windscribe has a 10 gigabyte monthly data cap for free. And Hide Me, limited features in their free tier. Hide.me, I've never heard of this one. Let me check this one out. So Hide.me, let's see, what do you get with this for the free plan? I swear all these sites look alike. Benefits, gaming VPN, no logs, split. Oh, they support split tunneling. I don't know if they do in the free version, but I do like split tunneling. Split tunneling is pretty awesome. Okay, let me look at their pricing. So their free tier. What does their free tier give me? Oh, I gotta fart. Hold on. Oh, had to let that sucker rip. Had to let it ruminate. Okay, so the free plan, oh wow, unlimited data. Oh, it has restricted speed, so it's going to be slow. But 8 locations, 1 connection at a time, and no logs. I mean, shit, for a free plan, though, even if, I don't know how bad it's throttled, but that might not actually be bad. So, I mean, I know nothing about this place. I have no affiliation with them whatsoever, but if somebody wants to give their free tier a try and report back to me and tell me if it's any good and what speeds they got, I'd be curious. Because for people that can't afford to buy a VPN like NordVPN, it would be cool to have some alternatives to give them, because everybody should be on a VPN with what's going on in our government right now. Hell, even if you're not even in the United States, it's like the United States affects every other country on some fucking level, so it's probably a good time. Let's see, hold on here. CBD said, was last time you've made a video on your channel? Are you full-time retired? No, surprisingly, this is my job. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't make enough money to pay the bills, but it does stretch the 401k I'm living off of right now. So But no, I'm not retired in the sense, but I am pretty fucked up. So medically, this is all I can really do. I haven't applied for disability or anything like that yet because I'm holding out hope that I still might be functional again at some point and be able to make more videos and increase things. But I'm also, AI isn't really doing us any favors in the content creator world. But politics isn't needed here, but you know, politics is absolutely needed here. 100%. 100% it's needed here. And here's the thing, because everybody thinks that, oh, it's just politics, it's just a difference of opinion. No, it's not. It's really affecting me very, very tangibly, and my friends and my family, including my son on the spectrum. So, no, it absolutely belongs here. I understand if people don't like it and they want to leave, that's totally fine. I have no problem with that. But no, it absolutely needs to be here for sure. More people need to use their voices, because if too many people stay silent just because the audience doesn't want to, some people in the audience don't want to hear this, well, then Trump just gets away with his bullshit and it just keeps getting worse. And the next thing you know, we're all fucked. And I don't want that. So CBD said, what's wrong with you? I have a problem with my nerves in my back and bone spurs on my vertebrae that's making it harder and harder for me to be able to move. And it puts me in 24/7 pain that I can't escape. And the only medication that's really effective for it is like $700 a shot. It's a 50-50 chance. And if they miss on that 50-50 chance, have to wait 3 months again. Don't get a refund and then have to try again and hope for those 50-50 odds again. And short of that, all we can do is manage the pain. I can't take ibuprofen. I can't take aspirin. I can't take naproxen or any other non-steroidal anti-inflammatory because I'm highly allergic to them, to where I need an EpiPen just to survive if I accidentally ingest any. So, yeah, it sucks. My problems could be widely fixed with fucking ibuprofen if it didn't kill me. And that's really a slap to the face, because I'm like, God damn. I got to go through all this shit. I have to take this drug called buprenorphine that's like a fairly weak opiate that stays in your system for long periods of time and blocks you from re-uptaking other opiates. So it limits your pain relief, but it gives you at least some pain relief over an extended period of time that's like uniform. And then I take a drug called gabapentin that like numbs the nerves, because my sciatic nerves that run down through my SI joints, the little groove in my SI joints isn't big enough for the nerve. So it laps, it basically drags, and you can feel it when you're walking. It feels like a rope is down your leg. And it tugs, and if you do that too much and you move too much, it inflames and it wants to get bigger. And then when it gets bigger, it pins itself in that little hole, and it feels like both your legs are on fire. And then your muscles start misfiring and shit. It's not fun, man. It's a shitty deal. It's a shitty deal. My doctors told me that my back would fucking put me in a wheelchair by 40, but here I am at 45 and I still can get up and move, just not comfortably, but I can move. Yep, can't take aspirin if I have a heart attack. Nope, I just have to go to the hospital and they give me lithium. The good news is there's alternatives for everything. It's just those alternatives are usually come with more side effects, or they're harder to get, or they're more dangerous. So it's not ideal, but at least I'm not in a situation where there's like nothing that could help me if something bad happens. The human body is indeed very strange. But I'll tell you what, I'm grateful to be alive. As far as I know, I don't have any fucking metastasizing cancers or anything, although I haven't been checked in a long time. I do have bone spurs growing everywhere. That's a little concerning to me. I've been talking to my doctor, and he said, they can be fairly common in some people. But I used to just have bone spurs on my spine. Now I'm like developing bone spurs on my fingers and the joints of my fingers. I'm starting to have bone spurs show up in weird places. Like on my thumb, I had a bone spur show up the other day. Probably can't see it on camera, but there's a bump. It feels like a little knob is coming off of the cartilage right there, or the bone. And so who knows how many fucking spurs I have on my body right now poking into everything, because some of them are sharp. Some of them are really sharp. And so a lot of the shit that's happening with my nerves could be just bone spurs everywhere that are just grabbing on that nerve and dragging on it, just making things worse. Hey, what's up, Kenny the Dragon? How's it going? Hey, I'm just surviving, brother. I'm actually surprised I'm still standing up and talking to you guys. I took 2 heavy muscle relaxers about, an hour and a half ago? They're just now, they just started kicking in about a half hour, 45 minutes ago. But usually these take you down and I didn't sleep last night. I just laid in bed tossing and turning. I could not sleep no matter what last night. So I ended up getting early, got up around 8 a.m. and had some breakfast. My wife was nice enough to wake up with me. She made me some breakfast and some coffee. And then I got up here and got after it. I honestly didn't think I was going to make it the whole stream. I'm surprised I'm even still sitting here, but that's the muscle relaxer talking for sure. Norman said, as much as AI is going to murder me first, I'm very nice to my AI assistant overlords. It's going to wonder in medical. It's doing wonders in medical at the moment. Dude, don't get me wrong. AI is an amazing tool. AI in the right hands is absolutely amazing. It can do amazing things. I've even witnessed it do amazing things for me firsthand and third party. But it just, there's a lot of bad people that want to use it for a lot of bad things, sadly. And that's where my concerns come in. Hey, Pro DVDI, thank you for the 21 months of the channel. Super appreciate it. So, hi, Jerry. As a computer engineer, I was slightly bothered by your guys' discussion of volts and amps last week. Please look up Ohm's Law. Cheers. Fair enough, brother. Fair enough. Fair enough. Neither one of us is electricians, though. And don't worry, we practice the one-hand rule, so we're not going to die, hopefully. We don't fuck with anything that's high current. So yeah. Yeah, we did have the ohms thing pretty fucked up for sure. But we were talking about it in the sense of audio, not in the sense of general resistance in any electrical circuit or how it can and can't kill us. But yeah, you should, you know what? I want to be honest. I don't think I've ever done a tech talk where there hasn't at least been a couple people triggered by the things that we've said. That's just part of the business of being a content creator. But hey, you know what? We appreciate the support and we appreciate the corrections. But it is interesting that you're a computer nerd, you're a computer engineer, not an electrical engineer, but you were bothered by Ohm's law. Our misrepresentation of Ohm's law. Sorry. I guess a computer nerd. Well, if you're doing like circuits and low level shit with computers, I guess Ohm's law comes into play. What is my favorite AI model? I've been using Gemini, and surprisingly, Gemini is really good. I prefer for coding Claude 4. I really love Claude 4. Surprisingly, Grok's actually pretty damn good at coding now. Grok has way looser constraints. It's much easier to jailbreak. So as much as I hate X and I hate Elon Musk, sad to say, but Grok is actually pretty damn good. It's not good for like general questions, and it's not good for like general knowledge and stuff because it's heavily politically biased. But for like actually programming and things that don't have a political bias, it's actually fairly decent. Like I'm surprised by it. But I will say that it's very weak in its protections. Like, and I don't know if it's by design on purpose or what the deal is, but boy, you can jailbreak that shit. Like you can get that thing to do anything. You can tell you how to build a nuclear bomb or how to like kill and bury your neighbor's bodies. Like it'll tell you anything. Like literally, if you just give it a couple little nudges with some prompts, you can convince it to pretty much ignore everything. Norman said Ohm's law is great, but that doesn't mean I have to listen to it. Maybe I like my exploding dishwasher. Oh, that's funny. Hey, Joe Taji, thank you for the $20, man. Mucho apreciado, senior. That'll help me pay auxiliary finally. I appreciate it, man. Say, hey, Barna dude, do you still have the Mine server up? I do not, sadly. And have you thought about using it for AI? I have thought about using it for AI a lot. As a matter of fact, I was in the middle of investigating using something called EXO, to basically take an AI and load it across all 8 of the GPUs, plus the 2 GPUs in my old Xeon rig and the 1 GPU in my Linux old i7 128 gig DDR4 machine. And I was going to try to use all of them combined to load some rather large models and see how many tokens per second I could get. But because they're going to be bottlenecked, connected over, a gigabit. Well, some of them will be 10G, but one of them will be gigabit because it's down in the garage. I have a feeling it's not going to be very fast. But it doesn't need to be very fast. As long as it can load those big models, that's all I really care about. Pro DVD said, yep, we mostly deal with low voltage DC for circuit design. Oh, dude, that's awesome. That's awesome. Yeah, I don't fuck with high current, man. Trust me, when it comes to shit that can actually kill you, I do my research. If I'm going to be fucking with shit with giant... Well, actually, there was an exception with the AC, which was a really dumb thing I did, but I survived. But yeah, anything that involves known capacitors or anything that involves, electricity at a dangerous level with no protections in the circuit, I give it a healthy respect because honestly, electricity scares the shit out of me. I've been really badly electrocuted many, many times, and I don't like it. Let's hear. Also, did you ever watch random videos while streaming here on Twitch? Just curious for me on bad ADHD days. I need to listen to multiple things. Oddly, I don't listen to a lot of Twitch streams. Like, honestly, most of what I do is just watch YouTube videos and playlists on YouTube. But I will tell you this, I do struggle to get to sleep unless I hear something in the background with like audio and talking, like something I can latch onto and actively listen to. Otherwise, in dead silence, I struggle to get to sleep. It's really weird. I don't know if that's an ADHD thing or not. But yeah, I need some kind of voice to lock onto, saying something that's, you know, that my mind wants to latch onto and know about, and then somehow I can get to sleep with that. As long as it's not too crazy exciting. When I work though, when I'm actually like coding and I'm actually problem solving, I don't listen to anything. Like not even music. Even music seems to slow my task down because I have to give it some level of focus. But when I worked at Microsoft, I did listen to music all the time. Even when I was coding, I always had music playing in my ears. So a little bit different these days. I definitely don't feel the same as I did back in those days, sadly. I don't have the same attention span. I need ASMR videos to sleep. Dude, ASMR drives me nuts, honestly. Like, just the whole idea of ASMR kind of drives me nuts, if I'm honest. I know a lot of people like it. For me, it's just too cringe. The people that are like, hi, how's it going? And there's probably some people in here just blew their load because that's probably like their thing. And you know what? That's okay. That's okay. That's what I'm here for. I'm here to help you with whatever you need. Anna said, if you haven't heard Jerry's CRT voltage story, get him to tell it. Turn it off audio. Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I got fucked up by a CRT bad. I was trying to fucking refocus the flyback on my VGA monitor back in the day in my room when I was living at home when I was a teenager, and I had a screwdriver with a wooden handle and the metal metal rod, and I was like sticking it through the plate, but I didn't know the plate was grounded to the flyback transformer and the capacitor. Like those things hold hundreds of thousands of volts. And I fucking put the screwdriver on there, and it shot me into the wall, and I went through the drywall because all my muscles contracted and shoved me into the wall. I went right in between two studs through the drywall and got stuck. And it made such a loud noise. My mom came running in the hallway, thought I was dead. She opened the door. I'm stuck between the two fucking beams on the wall. And the screwdriver was welded. It was physically welded onto the plate that was going around. It's like playing Operation. I'd tuned screens before, but I've never touched the edge of this metal plate. I've always gone through the hole in the metal plate without touching it. But this time I touched the metal plate, and the wooden handle didn't protect me. I don't know if it was because I was too choked up on it and it arced to me, or if I had my thumb resting on the metal collar. But boy, all I remember was a loud ass pop, a huge flash of light, and I was stuck between the beams in the wall. It was, that was quite the ride. That was not fun. That was not a fun day. And I felt really fucked up. I was super tired. Every single time I've been electrocuted by 110, it's made me super tired. Like it just makes you so exhausted. You feel like you ran a marathon. It is very bizarre. Histario, thank you for that $5 earlier. He said, do you know anything about encrypting message services like the matrix.org? No, not really. I don't know what matrix.org is, but as far as encrypted messages, I mean, I've done like base 64 encoding and shit on messages just to fuck with them, but I don't have a lot of experience in encrypted messages, but I do know that, you can take pretty much any protocol you want and encrypt anything. You can even stack protocols and share keys through different channels to decrypt them, public and private keys and shit like that. Like, just basic cryptography. But I don't know what matrix.org is. Like, what do they do? Let's see. What is an open network for secure, decentralized communication? Oh, is this is this like the low powered, like the LoRa stuff? Is this like outside of the internet? Let's see here. Desktop client for Matrix, all known clients. Oh shit, there's 1 million clients for this. Yeah, I've never, honestly, I'm gonna be honest, I've never heard of any of this. Here, let me save this bookmark so I can play with it later. This actually looks pretty interesting. Okay, so specs. What is Matrix? Matrix defines a set of open APIs for decentralized communication suitable for securely publishing, persisting, and subscribing to data over a global open federation of servers with no single point of control. Uses include instant messaging, voice over IP, signaling, Internet of Things communication, and bridging things to existing communication silos. Oh, so is this like Tor for API? I mean, I haven't looked at it, but that to me sounds like this is Tor for APIs. Like this is Tor at the protocol level instead of just being web pages. It looks like you can, do decentralized communication across the network of clients that are encrypted, over multiple jumps, but so you can't trace it back, but with any traffic, not just HTTP. So you can use it with other things. Yeah, this looks pretty interesting. I'm going to look into this. That's pretty cool. That's actually a really neat idea. That's what it looks like to me. If anybody's used it, though, please correct me if I'm wrong. LGR FBS said, I think it's a bit dishonest of Linux YouTubers that claim that any Windows program can run on Linux, only to later reveal the program is running on Windows in a VM environment. What are your thoughts on this? Yeah, I think that is pretty dishonest. Like, I mean, because the same thing could be said for Windows. It's like any Linux, anything on Linux can be run on Windows under WSL2, and if it can't run under WSL2, which honestly it should be able to, because you can run, you know, any Linux version you want under WSL2, but it's still virtualized, right? It might be a hardware virtualized environment, but it's still a virtualized environment. You're still running a full-blown operating system to run the underlying thing, and there's still virtualization that is going to slow things down. It might not slow down things a lot, depending on what hardware you're on, but it does ultimately slow things down more than running it on bare metal. But yeah, I mean, by that logic, anything can run anything, right? Like there's nothing Linux can do that I can't do on Windows by just opening a Linux VM and running the thing. And not only that, but you can actually run Linux. A lot of people don't know this, but you can run Linux UI applications, like actually Linux GUI applications that even use advanced, I can't remember the name of it, Wilson or whatever they call it, the hardware accelerated desktop rendering engine or whatever under Linux. Not X11, but like the faster one. But yeah, you can run any of those that you want under WSL2. You can open the apps and there'll be windows on your Windows desktop that look like Linux apps that you can drag, minimize, maximize, you know, lock to corners of the screen and work with, you know, and cut and paste text in and out of them to other Windows applications, you know, access the file system, you know, your Windows file system, NTFS, like right through Linux. So you can do all that shit with WSL2. So being able to do the same thing on Linux where you're Wayland, I always forget Wayland, man. Norman, thank you. I always call it Wilson, but yeah, Wayland. Sorry, as you can tell, I'm not a huge Linux user, but I have been playing with Linux, you know, quite a bit lately, especially under WSL and Windows. And I have Catchy OS running on both of my other systems back here, even the one I spilled all the water in. But yeah, it's I don't know. I think if you're gonna say that you're running any Windows app under Linux, it should be like through Wine, right? It should be direct API calls and not virtualization. Because once virtualization is involved, everything's possible everywhere, right? Like I can run hardware accelerated CUDA applications in WSL2 in Windows. Like I can download Linux only programs with Linux only Python, you know, dependencies from GitHub and run it under WSL, even with a GUI, and have that GUI pop up on my Windows desktop and be able, but at the end of the day, it's still virtualized on the back end. So I don't know who's touting that, you know, any Windows program can run on Linux. Because, I mean, to be fair, it's like, yeah, it might seem dishonest, but at the same time, it's like, it is true, right? I mean, they might not be disclosing the mechanism that does it, but at the end of the day, it's like, you can run anything on anything as long as virtualization is supported by that operating system. The real challenge is doing it without the virtualization. And that's where, like, Wine comes in, right? Wine obviously doesn't work with everything. But the things it does work with, it's a cool concept because you're not using any virtualization. You're just calling equivalent APIs, especially when it's graphics APIs. You're calling equivalent APIs on the operating system, so you're still running like effectively a similar load without any virtualization. The stack will still show a clean stack of the same calls and the same code with the same variables. It's just what's happening inside of those APIs is different code is running, if that makes sense. Hey, take it easy, Norman. I'm going to be getting out of here in a few minutes too. I'm actually this muscle relaxer hit hard, as you guys can tell. And then I'll feel like end of the stream going, drool, blah, blah. Plus, I have to try to get some rest and get hopefully my back heals by tomorrow because I gotta work on the hot tub thing. So, because I need my hot tub because that thing's the only thing saving my life right now. Actually, I think I am going to take off. You guys, I want you to have a wonderful. Actually, before I do, I got to make sure. I think I missed some people earlier, and I'm sorry. The bot isn't working today. So I apologize if I missed you guys earlier, but I'll go through them again. Jay Santiago, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Best of luck to you and your family. I appreciate you so much. Basic Viewer, thank you for the $2. He said, looking good, guys. Hey, always appreciate the compliments. DeWolf Stenyo, thank you for the $5. Said, Line, you always happen to have Tech Saturday. Hope the rest of the week is great for everybody. Hey, you too, man. Seriously. Joe Taji, thank you for the 29-month sub to the channel. He said 22 Barna months. Woo! Dave, he said, thank you for the $10, your penance for the comment. that was funny earlier. Retro My Bets, thank you for the $5. Pele, thank you for the 250 sexes. Kelly Gutowski, thank you for the £5. I'm sure I fucked that up. I'm sorry. Joe Taji, thank you for the $5. He said, fun fact, there's a registry hack to get rid of web results in the start menu. As a matter of fact, I think I ran that one. Man, my Stream Deck keeps doing something weird. Out of the corner of my eye, I keep seeing my Stream Deck like refresh all the icons. I don't know why it's doing that. Kilo Alpha, thank you for the... Oh my God, Kilo Alpha. That was at $50 earlier. Dude, I got to hit you again. Are you still in chat, Kilo Alpha? If so, thank you so much, man. Seriously, 50 pounds? That's insane. That's like 100 billion US dollars. Hey, Van Veer, thank you for the five buckaroos. Said thank you for the contributions to make Windows Me. That was funny. Hey, by the way, I had nothing to do with Windows Me. He's ribbing me, okay? Leviathan Pram, thank you for the $2. Said hello, Dr. Beard and Mr. Jerry. Altonian, thank you for the £2. Said testicles. I do like me some testicles. Yeah, how else are you going to test them tickles than to just testicles? Get all up in and do that testicle. Meat Papa, thank you for the $5. Said they definitely should have tried to combine Android and Chrome OS sooner. I agree. Blue Varo, thank you for that 5 gifted subs earlier. If you guys got a gifted sub during the stream, please thank the person that gave it to you. That's just a nice thing to do. Also, shout out to the people that are pushing that heart button down at the bottom. I usually don't see those things floating up, but when you click it, I do see it, and I absolutely love those little emojis popping up. Makes my day. Altonian, thank you for the £10. He said there's one series of third-party blocks that did work well with the original Lego. Oh, yeah, that was when we were talking about like the Lego and Lego competitive blocks. And then the very first... Yeah, I'm really slurring now, man. That muscle relaxer's hitting hard. Pod Lassie, thank you for the 10 PLNs from Poland. Those were the first Poland monies that we've ever got, and that was pretty damn cool. Oh, my gosh. Chief GYK3D, I follow this guy. He went to DEF CON. He suggested Matrix. I'm gonna have to look into it. I bookmarked it because I definitely want to go look at it because that's kind of cool. To me, at first glance, it looked like Tor for general traffic. Actually, you know what? I can test that theory. Let's just do this. Let me go to Copilot, and I'm going to ask it. Let me start a new conversation, because I'm going to do a quick little vibe code. Let me switch it to Think Deeper, because I want it to use GPT-5. All right, I'm going to say, here, write me a Python script to connect. Here, write me a server and client Python script that can connect using matrix.org APIs anonymously and secure across the internet and transmit text back and forth in real time like a direct chat client. If it tells me to fuck off, then I'm wrong. But let's see what it does. Okay, so these are once a Python server and client use the Matrix protocol. Okay. Anonymously using Matrix OR's API to transfer the messages securely like a direct chat. The tricky part is that Matrix is federated, so there is no true server in the sense. Oh, I didn't even think about that. It'd just be clients. But I can create scripts where both act as clients. One could be the server and simply listen for messages, kind of like an Echo bot, while the other side sends messages. I think it makes sense with this approach. Okay, here we go. So we got the code. Need Python 3.8 or later. I need to install Matrix's dependencies. I mean, shit. I'm just going to do it just for hell. Let me do this. Okay, let me install the dependencies. Make sure they work in Windows. They do. We're good. Okay, I got the server script. Run here, notepad, go temp, notepad matrix server.py. We're going to dump that in there, and then do the client code, and do a notepad matrix.client, or client.py, dump the code in there. All right. Okay, enable end-to-end encryption by setting enable encryption true. So, okay, first, I need to create the keys first. So I have to go to the website to create the keys. So I can't, so this isn't going to be, you got to go create the keys first. Then automate account registration on your own Synapse and open registration guest access for true anonymity. Persist your device encryption state on the disk to survive a restart. Handle reconnection logic for transient network failures. Yeah, so it looks like I do have to go create this thing. I don't think it's going to just work without it. But shit, let's try it. Why not? Python Matrix server. UI. Let's just see what happens. Oh, it needs the cryptography module. Let me install that. Again, just vibe coding, just fucking around. Okay. Wait, no module named crypto. I just installed crypto. Oh, hold on here. This is what I get for using Copilot to try to write code. I should have used Grok. All right, it needs there. Okay, I knew the dependency was named something else. It's actually called Cryptodome. So pip install Cryptodome. There we go. And then let me try running the client. Py. Oh, it's still giving me that. What's going on here? Okay, Conda Forge is enabled. I got that installed. Make sure I have both of those. Sorry you guys can't see what I'm doing here. Here, remove that. Okay, installing it into Conda. Then after that, just run the Matrix server. Okay, if you never plan to use end-to-end encryption, you can ignore the crypto setup. Oh, so you don't need, okay, so you don't need a cryptographic key unless you want the encryption. To add real encryption later, you gotta set this environment variable. Consider catching library import errors script cleaner message next time wrapped import crypto in a try next block. It's weird. It's saying so it's installing crypto, but it's not accessing. I think the crypto has a different name. Does crypto go by a different name in Python? Because it's not loading the crypto namespace. Okay, I need to import crypto cipher. Oh, I found it. Here we go. Hold on, Conda's gonna sit here and wait forever now to try to install dependency. Notepad. What's it called again? Man, why am I doing this right now? I shouldn't be doing this right now. Matrix client is the one I want to edit. Okay, and I want to import. Whoa, that's weird. There's no reference to crypto. Why the hell is it trying to load crypto then? Okay, that's confusing. Python matrix client.py. No module named crypto. Who's trying to load crypto? From crypto, import random. From async attachment, under crypto, provider. Oh, you know what? This is probably an old version. It's probably a different version than where crypto is normally in there. Because, yeah, it's trying to import it from a dependency. I can't fix that. Like it's not my code that's trying to import it. It's one of the dependencies called NIO that's trying to load it. And for some reason it can't load it. This might be a Windows thing too. Maybe crypto's not supported on Windows. It did install it though, so I don't know. I'll have to fucking poke around at it. Yeah, I'm very drooly right now, so we're probably not gonna get too far with me doing this. All right, I'll tell you what, though. I am going to, yes, I would like to install that into the Conda environment. Please do that. Okay, so I'm going to play with that later and get back to you. If you don't hear me say anything about it, like hit me up in the next couple days over on Discord. I'm busy tomorrow and on Monday, but then after that, I should be free for some Discord action. I'll still poke my head in there off and on, but like as far as sitting around trying to play with some programming stuff. But maybe we could do that on a Twitch stream. Fuck around and play around with this and see if we can get it to do something. Because I do like the idea of decentralized communication. Like, that's cool. And I do like the idea of having an API for communicating over the internet that doesn't just use a traditional protocol, but it like has built-in hops that isolate your IP address. So even if you're not using encryption, it doesn't really matter because there's no way to backtrace everything like with the Tor network. However, that's not true because any one of these networks, all you need is like 50% of the network to be some clandestine organization that brings up a shitload of power, take over half your network, and then you just have to hope that the odds are in your favor, that the jumps go through enough of the nodes that you can connect the dots because they went through all your nodes. You know, because the whole idea is with Tor, you eventually, you know, go through a node where it's like nobody can get the information from it to know where the packet came from, right? So, but you can if you get somebody to somehow jump through all the Tor nodes that are under the control of one person, then they can trace you. And the odds of that happening are relatively large when they put more Tor nodes on the network than anybody else combined. You know, it's kind of like how people used to bring on shitloads of crypto mining power to have like the controlling share of the network so that they could fork off and create something else, right? Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to try one more thing before I forget. Here, it does say there's another library just called cryptography, not crypto, and I want to see if that has the dependency in it. Okay, matrix client. Let's see if it runs. Nope, still can't do the mains. I've seen this error before where it can't import random from crypto, and I got to figure out why. Says it can't import random from crypto. I've run into this before. I swear I have, and if I remember right, I think it was because the library only worked under Linux for some reason. So install PyCrypto. I did that. Did I not? PyCrypto. Oh, I didn't have PyCrypto installed. Hold on. Oh, and there we have it. PyCrypto cannot install. Oh, yep, I've hit this before. Yeah, PyCrypto won't build on Windows for some reason. And it's because it's missing some libraries, and I'm not sure if they're libraries that work under Windows. Yeah, I'm going to have to go do some digging. I'll have to go do some digging. If I can find the wheel, then I don't have to build it. Like, if there's a way for me here, can I do that here? How do I install PyCrypto using the wheel so it doesn't have to build it? Is there a Windows? Oh, I should have told it I'm on Windows 11. That would have been helpful. There we go. That's the command. I always forget that. I don't do it very often, but there's a way that you can say only install the binaries. Like, don't try to build the shit. And that's what I want to do. And it's interestingly enough giving me the command for Linux, not for Windows. So that's not very hopeful. But let's try it just for shits and giggles. Let's do a pip install -- upgrade -- only -binary equals all. And then we want PyCrypto. Come on. Come on. Do my biddings. Do my biddings. Come on now. Come on now. Okay. This is going to work. Come on, baby. Come on. No way. No. Nope. No wheels for Windows. So this only works under Linux. That's weird. Because I would imagine... Does this matrix thing say it's only supposed to work under Linux, or is it supposed to work under Windows too? Let me see. I didn't even look. Okay, client server API. Dude, I am chasing squirrels so hard right now. You guys don't even know. I am chasing so many squirrels. Okay. So matrix media v3 upload. Common error codes. Don't care. Web browser clients. I mean, I saw this has got to work on Windows on some level because I saw a bunch of Windows clients. Like, you can actually go download Windows clients that connect onto this network, and there's like a gajillion of them. So this has to work under Windows. So I'm just my brain's just not working right now, guys. So yeah, there's a lot of these work on Android and shit. There's ones for iOS. It's even supported on iOS. Well, fuck it. Let's install this Fluffy Chat thing. Here, let's do this. So web, I can go to the web for Fluffy Chat. All right, I want to run the web app. Come on, go there. Using my browser. There we go. I'm loading Fluffy Chat. So I want to sign in at matrix.org. Yes. And then I got to use one of my Google accounts. Let me use my burner. Continue. Okay. So now I got to create a username. Okay. Yes. Testing test 69. Create account. All right, let's see what we got here. Okay, access your account. I'm logged in, waiting for the server. Yeah, so yeah, it worked. Boom. Hello, Matrix server. Hello and welcome. Your account has been created on matrix.org home server, the largest free account provider on the Matrix network. So you can chat easily and securely. So now I guess I can just add people by just giving their name. Hey, is anybody on this Matrix network? If you're on matrix.org, give me your name and I'll add you to my space. So we can fuck around with this. Wait, oh, I can make it a public space? Here, I'll just make it a public space. There we go. Group can be found via search. Let's do that. That's cool. Space name, I'm going to call it Testy test McTest the third. There we go. New space created. There's one participant. So this is the name. That's that's the name of the chat on Matrix under fluffychat.im using the Matrix protocol. So yeah, this is exactly what I thought it is. It's literally a protocol for, like, instead of using a standard internet protocol or like Windsock or whatever to send clear IP data, you just join the Matrix decentralized network and find each other through a connected set of nodes that jump through each other that are decentralized. That's what it looks like anyways. Did I hear that Steve from Gamers Nexus is starting to do some testing for Linux using TGE Bazite distro? I did. I saw that this morning. Yeah, I watched him when he had Wendell on. I lurk on him so hard. I love Wendell. Wendell is an amazing man. Wendell is one of the most honest and amazing people I've ever met. Yeah, but this Matrix thing looks cool. Thank you for telling me about it, Histario. I'm gonna dig into this. This is pretty fucking cool. Nobody's jumped in, so I'm thinking there aren't a lot of people on here that use fluffychat.im. But if there is, they can join the testy test McTest the third chat that I created. What else can I do? I can do chat backups. I can manage the account here. Oh, I need a picture. Here, I'll get my picture where I have boobs. Where's the picture where I have boobs? Go back. No, I want the picture with boobs. Here, hold on. I want the AI picture where I have boobies. What? Why does it keep going into this folder? Let's see. Hold on. I got a better picture somewhere. Where is it? Barnacles. Nope. That's not it. Where the hell's my pictures at? Oh, man. My brain is like poopies. Here, I'll use an AI generated me with glasses. All right. There we go. Testy text McTest. And it looks like my name. So I guess I have an account on the matrix.org. So it's at testing test 69 at matrix.org. So that's my account that it created on the Matrix network. Okay. All right. So I'll probably need that for anything I'll fuck with later, because to do point-to-point connections, you need these names. Why didn't it put my picture up there? Oh no, there it is. My picture showed up. Yeah, it's kind of like Discord. Yeah, it's like think of it as like a decentralized Discord where all the traffic's getting relayed through, nodes, like Tor instead of the internet, point to point. So a little on the slower side, but it's decentralized because it goes through everybody. So there's no concept of this IP connected to this IP. It's more like this guy connected to rando. Doesn't know where it's coming from, doesn't know where it's going, and it eventually gets to the destination. And then if they try to trace it back from the destination, they can only really get to like the one node it jumped from, which isn't the person that actually did anything. It's just a relay. And then I'm guessing that by participating in the network, you're probably becoming a node in the network if it's anything like Tor. So then you have traffic going through you, serving as a node on the network, but it's like anonymous because you don't know. It's just encrypted traffic coming in and out of your device. Again, I'm not like, I don't know this 100%. A lot of this is very speculative. Here, let me just ask. So is matrix.org like Tor, but for any application communication and not just web stuff? I'm just curious if I'm even in the ballpark. Let's see what it says. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, no, it says no. Matrix.org is not an onion routing network like Tor. They both embrace decentralization and security, but they operate at different layers and distinct goals and architectures. Well, that's not what I'm asking if they're the same. I'm just asking if they do similar things. How they work. Tor encrypts and bounces your packets through multiple relay nodes. Correct. Each node only knows the immediate previous and next hop. That's correct. Exit nodes send your traffic to its destination, obscuring your IP address. Correct. Okay, what does Matrix do? Clients connect to a Matrix home server, e.g. matrix.org, or your own. So you can create your own Matrix server, or you can use matrix.org use their server. And then it says, home servers are federated, syncing rooms and messages across the network, end-to-end encryption, OLM, and MAG OLM. Secure message payloads, but server metadata, IP, and server location is still visible to participating home server. Okay, so it's nothing like that. So what's the point of Matrix? Like, what is the benefit of using Matrix if it's completely traceable? and everybody goes through the one network, either yours or somebody else's. What is the benefit? Okay, here, let's see what we got here. So a unified chat video protocol that works across. Okay, so they provide a chat, voice, and video protocol. Okay, that kind of makes sense. So they're basically simplifying it for these specific individual uses it's optimized for. End-to-end encryption for direct messaging. That's good. Interoperability with other services, badges for Slack, IRC, etc. Okay. You can combine Tor and Matrix, so you get the best of both worlds. That's interesting. Okay, so you can create a home server over Tor as an onion site, and then you get the benefits of Tor and Matrix. Okay, so why would I want to use Matrix over just direct IP to IP connectivity? What is the benefit here? What's the upside? No, I'm not getting it. It's thinking. Come on, finish your thinking. Because I mean, if it's just a set of APIs, like, okay, hold on here. Does it give me an answer? Here we go. Okay. So using Matrix instead of raw IP to IP connectivity gives you built-in reliability, security, device syncing, and feature richness without wrestling with NAT, dynamic IPs, or homebrew encryption. And okay, never mind. Because everybody's connecting to a server, firewalls don't come into it. So that actually there is an upside there. Because if you're not doing IP to IP, then you don't have to worry about firewall bullshit. Because all the clients are connecting to a federated server, and then any traffic the clients want to send to each other or relay to each other are going through that connection that's established by everybody outbound, meaning there's no firewall bullshit. So that is nice, but I don't see that being any different than anybody else just creating a centralized server for their application. Like, maybe this one they've already created all the stuff for encryption and like made everything easy by giving you everything you need. So you don't have to like homebrew it all. Maybe that's the upside. No custom port forwarding. Yep, that makes sense. Works seamlessly behind corporate proxies and home routers. Yeah, I'd expect that from a federated thing. You get a persistent user ID. Okay, that's interesting. Okay, so instead of IP addresses, you use your matrix.org IP address. So the server knows your IP address of everybody involved, but the people don't know each other's IP addresses. So the server knows it, but the other people only know each other by their matrix.org or whatever site you create. Okay, that's kind of cool. Home servers automatically federate, so you can chat across any Matrix instance. Okay, that's kind of cool. No single point of failure or central operator controlling who you can talk to. Oh, so they can cross over each other. So if I create my own server, it can still talk to people on matrix.org. Because if you put in the name of the person, matrix.org, then it knows to go out and connect to matrix.org and relay that traffic. This actually kind of reminds me a little bit of like how Blue Sky works. Not Blue Sky. What am I thinking? What's the one? Not Blue Sky. The other one where it's like anybody can bring up their own node and outbound connect, and then the nodes can talk to each other. So if somebody on node A wants to talk to somebody on node B, it can relay that. God, what was it called? Shit, I can't remember. Offline messages and history sync. Servers store your messages so you won't miss anything while you're disconnected. Okay, that's kind of cool. So the server itself can actually store stuff if so when you reconnect at some point, you get the backlog of everything. That's neat. Multiple clients, desktop, mobile, and web sync history and read receipts for you. No need to leave your terminal or peer client running 24/7. That's actually pretty cool. End-to-end encryption and key management. Okay, that's cool. Rooms, group chats, and extensibility. So it does look like this is a framework mostly for creating chat apps, but it looks like it's a loose enough like API that you could pretty much do anything. Like you stream video and shit across this if you wanted to. Like between you and another person just using the matrix IDs instead of IP addresses. I don't know, that's pretty cool. This seems pretty interesting. Still no participants joined my channel, so I don't think anybody else in here is on Matrix. So Mastodon, that was it. Thank you, John Zuck. I appreciate it. Mastodon was exactly what I was thinking. Mastodon works very much in the same way where it's like you can create a federated server and then people can join the network through your server and then they're at whatever your server name is, username, your server name. And then if you want to talk to somebody that's on a different server, when you send that to the federated server that's hosting that Mastodon instance, then it will connect to the other server and relay it. It's almost like FidoNet back in the day, but instead of modems, it's using IP addresses. DNS to connect between the servers and relay shit. And then if it does need to be relayed off the server somewhere else, it can just be relayed on server and vice versa. I thought about creating a Mastodon node at one point, but it just didn't seem to ever really gain enough popularity to where I wanted to throw one up. But I might do it. Guys, I really got to get going. I am slurring my ass off right now if you guys haven't noticed. I'm so tired. All right, I love your faces. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining today. I appreciate all the support. Dude, Joe Taji, again, thank you for that last tip. He said, hey, Barna, dude, do you still have the mine server? Oh, yeah, I already answered that one earlier. But thank you again for that $20. Super appreciate it. Yeah, I miss FidoNet. FidoNet was awesome. It's too bad FidoNet doesn't still exist on the internet. That would have been cool. All right, I will see you guys on Monday over on the Twitch because we got to get the Twitch fire stoked again. Being down for most of September was not a smart idea, but, it's my health has been super fucked. I'm going to go lay down and try to sleep since I didn't sleep at all last night. Like I said, I just tossed and turned in pain. So I finally feel like I'm loose enough from the muscle relaxers that I might actually be able to sleep a little. So I'm going to let the meds do their work. You're right. George Blakely, my man, always good to see you. And I'll catch you guys on the flippity flop, okay? I appreciate each and every one of you. I love your faces. Please try to fight for the little guy, and we'll see you next time. Later.